All right, so we have finally come to the second part of this project, which also is the final part of this project. So in case you have not watched the first part of this project, I encourage you to check the playlist on this channel to watch the first part. Because this demo is is long, so we decided to break it into two parts. So this is the second part. So make sure you watch the first part to actually see how we got started down to this level we are right now. So in this section, we're going to cover so many functionalities, and also we're going to cover the security module of this project, where we're going to use the JWT authentication to actually authenticate users, and where we're going to track the user login and log out, and so many other things. We're going to track the user operations right here in this part 2. So like I said, if you've not watched the part 1, try to watch the part 1 to see how we got started, how we got to this stage we are right now. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, please don't forget to do that. And don't forget to share, don't forget to like, don't forget to comment. And if you have not joined our Facebook channel, Daily Code Work on Facebook, don't forget to join our Facebook on our Facebook page, because in there we can have one-on-one discussion and a direct support for you if you have any question. And if you have any requests, we can actually discuss together right there on the Facebook page, where we can actually support ourselves together. Don't forget to comment, don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe if you have not done that. And also, if you have any question, like I said, join our Facebook channel, right? So there we get direct one-on-one in contact with you on our Facebook page. Okay, so let's get into this application and actually get it done. Let's get it done so that we can actually look at this together, because there are so many things we want to do here, so that we can actually look at this together. So grab a cup of coffee and sit with me as we take a ride through this project to actually get it done. So sit with me and let's dive deep inside and get done the second part. Okay, let's go inside and see you there. All right, so now we can see that we can actually book a room right now from our browser. And if we go back to SQL Workbench again and refresh, we see that we are able to book 2 rooms right from the browser down here. So these are the information of the bookings that we have made, right? And now, one thing I notice here is that our form is too wide. So I'm going to, let's adjust it a little bit, right? So for that, we go to VS Code, and so I'm going to go to here. Let's go here. And this one here, I'm going to change this one from 6 to, maybe let's change this to 4. Change to 4. And also, let's go down here. Let's go down here and change this one also. Let's change it to 4. Let's save and see how it looks like. Okay, yeah, this one is okay. So, yeah, already working. So this one is okay. The size of this one is okay. Now, the other thing I want to do here, I noticed that in our browser here, I noticed we are having our custom color right here. So I'm going to remove this edge color, right? So that one happened as a result of what we did here last time. This link we put around our image. So our custom, so the class here, our custom color is actually in here. So I'm just going to remove this. And also I'm going to remove this class here. I'm going to remove this one here. So let's save and see what we got. Okay, so this is what I actually want. And so right now we can actually see that we have a lot of rooms in our database. We have 3 pages in our database. So now the next thing we're going to do here, just like we said, I want, when we click on this book room, as this room number 19 is coming here, I want the room image, that's the room info, to display along with this here. So that is what we're going to do right now. So let's get it done. So for that now, let's go back here to VS Code. So what we're just going to do here is to go to the checkout page, this page here. What is it? We can see that we're actually displaying this from here right inside this checkout page. So now inside this checkout page, I'm going to just create a couple of state variables. But meanwhile, I'm just going to go back to our server and stop this so that our system will not be freezing. Right, just a const error. Set error. We'll say use state, and this one we're just going to set to empty string. And the next one we're going to create is loading const. It's loading. Set is loading. So we're going to set this one to false at the initial state, or maybe true. Set this to true. And the next one we're going to create here is we're going to create the object for the room. So let's say room info, set room, set room info. So this one we're going to set to an empty an object, and this object is going to have the photo, and this photo we're going to set to none. Room type, and we'll have the room price. So this is just all we have to do here. This is room price actually. So here we have the photo, the room type, and the room price. Yeah, the room price. All right, so having done this, now we're just going to go out here to actually let's go down here. So here we are going to actually load the image, load the room info based on the ID. So we're just going to come here to use the effect. So here we're just going to set timer, set timeout here, and inside here we're just going to have so inside this timeout we're just going to get the room. So we're going to call the method to get room by ID. So we're just going to say get room by ID, and then we're going to pass in the room ID. So for this now we're going to create a param. We're going to use the hook here. We're just going to say const room ID equals use params. Right, so going down here, we're just going to say response. So we're going to say response, and now we're just going to return the updated room info, right? So we're just going to say set room info with the response we got from the database. Response. Then after that, now we set the is loading to false. Set is loading. So this one will set to false. Yeah. Oh my god, this is not what I want to do. Yeah, just set this to false. Okay, so after that, now we're going to come down here to catch. Let me break this down. So we're going to come down here to actually catch an error if there are any. So I'm going to say error, and then we're going to return set error that we're going to put as error, right? So in case the room cannot be found. And then after this, now we're going to set is loading again to false. All right. So now we're going to set some time here. So we're going to give the timer maybe just like 1 second. Maybe like 2 seconds, right? Maybe like 2 seconds. So after this, now we're going to pass in the room ID as a dependency to our use effect. So whenever the room ID is changed, it's going to reload again to get the correct information, right? So that's just all we need to do here. So having done this, now we're just going to go in here. We'll go in here to actually inside this div here, I'm going to have a section. So for now, I'm going to remove this. Let's remove this for now. So inside this div here, I'm going to have a section. And inside this section, we'll have a class name of container. And inside this container, we're going to have another div. And this div here, what we're just going to do here, we're going to set some bootstrap classes here. Class name. This one is going to be row, right? And then we're going to flex column. And then we're going to flex MD. This one here, we have the hyphen MD and row. And then we're going to align. We're going to align the items. Align item center. Okay, so these are just the bootstrap classes we need to get here to actually arrange the content of this div. So we're going to go inside this row to have another div with columns. So here we're going to have column. That's the class name. And we're going to have col mid4. And we're going to margin top. And also we're going to margin bottom. So inside this column here, we're just going to check if its loading is true. If it's loading, then create a paragraph. P tag here. I also just want to say loading rooms. Loading rooms. Loading room, not rooms, single room. So I just want to say loading room information. Loading room information. Okay, so now we're just going to say if there is error, then what we just need to do here is to create another tag, another p tag, and actually display the error, right? So I'm just going to do this. Sorry, I'm going to break this down for clarity purpose. So have p tag, and inside this p tag, we're just going to display the error. Error.message. Okay, and now after this one, we're just going to say error. This one here, we'll say error, and right here after this, the next thing we're going to do here is to come down here to else. So we're going to bring in here the tag, the div that we actually occupied, that will actually contain the room info. So here we're just going to bring a div here. Yeah, let's close this. And now we're going to go inside this div, and this one is going to be classroom info, class name, room info, one of the style sheet in our custom style sheet. So right here, one of the custom style in our custom style sheet, so to speak. So right here, we're going to bring in the image tag. So we're going to say img, and right inside this image here, we're just going to bring in the source of the image, right? So here we're just going to say src, just like what we did last time. So we're just going to say, we're going to bring in the backtick, and then we're going to say data image /png, and here we're going to have base 64. So we're actually converting the image to what we can display right here on the browser, just like what we're doing, right? So now we're just going to say room info dot photo. So that is the source of this image, right? And now after this, there's room info. We have room info here. This one is room. It's supposed to be room info, right? Room info. And I think we have, okay, this room info. Okay, this is correct. So now the next thing we're going to do here is to set the alternate text for this alternate. And here we're just going to say room photo. And going down here, we're going to set style. So here we're going to set the width. We'll set the width to 100%. 100% percentage. And then we're going to set the height. Yeah, to 200 pixels. All right, so this is just what we need to do here. I'm going to make this one a self-closing tag and just take this away. So now coming in, now we're just going to go out here to bring in a table inside this div. So we have a table, and inside this table we're just going to give table body, this one here, and inside here we're going to have the arrow tag, and inside this arrow tag we're going to have the h tag, right? And this one here we're going to say room type, and another one down here we're going to have the h tag as well, and here we're going to say room price. So have room info dot room type, and then we're going to, what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to close this one, make it closer, and then I'm going to copy this and paste it. And this one we're going to have, this one is going to be room price, right? So we're going to get this one as the room price. So here we have change this one here to room price, and this one here we're going to change also to room price. change this to room price. And having done this, now the next one we're going to have, we have the room price, we have the room type. So now we're going to just come down here, go out of this row, and then we're going to bring in another row, tr, and inside this tr row, we're going to bring out, bring in the td, right? And inside this td, we're going to bring in a URL tag. Okay, so right here we're going to specify some of the services we have. So we're just going to say right here. So in here, we're just going to have the li tag, is the list item. So this one here, the first one here, we're going to have the Wi-Fi fa, just like what we did last time. So we're going to have Wi-Fi, yeah, from React icon, and we're going to close this. Yeah, we're going to close this, and then we're just going to type in here Wi-Fi, right? So we're just going to have a couple of some of these here, just like the same thing we did last time. We're going to have a couple of these services here, right? So I'm just going to pause this video and do all this first, then I come back. Okay, so right here we can see that I've brought some of these icons, just like what we did last time when we were creating the services, the hotel services. Remember that component? So right here, I just bring some of these icons to display along with the room info, right? So now I'm going to come here. We're going to bring in the booking form. So we're just going to come here to say booking form, like so, and then we're going to pass in the. But meanwhile here, because we're having a row, this one here, so we're having a row, and this one here, the table, the room info has occupied a part of it. So now we're going to set another column here for this booking form to occupy. So they will be adjacent to each other, right? So here I'm going to bring in a div, and inside this div is just going to give here a class of so the column is going to be, we're just going to make it 6, so column md6, like 6, and so just going to move this one here and put it in between this column, right? Okay, so that is just all we need to do for now. So I'm going to save this, and now let's test run our project. Our backend is not running, so let's go back to our backend and actually run our server. So now we see that our server is running. So let's go back to VS Code. Actually, let's go back to the browser. And right here, I'm going to refresh, and we see that so just the little table created. This one here actually loads the room info, right? So here there's the booking form. We're going to work on this a little bit, but now if we go back here, we have here that this one is 400, right? So let's just try it like this, the way it is right now. Here 10 to 12, and okay, so actually we have it here. So the room, so we book for 2 days, and the room is 400K, right? $400 per night, and we book for 2 days, so we get $800. So if we increase this to a couple of days, we have 10 days, and 10 times 4, we have $4,000, right? So everything is still working fine. Now there's something I want to show you here. So for example, if this one here, if for any reason with this form is not valid, this button is not going to be shown. So let's, for example, come back here to 10. We see that the button is gone because the date here is not valid, right? So it's saying check update must come before after check. Check in date must be after check in date. That's the message we defined last time. We declared in the back end last time. So here, if we go back again, this is 10, If we go back again to set it to 19th, the button is going to show. So if this form is not valid, we're not going to have the booking summary, right? And also, let's try this one here to be 0. So if we remove this one here and click on continue, we're going to have an error. So we'll see that everything is working perfectly. So now let's go back to VS Code to actually arrange this one here so that they fit each other, right? Okay, sorry, let's go to VS Code and adjust this form here. So here, we're just going to go here and the checkout. So this is the checkout page. Actually, the table is occupying a part of it, and our form is occupying 8 of it, which is 8 plus 4, we have 12. Let's go here. Here we have 4, so let's change this one to 6 and see how it goes. So let's save this and go back to our browser. Okay, cool. So it has been adjusted just as kind of better than before, right? So let's refresh this again. So the next thing we're going to do here is to, last time we have a carousel. So we want to bring that carousel, that room slide, I want to bring it under here. Okay, so we can actually have some room sliding across. So what we're just going to do is going back to VS Code. Let's go back here. This checkout page, here we're going to have the slider. So let's go under this section here and let's bring in another div, and this div we're going to call it container, right? This div here we're going to give a class of container, so it's just a container of its own. So here we're just going to say class name. Oh, sorry, this is class name, and this one is going to be of container. And inside this container, we're going to have the room carousel. Okay, this one here. We're going to have this one here. Yeah, we're going to have it here. So let's save it. Let's go back to our page. So right here we have the room carousel sliding 4 rooms at a time. Sliding 4 rooms at a time. And there's something I forgot to do. So here we have not connected this button to this page here. So let's go back here, and I'm going to go to the room card, this room card here. So here, where is the link? So this is the link here. So I'm just going to copy. I'm just going to copy all of this link, and let's go to the room carousel. Room carousel, and the button here, this is the button, and there's the link here. So actually I'm just going to replace this here, and I'm going to remove this. So the same thing. So the other one here, okay, this is what I actually want to do. So this one, I'm just going to replace the whole of this. Yeah, so if we save this, and let's go back to our browser. So this one here, if I click on this, we should see the room here. Okay, so right here we have gotten our room slider actually right here on this page. So here we can go back to browse all rooms. We can go back to browse all rooms. And we can go here. Right here we can have all the rooms, so we can just try to, okay, let's book this room here. So if we click on this here, we actually see that the information is going here, right? So if I click on this, so let's book this. So if we go here, we'll see that this information is actually changing, right? So let's book this new triple suite. And if we go here, we'll see that we have new triple suite, right? Single bedroom. Let's click on this. So if we go here, we should have the single bedroom here. Okay, this new triple suite. So let's go to suite with balcony. So this one here, we should have triple suite with balcony. So we see that everything is actually working. So let's go to VIP double suite. If we click on this VIP double suit and let's go, if it changes here, we have VIP double suit. So we see that this thing is actually changing. But meanwhile, this is just my own design, but you can actually design your page the way you want it to be, more professional, right? But what we're just focusing here is the outcome. We're just actually focusing on the result to make sure that our functionality is actually working, right? But in terms of the page structure, you can actually restructure your page to actually work the way you want it to work. So now let's assume we want to book for this VIP double suit. So here I'm just going to have Rita, and I'm going to have this email there. I'm going to book from 10th of October to 12th of October. So we're going to have three adults and one kid, and let's continue. So if we go to this continue here, we see that our room reservation summary is appeared here, and if we click on this, we're going to see that we're actually going to be able to book this room. Here the room is booked successfully, right? So we're just going to do, if we go back here, let me just go back here. This our control, let's go. I want us to see this our reservation summary. So I want to just book this again, and again. And if we click on continue, now I want to work on this component here. It's too tiny, so I just want to make it a little bit wider, just like this, so it can be more clearer for reading, right? Okay, so let's go back and actually adjust this here. All right, so now this is the output of our booking form. Now this is our booking form, and this is the room that we are booking for. And you can see here that the room here is 200. It's 200 per night, and right here we booked for 15 days, so it's 3,000. So 15 times 2 is 15 times 200. 15 times $200. That's giving us $3,000. And here we can see that we have the rooms sliding here, and right here we can just let's assume we want to book this room. Let's just click on this room. So when we click on this room, we're going to see that this room here actually replaced what we've gotten here before. And also let's try to click on the new triple suite with 700 per night. Let's see what happens here. So here we can actually select our room from here to book, or we can actually go to browse all rooms to book for a room, right? Okay, so just like I was trying to say right here, when we load here, we're going to see the room info, and then we're going to see the booking form. So let's just enter a name to see how our booking summary look right now. So here we're just booking from 12 to 19 to 4 of October, and here we have 2 adults and one kid, one child. And here is the booking confirmation, is the reservation summary. That's the booking summary form. So right here I've increased. If we go back to VS Code, you see here, this is the booking summary. I have increased this one here, the column, to 6. And right here in the booking form, this one is 4, right? And here is the booking summary right here in this div. So this is the output of what we have right now. So the next we're going to create right now is a component that we get, so we can actually get all the bookings we have gotten in our database. So if we move back to SQL Workbench, right here we see that we have a couple of bookings already. So let's refresh. So we see that we have 3 bookings already. And let's check the room ID that was booked. So we have booked for room number 1, room number 14, and room number 17. And these are the booking info. So the next thing we're going to do right now is to come here to create a component so that we can actually view all these bookings right in our browser, right? So let's go back to VS Code and create a component called bookings. So right here, I'm just going to go inside the booking folder, and I'm going to create a new component. And this component I'm going to call bookings.jsx, right? And now what are we going to have in this booking? So inside this booking, we're going to have a booking table that we're going to display here, right? So now for that, we're going to create, this is bookings, then we're going to create another component called booking table. So I'm going to go here to create a new component, and this one I'm going to call bookings table, bookings table, and this one also is .jsx. And I'm just going to click on OK. And after this booking table, and what we did, and inside this booking table, we're going to use a slider, right? A date slider, so that we can actually filter bookings based on the date that we enter. So now we're just going to create a new component called date slider. So let's go here and have this. Let's in here, this date slider is going to go inside the common folder. So I'm just going to go here to click on the common folder, and I'm going to create a new component here called date slider. This slider.jsx. Is that slider correct? Yes, correct. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here, the first implementation we're going to do is to implement this date slider, because we're going to use it here inside this booking table. So we're going to start our implementation from the slider. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to install a dependency called React date range, right? So now let's control and backtick, and I'm going to go here. Okay, this is, we're not going to touch that. So I'm just going to go here to npm install. So I'm going to say React this one is going to be React date slider, React date range. So we're going to install this dependency called React date range. So I'm just going to hit on enter. So we can see here that our dependency is being installed. So I'm just going to close this down, and let's open our package.json. Let's open our package.json to confirm. So here we have this here, React date range, and now we're going to close this down, and let's go back to this date slider. So the first thing we're just going to do here is to do some import here. So what I'm just going to do here is to import. So we're going to import React from React. So we're just going to import React from React. And now after this, now I'm just going to go down here and do some import here too. That is, we're trying to import the CSS, that is the style sheet, so we can have a beautiful UI. We imported the style sheet and the default theme and the theme from this library, these dependencies we just install right now. So the next thing we're going to do here is to actually import the date range picker. So I'm just going to come here to say import date. So this one is going to be in a curly braces. So I'm going to say date range picker. So this one is going to be date range picker, and this date range picker, we're going to get it from the same library we just installed right now. So you're going to say from React. So we're just going to go here and pick this library. So this is where we got this from. So now we're going to go down here to actually generate. So let's generate our component right here. Okay, so sorry, this is okay, we've gotten this one before up there. So right now the first thing we're going to do here is to create a custom state variable. So here we're just going to say const, and this one will have date range, and we're going to set date range, and this one here we're going to set to so we're going to set to an object of date, that is the starting date and end date. So right here we're just going to say, let me remove this. So here we're just going to say start date, start date, and here we're going to say undefined. That's default at the initial state, and then we're going to say end date. End date. This one also is going to be undefined. Undefined. And now we're going to have the key. So here we have key. And this one also we're going to say selection, right? So we're going to have this here as selection. Okay, so now we're omitting a comma here. So this is just all we need to do here. Now the next one we're going to do here is to create a function that will handle the selected dates. So that when we want to filter bookings, we can actually filter by dates, right? So now we go down here to create a function. So we're going to say const handle select, and this one we're going to say range. We pass in a variable here like ranges. So we're going to call this one ranges, right? And outside here, we're just going to return. We're going to go inside the function body and we're going to set date range. Set date range. I'm going to say ranges dot selection. Yeah, ranges dot selection. Yeah, selection. All right, and then before we move further, I'm going to go up here to the structure, some props here that we're going to make use of. So right here, I'm just going to come here to say on date change. It's a function. So we're going to say on date change. On date change, and here we're going to say on filter change. On filter change. So these are the two functions we're going to have here up here. Now let's go down here to continue what we're doing. So inside this function here, we're going to get on date change here, and this one here we're going to just have ranges dot selection, dot start date. So here we're going to have the start date, the start date, and here we're going to have ranges dot selection dot end date. So I'm just going to make this on the full screen. Okay, so the next one we're going to do here, we're going to set it on filter change. So this one we're going to say ranges of selection dot start date here selection. I think this one is correct. Okay, the start date. So we're going to have the start date, and then we're going to have ranges the selection the selection dot end date. Meanwhile, I'm going to go back to our back end to stop our server for now, so we can have a good flow in our front end. Okay, so now the next thing we're going to do, we're just going to go down here to create another function. So I'm going to say const, and this one here is the one to handle the clear. That's a button, so to clear the selection, right? So we're just going to say const handle clear filter, right? So yeah, now we're just going to say we're going to set all this one here. I'm just going to come here to actually just copy all this, copy this through here, and then I'm going to go in here to say set date range, set date range, sorry. So inside this one here, we're just going to paste everything here to actually clear the selection, right? And now we're going to go out here to say on date change, and this one we're going to set to none, and also we're going to go down here to say on filter change, on filter change, also we're going to set to none. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here to clear the selection. So the next thing we're going to do is to actually come down here to create the interface, that is the UI of our date range, picker. So the first thing we're going to do here is I'm going to change this one here. It doesn't really matter, but I just like changing this here to an empty fragment, to a fragment, right? So now I'm just going to go inside the fragment. I'm going to have a h5 tag, and I'm going to tell the user what to do. So it's just going to say filter bookings by date, filter bookings by date, and then under here we're going to have the date picker. This one will just imported up here, that we're going to just bring in it down here. So we're going to say date picker, a date range picker, and then we're going to, let me just close this, and now we're going to pass in the missing props, the missing attributes. So here we're just going to say range. So we're going to say ranges, ranges equals date range, actually this one is going to be inside a square bracket, and the next one we're going to have here is the unchanged. We're going to open the unchanged event here. Let's take this unchanged event. Then we're going to say handle select, this one here, and after that now we're just going to give a class, just to clear the bottom. Let's give a little space at the bottom. So we're going to say class name. So we're just going to say MB, that's the margin bottom. I'm going to set to 4 to give space for the bottom component. Then here, under here, we're going to bring in a button. So we're going to set a button, and this button here, we're going to, when this button is clicked, then we're going to just clear the filter, right? So we're just going to handle on click event here. So when it's clicked, we're just going to handle clear filter, right? And this button here, we're just going to set some classes as well. I'm going to set the class name. The class name we're going to have as BTN secondary, BTN secondary. Okay, that's what we have here. And then between this button here, we're just going to tell the user what this button is used for, right? So you're going to say clear filter. Yeah, clear filter. Okay, so now we're done with this. We're done with this date slider. So I'm just going to save. So right here we're done with this date slider. So the next thing we're going to do here is to go to our booking to create to implement our booking table. So now I'm just going to, the first thing we're going to do here, let's generate our component. Now inside this component we've generated, we're just going to have a state variable. So we're going to go in here to create a state variable. Const, I'm going to say const. And this variable here, we're just going to say filter bookings. Filter bookings. there's this filtered, I want to say filtered bookings. And now we're just going to create a method to update this variable, filtered, set filtered bookings. Yeah, I think this is what we need. And then at here, we're going to set this one to the use state. I'm going to say use state. And what, okay, let's just have this. Let me just remove this one here. So now, before we continue, I'm going to destructure some props here. So in here, we're going to have the booking info. So here we have the booking info. This is the typo here, booking info. Then we're going to have handle. Handle booking cancellation, because from here we can actually cancel the booking. So these are the two functions we're going to have here. Booking, this is the variable, and the function we're going to have here. And now we're going to, let's do this import. Okay, let's just do it manually to save our time. Let's just have the use state here. Okay, so right here we're going to have this booking info here. So we're just going to say booking info, and then we're going to go down here to create. So here we're going to have a function const. So this one we're going to say filter booking, filter bookings equals, we'll pass in the start date. So we'll have two variables here. One is the start date, and the other one is going to be the end date. This one should be camera casing. Please show up. This one should be end date. Okay. Right here we're just going to go out and return inside. We're going to go inside the body. So here I'm just going to say let filtered equals bookings bookings info. This booking info we won't have up there, and then we're going to check. So if start date, if a start date is enter and end date is enter, end date, are we there? If there is start date and end date, so what we're just going to do here is we're just going to go out here inside the body and set the filtered equals booking info. So filtered equals booking info dot filter, and in here we're going to have booking. So filter booking. Then we're going to go out here and go, oh sorry, what am I doing? Yeah, so just going to go inside the body here and say const. We have a variable, so const booking start date, booking start date equals, so booking start date equals parse ISO. In here we're going to have the booking.check in date. booking, booking dot, we're going to have the check-in date, and we're going to check for this import here. This one here, we're going to install a library for us to get this, but we're going to do this for a moment. So here, let's just finish what we are doing. So here, I'm going to have a const booking. So this one is going to say booking end date, right? So we have booking end, end date. Booking end date equals pass ISO. Then here we're going to pass in the booking.end date, booking dot check out date. So it's going to be check out date, right? And then we're going to come down here. So we're just going to say return. So we're going to return. So what are we returning? We're going to return booking start date, return booking start date greater or equal start. When this system is frozen, it's actually making me to have typos. So we have the start date and booking end date, booking end date, right? And then lesser, booking end date lesser or equal to end date. Oh my gosh, this is end date, and booking end date, booking end date greater than start date. Of course, the start date. So now this is just all we need to do here. So let me I need to break something down from here. So let me break this one down for now, and let me push this one up so it'll be clearer for us. Then after this, now we're just going to go down here. So we're going to go down here to set. So we're going to say set filter. Oh, sorry. Set filter bookings. This one is going to be filtered bookings. Set filtered bookings to the filter we've just, the data we've just gotten from the filter. So we're just going to set this one as filtered. So which is the booking we have filtered already. Then now we're going to just use the effects. We're going to come down here to call the use effects to always load when the booking is, when the date is changed, right? So here I'm just going to use effect. So we use effect snippet from here. Let's just, let's just use effect. Come on. Yes, use the snippet. So I'm going to remove this from here. Oh, sorry, that's not what I want to do. So I'm just going to remove this from here. Now inside this use effect, what we're just going to do here is to set filter. So whenever this filter, this booking info changes, then we're just going to reload the set filter again, right? We're just going to reload this again. So now we're going to put in here as dependency the booking info. So whenever the booking info is changed, it's going to reset the bookings, right? Set filtered bookings. So here we're just going to say booking info. So now let's have this import. Okay, keep thinking. I'm just going to do it manually before you finish your thinking. So here I'm just going to have use effect right here. Yeah, use effect. Okay, so that is just what we need to do here. So what we just do here is that we're using this use effect. Now this one is set filtered bookings. So we're going to display on the table, that's the booking table, based on what is selected, based on the filter. But if no filter is selected, if no filter is selected, then we're going to we're going to display all the bookings we have. So this is just the information we have here. Now, before we move further, we're going to install a library called date function, right? So now I'm just going to control back tick to go back to our terminal. So here I'm just going to go back to our the upper arrow, and I'm just going to say install date function. It's a date slash functions fns. This one is date, actually, date slash fns functions, and then I'm just going to hit on install. Okay, so let's remove this, and let's check our package.json to see. So right here we have this one installed for us, so we're just going to close it there, and then let's go back here to do this import. I'm going to make this on the full screen, so let's make this one, let's do the import, and here we're just going to take this one from here, right? What is it? So right up here, right? And now the next thing we're going to do here is to just come down to create our info, to implement the UI. So now I'm just going to go in here. I'm going to change this one here to a section. So I'm going to Control and DD. So we're going to change this to a section here and escape. Yeah. So inside here, the first thing I'm going to do is to just give a class, some bootstrap classes. So I'm just going to say class name, and this class name we're going to set to just padding of 4. I'm going to pad it to 4, just padding 4. Then inside this, we're going to just bring in the date slider we've created, right? This is date slider. Oh, this is date, not data slider, date slider. Yeah, this one here we've just created, and I'm going to just close it. Then we're going to pass in all the missing props. I'm just going to allow this guy to do that for us so we can correct it. Yes, the missing attributes. So now this one here, we're just going to say filtered bookings, filtered bookings. Yeah, this one here, filtered bookings, and this one here also is going to be filter bookings. Yeah, filter bookings. This one here. All right. So having done this, now we're going to bring in a table. So I'm just going to go down below this and bring in a table. So I'm going to say table, and inside this table, the red, we're just going to have the table header, which is the t head. Let's have the t head here, and inside this t head, we're going to have a row, table row, right? And right here, I'm just going to set some header. We're going to just have some th here, and this one I'm just going to paste a couple of times. So I'm just going to copy 1, 2, just a couple of times. So now let's just go here and have the serial number. Maybe let's just say this one is the booking serial number, and the next one here is going to be bookings, booking ID. So it's going to be booking ID. I just want to make this one make it uppercasing. So this one is going to be booking ID, and in here we're going to have the check-in date, or maybe the room ID first, because the booking is going to contain the room ID. So we're just going to say room ID, and inside after the room ID we're going to have the check-in date, check-in. And then I'm going to paste another one here. So we're going to say check out date. I'm just going to Actually, let's try to separate this so it will be obvious, will be clear enough for us to read. So just no, not underscore, just a hyphen I want to put here, and also I want to make this one uppercasing. So then we'll go down here to just paste again, paste, paste, paste. So after this, now we're going to have the guest name and the guest email. Guest email. And after this, now we're going to have adults, the number of adults right here. We'll bring this down close together, and 1, 2, 3, just make other couple of paste. Then after adult, we're going to have the children, have the children. And after children, what do we have? We're going to have the total number of guests, total guests. And then after the total guests, we're going to have the confirmation code for the booking. So we're going to have confirmation code. Yeah, so these are just the information we're going to have here. Then we're going to go out of this. We'll go out of this table head, and then we're going to bring out the table body, right? Which is the table body. So for that here, I'm just going to do some things here. So bringing in the table body here, I'm just going to save our time. So I'm just going to paste this in. So we can see that this what we're just doing here is that we'll bring in the table body, and we actually are mapping through this function, this variable, this array variable we created here. This what is it? This what's the name? This is filter. Let's just click and go there. And this one here, filter bookings. So up here we have this filter bookings. Okay, this one here, there's a mistake here. Filter bookings. Yeah, this is the mistake. So right here we have the filtered bookings and set filter bookings. So that is just the variable we are iterating through here. This one here, right? And then we set the key, which is the ID, the key to the booking.id, and there we just increment the ID +1 for every booking, right? So that is because we try here with this actually the booking ID, right? And this is the room ID, this is the booking ID. So that's just what we did here. And now let's go to the handle. So this button here is the one actually handling the booking cancellation function we declare update. Here we have okay, yeah, that is what we have up here. That is what we define up here. This one here, booking cancellation, right? So just to be very sure, I'm going to copy this and just replace it here. Yeah, for us to be sure. So this one here is just to cancel bookings, right? So here I'm going to save, and now underneath this section, what we're just going to do here is we're going to go down here. That's underneath the table. Where is the table? The underneath here, we're going to say if there is. So we're just going to check filter room. Yeah, sorry, filter bookings. So we're just going to say filter bookings dot length. So if we have, if there are results, if there is a filter, then we're just going to equal 0. So if there are filters, we're going to display the result, the result table based on the filter. But if there are no filters, then we're going to declare another message. So just going to say create a paragraph, a p tag here, and say no booking found. No booking found. Yeah. So if there are filter for the selected date, if there is a result for the selected date, then we're just going to display. But if there is no result for the selected date, then we're going to tell the user that there are no booking found for the selected date. So we're just going to say for the selected dates. For selected dates. So that's just all we need here. So I think now we are done with our bookings. And moreover, we are missing this one here, because we have a button here. So we are actually missing the action. So we're just going to come here to say we're going to bring in here. We're going to bring in another th here. So we're going to say th here, and then we're going to just pass this one here to action. We're going to say this one is actions, right? So we're going to say actions right here, and this one we're just going to say column span. Yeah, we're just going to say column span, and this one here we're going to have just span it to 2. So we can have cancel booking, or maybe if we want to update booking, we just define another function to update booking by adding another button here, right? Okay, so now this is just all we need for now. What we're just going to do here is we're going to save this. So the next thing we're going to do here is these bookings here. Now what we're just going to have inside the booking here is we're going to make use of the components, the booking table component we've created. So that is what we just need to do here. So let's get this booking component implemented. All right, so now that we are finished with our booking component, our booking table, the next one we're going to create is we're going to implement is our booking component. So here I'm just going to generate our component, and inside here we're going to have a couple of state variables. So the first one we're going to create here is the booking info. Set booking info. We're going to use state. We're going to use the use state hook as well as usual. So I'm just going to clear off these, and the initial state of this is going to be an empty array, and we're just going to do the import. Yeah, just import this. So the next one we're going to create the const set is loading. Set is loading, and this one here we're going to set to true at the initial state. Use state. So this one here will set to true at the initial state, and the next one we're going to create here is actually the error message. Here we're having a typo, so we're going to have set error message, use state. So this one here we're just going to set to an empty string, and now the last one we're going to create here is the param that we're going to the ID that we're going to use to actually fetch this to search this room, right? Okay, now we have done creating our state variables. So the next function we're going to create here, we're just going to call the use effect to actually get all bookings from the database, right? So here we're just going to come straight here to say use effect. And as usual, I'm going to clear this off, so we just do our own from the scratch. I'm going to remove this, and inside this one here we're just going to set the timeout. So we're going to say set timeout, and inside the timeout we're going to get all bookings, right? Get all bookings, this one here. And sorry, this is then look at the promise. So we're just going to have the data, and now we're going to set the data, which is the result we get from this REST API call. We're going to set the result right here. Then we're going to set the data to our booking info. So we're just going to say set booking info, and then we're going to say data, right? And then we're going to set the loading to false. Set is loading. This one is supposed to be is loading. Yeah, and this one's going to be false. So then we're going to just move down here to catch any error. So we're going to say catch. We're going to say error. And then we're going to set the error. Yeah, right here, we're going to set the error. So we're just going to say set error. We're going to say error dot message. No, this one is actually error dot message. And having done this, let's just quickly do this import. This import. Okay, take too much of time. Let's just go here and get it ourselves. Let's say use effect. Yes, let's just put it here manually. And now, after doing this, now we're also going to come down here to actually set the error. I said it's loading. It's loading to false. So let's say false right here. Okay, so now just going to do here, let's set the timeout. Remember here we're having a timeout. So let's give some few seconds for the timeout. I'm just going to say 1 second to this timeout. And now the dependency here is going to remain an empty array, right? Okay, so let's implement the method here, the function that we can actually handle the booking cancellation. So const handle booking cancellation, right? And then we're just going to have this as a sync, and we'll pass in the ID, which is the booking ID. Oh, sorry, this is supposed to be inside the bracket. Booking ID. Yeah, booking ID. And inside here again, we're going to have the try and catch block. Just going to go down here to have the catch. Oh, sorry. All right. So inside try catch block, we're going to have await, and then we're going to call cancel. We have the cancel booking right. Yeah, this one here, right in our API functions. So now we're just going to pass in the booking ID right here. We say booking ID. So after this, now we're going to say const data equals await. So we're going to say get all bookings. So here we're going to say get all bookings. So what we're just doing here is that after when a booking is deleted, we're going to reload again. We're going to reload the table again automatically, right? That's just what we're doing here. Then here we get our bookings, and then we'll set the info back, set the booking info. Set the booking info, we're just going to set it to data, right here. And after that, we're going to catch the error. So we're going to just come down here, go in here to actually catch the error. So let's say error. And here we're going to set the error. Set error equals error dot message. So this is just all we need to do here to actually cancel bookings. Okay, so now we're done with this. Let's go inside our return. Let's implement the interface, which is the UI of this. So for that here, I'm just going to Control D and change this one to section. Change this to section and escape. So inside here, last time we created a header, right? We created one header component, this very one here. So I'm just going to have the header here, and now we're going to set the title of this to existing bookings, right? So the title is going to be existing bookings. I'm just going to say yes, existing bookings. This one is actually double O, existing bookings. So this one is going to be the title, right? And now the next thing we're going to do here is to actually, we're going to set this section here. We're going to give some classes. So we're going to say class name. We're going to set this one to container, and then we're going to set in some style. So we're going to set in some style, and here we're just going to set in a background color, right? So we're going to say background. This is actually back. It's actually background color. We're just going to come down here to choose the background color, and this one we're going to set to white smoke. Yeah. So now let's go down below the heading, and so we're going to just we're going to just check the it's loading. If loading is true, then what we're just going to do here is to create a p tag to actually display the message to the user that, hey, we are loading the information you're requesting for. So we're just going to do here, inside this p tag, we're just going to have a div. Maybe I just prefer to change this one here to div. Let's make this one a div. So we don't need to have too much of HTML element. So right here inside this div here, we're just going to save loading. We're going to say loading bookings. I'm just going to say loading existing bookings. Let's put it here, loading existing bookings. I'm just going to make this one here a kind of a straight line, or maybe let's just save. If we can have a good format, we can have format because there's an error there. Okay, so let's break this down. Now inside this one here, we're going to check. We're going to say else render the booking table, right? So now we're just going to render this booking table. So if this one is true, if it's loading is true, show this one here. Then if it's loading is false, then just bring in the booking table. We're just going to say booking table here. Just bookings table right here, and then we're going to pass in. Let's allow this guy to generate the missing attribute for us. Yeah. So right here, we're just going to say booking info. We're going to set here to the booking info we've created right here, and this one here, the booking cancellation, we're going to set to handle booking cancellation. So let's save to have a proper format. That's correct. All right, I think that's just all we need to do right here. This is just all we need to do right here. So now, before we test our application, before we run our application, what we're just going to do here is to right here, we're going to actually display if there's any error from the back end. We're going to display it here. Let's just come right here below and just say error. If error, right? If error, then what we're just going to do here is to create a tag, right? Let's just create a tag to display that. So we're just going to have a div, let's create a div to actually display that. So let's just say error. Error, right? Oh, it is correct. Please stop freezing. Yeah. So we're just going to save this. And now after this, now I'm actually going to set this one to danger. That's to red. Let's say class name. So we're just going to text danger right here. Let's save this. So okay, so before we're going to do this now, that we're going to go to our, before we preview our output, so we're going to go to our app.js, and we're going to have a new route here. So we're going to this new route. We're having existing rooms. So now we're going to have a route called bookings. So I'm just going to copy this one here and paste. Oh, sorry. So I'm just going to copy and paste it in as a new route. And this one, I'm just going to say bookings. Bookings. I'm just going to say existing bookings. Existing bookings. And this one is going to have the component of existing bookings. Was it existing bookings? Maybe, I think this, okay, that component is called bookings. So this one is going to say bookings. Bookings, this one here. Yeah, so this is just all we need to have here. Okay, now right here, what we just need to do here is to save. And now let's go back to our admin component, admin. So right here we have admin, and this one here, we're going to change this one here to existing rooms. Instead of add room, we're going to say existing rooms. And then we're going to, I'm just going to copy this one right down here. So this one we're going to change to existing bookings. Existing bookings. I hope that was the, and then we're going to say manage bookings. It says bookings actually. So we're going to say manage bookings right here. Let's confirm this. Let's make sure our routing. I'm just going to copy this to avoid unseen typos because sometimes there are typos that only your compiler will see that you will not see. Okay, so now we're going to leave this one here, and I'm also going to go back here. What is it? I also want to go back here to get the existing rooms. Just going to come back here. You see, we're having a typo. We're omitting S already. That will run into trouble when we're going to run this application. Okay, so I'm just going to save this, and so let's fire up our server and see what we got. So I'm just going to go to our back end and actually start our server. So right here we see that our back end is, our server has started running. So let's go back to our front end. So what we're just going to do here, let's be sure that everything is saved. So let's go to our browser. So here is our home page, and everything load as normal. And then let's go to this admin component, this one here. Let's go to admin, and this is our admin panel. Oh, this one we're going to go back to fine tune this. So this one, let's manage rooms. So loading existing rooms. So these are existing rooms. So let's go back here and let's manage bookings, loading existing bookings. Okay, so right here is our bookings, and we're going to the header, existing bookings. We're going to do justice to this in a moment. Right now we have 3 bookings in our database, right? So let's actually confirm our SQL. We have 3 bookings right here. We have Rita. We have booking room ID 1, 14, and 17. Let's go back here. Room ID 1, 14, and 17. So this is what we actually got here. So we can see that we get all our bookings from the back end. So now let's go and fine tune this table. Let's go back to VS Code to fine tune this table. So right here, we're just going to go back here. What we're just going to do here, where is it? The booking. I'm going to close this one for now. Just close some of these. And here we have the bookings. So where is the bookings? So here we have the bookings. Right here. Okay, not actually here, the booking table. Let's work on the booking table. Okay, cool. So now let's set some classes right here. So we're just going to have class name. Here we're going to have table, class table. Then we'll have table, table bordered. Let's set bordered. Table bordered. I'm going to have table hover as well. Hover. And also I like shadow. Let's add shadow. Okay, so let's save this and go back to a browser to see the output. Okay, cool. So right now the table looks a little bit beautiful. So here we have the room ID, the 3 rooms, and we have the guest. You know, so what we just the thing, these are just the information we're returning from here, right? We are returning the booking ID, the room ID, the check-in and check-out date, the name of the guest, the email of the guest, then the number of adults and the breakdown of the total number of the guest and the breakdown of the number of the guest and the confirmation code right here. And here is the booking, is the date slider that is the date range slider we implemented last time to actually filter, which is this one here. So this is the component here that we created right now last time that is actually working here right now. So this is the component right here. So here right now, let's try to filter, because we know that all the dates, we all have date in October. So right here, this is, let's say last week, there are no data for last week. This week there's one date for this week, because this week here, actually today is 11th of October, and here we have a booking from 10th of October to 12th of October. So let's check all the bookings for this month. Now we have 3 bookings for this month, right? Now let's go back to, let's book another room for, let's assume we're going to book for next month, right? Which is November, right? So for that, I'm just going to go to, I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go here and let's manage booking. Then we're going to have a fine way to actually get to that place instead of passing through all these long processes. So now we're going to book a VIP triple suite for next month. No, this one is not what we want to do. This one is adding a new room. So I want to book a VIP suite. Let me find VIP suite. Let me just say suite here. So suite here, we have a VIP suite. So I want to book this VIP triple suite for November. So let me just go here, and here we have the info. It's $600 per night. So now we just have Rita, the same Rita. We have so now we're going to go to November here. We're going to go to November, and we're just going to say this room we're going to book from 5th of November to 5th of November to, so from 5th to 10th of November. So how many guests are coming for guests, well, for adults and to children. So let's continue. So right here, this is our booking, 600 per night, and we have 5 days, right? So we have 6 times 5, we got 30. That's $300. And here, let's increase the days. Let's just increase the days to here. So we have 12 days, and we are going to pay $7,200 for 12 days, right? And now there's something I want you to take note here. So now we are booking actually for this. Now, for example, if we change this one here, you see that the price is going to automatically change to what we selected. So now let's actually click on this. This one here, we have $50 per night. I will see that this price has changed here to $50 per night, right? So now let's go back to this $600 that we have booked. Where is it? This VIP suite. Let's try to see if actually it's changed. Now you see here that it's come back. It's come back to the initial one we've booked, right? So now let's actually book this. Let's book this. So right here we have success error. I don't know whether this booking error is coming up first before this. So now we have the success message that this room has been booked successfully. So these are booking confirmation code, right? So let's go back to manage bookings, and right here we have all our bookings. Now we have 4. So now this is booking for this month, right? This is for this month. We have 3. Now let's check bookings for November. So this is November, and now let's check the first week of November. Here we got not. Let's check from the first week to second week. We got not. Let's check from the second week of November to the third week. So here we have 1 booking, right? From November first week to, so we have a booking from on the 11th to the 17th of November. So which is 11th to 17th. That's what we have here, right? Okay, so we can see that our filter is actually working. Our filter is working, right? Everything is working fine. So the next component we're going to implement here before we actually before we go back here to actually implement this component to search form here, to search room, the next component we're going to create is in here. Let's go back here to manage booking. So the next component we're going to create here, we're going to create find my booking component, so that we can actually copy the booking code to actually find booking, right? So that is what we're going to do next. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so we see that now we are able to get all bookings from our database, right? And now what we're just going to do here is to create this component here that will help us to find booking. So when the guests actually copy this code here, this booking code, confirmation code, to the receptionist, we can actually find the booking from here. So having said that, now we're just going to go back to VS Code. But before then, I want to do something here. Look at this one here, is joined together on the same line. So let's fix this one first. So here, right here in the admin component, we're just going to add the breaking. I'm going to make this one full screen. So let's just break this down. Let's just add the BR tag to actually break this one down. Sorry, this is not what I want to do. BR. So let's just break this down. So let's save. And let's go back to our browser. So we'll see that it has been broken down. And right here, so okay, everything is broken down. So now the next thing we're going to do here, let's go back to VS Code and actually start. Let's start the implementation of this booking, of this find booking component. So I'm going to close this down for now. And here I'm just going to go here inside this booking, inside this booking folder. So I'm going to create a new component called find booking. Find booking. This one is we'll have a typo here. Find booking.jsx. All right, and in here we're just going to generate our components. So here we're going to have a couple of state variables. So this one here will have confirmation code. Set confirmation code equals to use state. And this one at the initial state, we're going to, let me just make this on the full screen once more. So inside this one here, the confirmation code, we're going to set to an empty string at the initial state. So here, I'm just going to set this to empty string. And let's do the import. Okay, so here we have the confirmation. We have an error here, typo, confirmation. And this one actually, oh, this freezing is actually causing me a lot of problem. So here we have confirmation code and we have set confirmation code. So this one is correct. So now let's go down here to create the next state variable. We'll say const error. set error, use state, and right here we're just going to set this one to an empty string. Const is loading, set is loading, equals use state, and this one we're just going to set it to false at the initial state. And then after this we're going to have another state variable. That's to we're going to initialize the booking info object. Booking info set booking info equals use state, and this one here we're going to just initialize this with the attribute. So here we're going to set the ID. So the booking actually has booking ID. We're going to set this to string, and here we're going to have the room ID. So this room here is an object that we are bringing in here. So we're just going to take the ID from the room object, right? So we're just going to set this one to an empty string as well. And now after this, now we're going to have the booking confirmation code. Booking confirmation. Then after this, we're going to have the meanwhile I just want to arrange. So this is the booking, this is the booking ID, this is the room ID, and this is the confirmation code. And after the confirmation code, we're going to have the room number set to an empty string. So after the room number, we're going to have the check-in and check-out date. Checkout date, and after the checkout date, what we're going to have, I don't like this suggestion, I need to off some of these plugins. So after the checkout date, we're going to have the guest name. So this one will have the guest full name, guest full name, go down here. So then we're going to have the guest email set on empty string, and after this here, what next we're going to have here is the number of adults, number of children, and this one is going to be this. So actually I'm going to break this one down, and out of this now we're going to have the total guests, total number of guests, and also we'll set this one to an empty string for now. Okay, this is just all these are the things we want to return to the user when the booking confirmation code is entered. We're just going to return all this one here. So having done this, now we're just going to move straight downward. I'm going to, let's close this down. So right here, the next thing we're going to do here is to initialize, is to create another. I'm just going to take the whole of this one here So here I want to initialize the empty form, right? All right, so after this, now what we're just going to do here is to just come down here. So the reason why I copy this here is just to we're going to make use of this later, so let me just say const, and this one here we're just going to say empty booking, or maybe we're just going to say clear booking info, clear booking info, clear booking info. And this one here we're just going to set to this object right here. Yeah, so this one, sorry, we have to give the assignment operator. So now we're just going to move that here to create another cost variable. So this one we're going to call is delete. So this variable we're going to use to toggle a message to the user later, right? So we're going to say is delete, and we're going to say set. I'm sorry. Here is deleted is deleted. Set is deleted. Set is deleted. And then we're going to just set this. We're going to set this to false at the initial state. False. But meanwhile, what I just want to do here, I want to move this one here to where the state variable is here. This one here, that before the object. I'm just going to move this one here. Okay, so now have done this. Now the reason why we declare this now, we're going to use this very is delete to check some conditions later in the process. So now have done this. Now the next function we're going to create here is the one to handle the input change. So I'm just going to say const to handle input change. Handle input change. Then here we're just going to say, we're just going to go inside the body and what? So here we're just going to go inside the body and say set confirmation code. Set confirmation code. Then we're going to have e.target. e.target.value. So after this, now we're going to create a function to actually handle the form submit. So we'll say const handle form submit. So right here, we're going to just go into the body and prevent the default behavior. e.prevent default. And down below, we're going to set is loading true. Okay, so after this, now what we're just going to do here is to go down here and actually get the try and catch block. So we're just going to try and catch. Now inside the try block, what we're just going to do is to call the function we declare last time at the back end to actually get the booking by the confirmation code. So what we're just going to do here is just to create a variable called data, and we're just going to say await. And this one here, we're just going to say get bookings by confirmation code. So remember, there's the function we created last time at the back end right here. What is it? this one here. So that's what we're actually using right now on this component, right? And then we're just going to pass in the confirmation code, confirmation code right here. And then we're going to go down here to set booking info, set booking info to data. So this one actually is not, I don't even know how to pronounce this. So this is booking info, right? So now we're going to go inside the catch and say error, and then we're going to check the status of this error, right? So if there is error, right? If there is error response from the back end, if there is error, that's if error dot response. So if there's error response from the back end, then we're going to check what kind of response is that, and error dot response dot status equals 404, which is not found. Now if this error is not found error, then we're going to set error was error dot response dot data dot message right here. And after that, now we're just going to come out of the if, I'm going to say else, set error dot response. This double R dot response. Okay, so this is just what we need to do here. Then after that, now we're going to set the is loading to false, but meanwhile we're going to set a timeout, right here, and this one here we're just going to set to some seconds. So here we're going to say set is loading to false, set is loading to false, and that one should be after 2 seconds. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here for now. And meanwhile, what we're just going to do, the reason why we create this is that, so we here, what is it? So here under the error here, the try cache block here, we're just going to call that function, which is that object. We're going to set our booking object empty right here. So if there's error, we set this one empty. So you're going to say set booking info. Then we're going to say clear booking. Yeah, clear booking info right here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Now we're going to move down to actually create another component to handle the booking cancellation. So here we're just going to have const handle booking cancellation, and then we're going to have the booking ID, booking ID. Now this one actually is going to be a sync. Yeah, so right here we're going to go inside the body, and inside here we're just going to get the try a cache block. So we're going to say catch, and now we're going to go back to the try, and then we're just going to say await. So now we're going to call the function we created last time in our backend to actually interact with our server to, when the user requested to cancel their bookings, right? So we're just going to say cancel booking, and then we'll pass in the booking booking info dot id. Yes, dot id. So this is what we declare up here, this one here, booking info dot id. So that is what we're just taking to actually delete the booking from here, right? All right. So now what the next thing we're going to do here is to, if this booking is deleted successfully, that we're going to set the is deleted, set is deleted to true. And if this one is set to true, then we're going to use this one to display a message for the user later, right? And then we're going to set is booking. Set booking info. Set booking info, and then we have to say clear booking. Clear booking info. So now, for example, when a booking is found, it's going to be displayed on the page. So when the booking is deleted, then it's going to clear it off, and we're going to return the empty string. So we're going to clear off the form, right? Okay, so that is just all we need to do here. And then we're going to set the confirmation code to empty, right? So we're going to say set confirmation code. We'll set to empty string. And then we're going to set error. We're also going to set error to empty string at that point if there are any. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Then we're going to go into the catch to actually catch the error, and then we're going to go inside the body to set error. We're going to say error.message. So this is just all we need to do here to actually get our booking cancelled. Now, after this one, now the next thing we're going to do here is to actually we're going to go into our body to actually start implementing the UI of this form, right? So now I'm just going to change this one here to empty fragment, and then I'm going to come in here again to actually bring in another div. Yeah, and then I'm going to have the class name. So the class name here, we're just going to set to container. Container with margin top empty to 5. The flex, we're going to have to use the flex here. So now we're just going to flex this one, the column, make it a flex column. And then we're going to justify the content. So we're going to justify the content to center, and then we're going to align the item to center. All right, so I'm going to break this down. Break it down. Okay, so now we're going to go inside the div. So the first thing we're going to bring in here is the h2 tag, and here we're just going to say find my bookings, find my booking. And now we're going to bring in the form control. So this form control, we're just going to set on submit. So when this form is, we're just going to set the on submit here, on submit. And then we're going to handle the form submit. Handle form submit. And here we're going to set in a class name. And this one here, we're just going to set to column. column MD6. All right, and inside this form here, we're going to bring in another div. And this div we're going to call input group, because it's going to contain both the label and the text field. So we'll say input group, and then this input group here, we're going to set the margin bottom to, maybe let's just set this to 3. And inside here, we're going to bring in the form control, which is the input. So we're going to say input. Then we're just going to go here to set some ID, some attributes. So the first attribute we're going to set here, we're just going to set class name. We're going to set the class name, which is the how the form is going to look like. So we're going to say form control. This one is form control actually. Form control. And at here we're going to set the ID of this form. So the ID is going to be confirmation code, right? Confirmation code. And I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. I'm going to break it down, and break it down, and break it down. So this one I'm going to change to name. So I'm going to save to have a proper format. So now I'm still going to break this one down because we're not yet done. And then we're going to get the value. Sorry guys, I cannot do this manually. So here we're going to have the value. Let's grab the value. So the value of this one here is going to actually be the confirmation code as well. So we're going to say confirmation code. Then after this, now we're going to track the unchanged events. Unchanged. Then we're going to call the handle input change, right? So just going to say handle input, handle input change. And after this, now we're going to set in a placeholder. And this placeholder, we're just going to say enter. We'll say enter the booking. This is booking confirmation. Enter the booking confirmation code. And then I'm going to make this one a self-closing tag and actually remove this. So under this, aside this input, we're going to bring in a button to actually that we're going to append to the right hand side of the text field, right? So we're going to say button, and this button we're just going to say find booking. Okay, so now let's set some classes. Class name btn, and this one we're going to set to our custom hotel color, like so. And then we're going to set this, we're going to have another class here called input group text, input group text here. So this is just all we need to do here. So I'm going to save so we can have a proper format. All right, so having done this, now we're going to go outside the form to actually display, because outside here we're just going to display the value, which is the response from our back end. We're just going to display right below the text field, right? So here we're going to say if it's loading. So if it's loading, then we're going to just create a div to display a message to the user, right? So we'll have have a div here, and then I'm just going to say finding your booking, finding booking, finding booking. I'm just going to say finding booking, right? And I'm going to break this down and also just break this down. But if that is not the case, if there is error, so I'm just going to say else. Error. If there is error, then we're going to create another div to actually display the error. So here, if there is error, then we're just going to return another div right here, div, and I'm just going to close it as well. Yeah. So now this one here, we're just going to display the error. We're going to say error, right? And meanwhile, we're going to change this time around. We're going to change this one to red. So I'm just going to say class name. So class name, we're just going to say text danger, right? And now I'm going to break this one down as well because we're still in the continuation. Then now, if that is not the case, then we're just going to return the booking info we get from the back end, right? So we're just going to say if booking info, if there is a booking, if there is a confirmation code. So if booking info dot booking confirmation code, right? Then what we're just going to do here is to return the info we got from, to create a div to actually display all the info about the booking we got from the database. So in here, we're going to bring a div, and just going to close it down here. And inside this div, we're going to bring in the response from the back end. So here, I'm just going to set this div, so classes. So I'm going to say class name. So I'm going to have the column middle 6. And then I'm going to margin the top to 4. And also, I'm going to give the margin bottom to 5. All right. So inside here, we're going to display everything we got from the database, right? So the first thing we're going to do here is just to bring in an h3 tag. H3 tag, and this one I'm just going to write booking. We're going to say booking information, booking information, and after that we're going to bring in a tag, a p tag. So this p tag, we're just going to say booking. The confirmation code. We'll paste this confirmation code. I'll just leave booking confirmation code, booking confirmation code. Then we're going to just take this, say booking dot booking confirmation code. This is booking confirmation code. This one is going to be booking confirmation code. I need IntelliSense to help us do this. You must do this. So booking. Okay, let me take it back. So I'm going to say booking confirmation code. Are we having it? Okay, booking confirmation code. This one here. All right, let's see what we have there. Actually, this is not booking. Actually making a mistake here. That is why we're not getting it. So here we just say booking info. This is supposed to be booking info. Yeah, booking info dot booking confirmation code. So this is exactly what I was trying to do, but there was a typo, so I couldn't get the appropriate IntelliSense I was looking for. So next here we're going to have another p tag, and this time around we're going to say room number. Let's say room number. Room number. But before we get room number, we're going to actually have the booking number. I'm going to have another p tag here. So this one I'm going to say booking ID. So this one here we're just going to say booking info dot booking info, sorry, oh my gosh, booking info dot ID. So this is what I want to set here, this ID here. And now we're going to go here to say room number. We're going to say so this one here we're just going to say inside this room number, we're going to know this room is an object inside the booking info, right? So this one we're going to say booking info dot room dot ID, right? So this is how just to get the room number we're booking for, right? Then now we're going to go add here. So what I'm just going to do here, because literally is everything that we've declared up here, everything we've declared up here is what I'm trying to pass in down here to display to the user. So for that here, I'm just going to go here and actually bring them in. So they are just the same thing. So what I'm just going to do here is to put this one here, because there's a typo here. Last time we made a typo. And this one here, I'm just going to go back here to actually grab this. So we'll just go back here to replace it here. So total number of guests. We actually made a mistake here. That was why we couldn't get it right. So here we say total, right? Total number. This is total number of guests. So then up here, we're going to go up here to actually correct our mistake. This error, these typos actually occurred because of the frozen problem of my system. So I have this typo. Anyway, to resume myself. Okay, so now after this, now we're just going to do here, I'm going to close this gap. So the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to check if it's deleted, right? If that deleted is being toggled. So we're going to go inside here, also inside this div here, we're going to say if it's deleted. So in here, we're going to check if that is deleted, if it's deleted is being toggled, right? So here we're just going to say if not is deleted, if not is deleted. So what we're just going to do here is to have a button. So let's have in a button here. Have a button, and inside this button we're just going to say cancel booking, right? And in here we're going to give some classes, couple of classes here. So the first thing we'll do here is just to have the class name as btn. So it's going to be danger. Cool. Then after this, now the next thing we're going to do here is to have the onClick. So we're going to set the onClick event. Now if this button is clicked, then we're just going to handle booking cancellation. So we're just going to handle booking cancellation, and then we're going to pass in the booking ID. So we're going to say booking info dot ID. So that's just what we're going to do here. And then I'm going to actually save this and bring this up here. Are we having problem here? I don't think so. So now after this, now what we're just going to do here is to, yeah, I think we're having problem here. Okay, yeah. So here we're just going to omit catch the promise here. Let's go in here and let's return this. Okay, that's solved the problem. Right. So now I'm going to close this one here and I'm going to save. All right, so having done this, now we're going to go out of this div and then we're going to come out here to create another div. So I'm just going to break this one down. So here I'm just going to say div and I'm going to close this one as well. So what are we going to have here? We're just going to say find booking. Find booking. And in here also we're going to up here and remember something, we're just going to say finding booking. So we're going to put some dot there, right? Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do here, after this, now we're going to go down here. Now if the booking is toggled, now here we say if it's deleted, it's not true, then we should do this. Then what about if the if is deleted is true, right? That is what we're going to do here. So now let's go out here to say again, if is deleted, if is deleted, then we're going to create another div. So here we're just going to have another div here, div. Okay, then inside this div, what we have here, we're just going to display a message to the user to say that booking has been cancelled, successfully. Booking has been cancelled successfully. So that's what we just need to do here. And this one here, we're just going to give some classes, some bootstrap classes. So we're going to say class name, and this class name we're going to say alert success, alert success. And then we're going to set the margin top of this alert to 3, right? Maybe just going to set the row here to alerts. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. So let's cross check everything we have done before we actually run our project. So let's cross check everything to make sure everything is now right. Okay, so now let's actually test run our project. Let's test run our project. Okay, so now I'm just going to, let's go back to our back end. Let's go to our server and actually test run our project. Okay, our server is still running, so let's just go back to our front end. Let's go to our browser to see what we have gotten so far. But before we go to our browser, we need to confirm the link, right? So here, what do? We're going to go, I think we need to go to our app.js and actually go here to actually route. We're going to route this component before we test run it, right? So let's route this. I'm just going to paste this one here. I'm going to say find booking. sorry. So this one we're just going to search to find booking, right? All right. So now, having done this, now what we're just going to do here is to go to the browser to actually test run what we've done so far. Okay, so let's go back to our browser to actually see what we have done so far. So this is our browser, and let's refresh. Let's refresh, and then we're just going to, let me just click on this component here. Fine. So here we have our form, our booking form. So let's go to admin and let's go to manage bookings. So let's try to copy one booking code, one booking confirmation code. We're just going to right click and copy this, and let's go here to actually paste this one here, and let's find booking. So we'll have finding your booking, and right here we actually have the output here. So let's go back. No, the name of this one here is Rita. So let's go back again to find another one. So this booking here has no name. So let's try to find it. Copy and go find my bookings. Paste here. And here we see that we actually find this but no name. So we're going to cancel this booking. Let's delete this booking here. So here, this booking has been cancelled successfully, right? So right here, if let's paste this one here again and actually let's find again. So here we see object error. So we're going to go back to define this message to actually show when the booking, because this booking has been deleted already. So we're going to go back here to actually set this error to show when to tell the user actually what happened. And also we're going to find a way to dismiss this alert message here after a few seconds. So let's go back and get it done. All right, so coming back here, we're going to check. Let's look what we did last time. So here we said if the error response, if there's error response and error response of message is 404, then we're actually going to return the data from the back end, right? So it says, okay, error.response.data.message. So we're going to return the message from the back end. But I think in our back end, we are not returning a message. So if we go to our controller here, for example, we're going to see that what is the find booking? Okay, this is the confirmation. This is the get booking by confirmation code. So here we actually not found, that if the status is not found, so we're actually getting the body and the message that we are returning here. So let's go to our service to actually return a message down here, right? Because this one here is coming, it's a message that is going to be returned from our service. So let's go here and where's the booking? Find booking by confirmation code. Okay, this one here. So this one here, we're having this is the find booking by confirmation code. So what we're just going to do here, we're going to go to the repository here. So we are going to make this one an optional, so we can actually return a message when this booking is not found. So we'll make it an optional. And so let's just make this one optional. So now let's go back to our service. Let's go to our service class. And this one here right now, we're going to return a message from here. So then we're going to say .ors, this one here. So we're going to say .ors throw. So we're going to break this down here. So we're going to say .ors throw new resource. This is the custom exception class we created last time, right? Resource not found. So here we're just going to say no booking found with booking code. Then here we're going to concatenate. Let me just zoom. Let me make it a full screen. So then we're going to concatenate the confirmation code. So just use the plus confirmation code, this one here. All right, so I think this is just all we need to do here to actually get the message. So we say no booking found with booking code. this. Okay, so now we're going to let's go back to our controller. So right here we're actually returning the message back to the front end, right? So what we're just going to do here is to let's rerun our server. All right, so we see that here our server is running successfully. So let's go back to our front end. So here because now we see that this booking is no longer in existence. So meanwhile, I'm just going to let's refresh. Let's refresh and see what happens. So right here, let's go back to manage bookings, existing bookings. So right here we have 2 bookings. So let's copy this. I'm just going to grab this one here. Let's get this booking code. So let's go to find my bookings and paste this one here. And let's go. So right here we see this booking, right? Everything is done. It's everything is gotten from the database. So let's cancel this booking here. So now this booking has been cancelled. So let's paste in the booking confirmation code and find it again. Okay, good. So right here we've gotten a message from the back that no booking found with booking code. This one here. So which means we have successfully gotten the error code from the back end. So now let's do this one here to actually disappear after a few seconds. So let's go back to VS Code. So here, the alert, where is the alert? The alert message, where is the alert message? So this one is the alert booking here. Okay, this one here. So this one, what we're just going to do here is to make this one disappear after a while, right? So for us to do that now, we're going to set a success message. So let's make this one a success message up here. I'm just going to go under here. I'm going to create a const variable. So this one we're just going to say success message, and we're going to set success. We'll set success message, and this one here we're going to set to. So we're going to set the use state empty string at the initial state. So we have success message, set success message. I hope we're correct. Any problem? What are you complaining of? Okay. Maybe okay, let's go here to actually say when this room is deleted, where's the okay here, cancellation. Now if this one, if is deleted, is true, now let's set success message here. So success message, set success message equals, then we are going to, I'm just going to be lazy sorry for that. I'm going to go here to actually grab this message. Let's just cut it from here and go here and set this message. Let's set it here. Something is actually happening. What is the problem? Oh, nothing happening. Okay, now we set this one here. Then when this one is, so this one here, we're going to actually go here and we're going to set timer here. Let's set a timer here, set timer, set timeout here, and this timeout here we're going to just so we're just going to set success message to an empty string. Here to empty string, and that one will be after, maybe after 2 seconds. And then let's just go here to inside this div here, we're going to pass the success message. So here we just go here and say success message, right? All right, so let's save this. Let's go to our backend. Sorry, let's go to our browser to see if this will work for us. So right here in our browser, let's do this. So let's go back here. We've seen that maybe we don't. I don't think we still have more of booking right in our database anymore. So right here we have, how many bookings do we have? We have one booking. So meanwhile, let's go and book another one. Let's book another room so we can actually demonstrate what we're trying to do here. So right here, I'm going to book on this. I'm going to book this double room here, book room. And here I'm going to set the name to Rita. I'm going to also set the email also to Rita. And right here, we're just going to book this room from 12th of October to 14th of October. I will have 3 adults and 2 kids. So we're going to submit here. Okay, so right here we have booked successfully. So let's just copy this one here. Meanwhile, let's refresh. So here we have 2. So let's go to find my bookings and paste this one in here. So here we find the bookings, right? So let's delete the booking. So now this one has been deleted successfully, and we see that after a few seconds that is actually went away. But meanwhile, we're going to make the whole div vanished away, right? All right, so coming here, we're just going to go back here, and now we're going to actually set this delete to false in here, right? So after 2 seconds, we're going to set this to false, because that div will only be created if the delete is true here. So if the delete is true, it's going to create the div, but if the delete is not true, it's not going to create the div. So for that here, we're just going to come here to set this delete to false after 2 seconds. So just go say set is delete. Set is deleted to false. So I think this is just all we need to do here to actually get rid of that. So let's save this. Let's go back to our browser and see what we got. So right here, I'm just going to, let's book a couple of rooms. So let me move to the next page, to page 2. I'm going to book a single room for $50 per night. So here, this is the person that is booking here. So we're going to book this one from 12th to 14th, and then we're going to have this entry. So we're just going to save. We're just going to book. So here's when it's booked successfully. Let's book another one. Let's go here to book a suit. I needed a suit. I need a family suit for me and my family for the vacation. So right here, we're just going to have this again and have this email. And this one here, we're going to book from 11th to 28th of October, like 3 weeks. Oh my gosh. And then, let's just, this one is 11th and down to 28th. A lot of money, right? So how many people? We have 4. So let's say 4 adults and 1 kid. So here we have 18,006. My gosh, how much is this? $18,700 dollars for 17 nights. Oh my god, that's a lot of money. So now let's just book this. Let's book this room. Okay, so now let's go back to the admin panel and let's manage bookings. So right here we have a couple of bookings right here in our database. So let's just copy this one. Let's copy this code here to find bookings. So if we go here, we just say, okay, let's find this booking. So right here we found this booking. So let's delete this booking. Now this booking is deleted, and after a few seconds, the alert has faded away. So everything is working fine as expected. So the next thing we're going to do right here is to actually come here. Now it's time for us to come here to create a component here to search room availability. Okay, so that is the next component we're going to create. So let's go there and get it done. So we're going to go to our backend to create the component to actually display available rooms for clients, right? So for that, let's go back to IntelliJ and start implementing. So I'm going to remove this, and now I'm just going to right click on this to actually close all tabs. Let's close all tabs, and right here I'm going to go in here. So I'm going to just open up this room controller and make this one full screen. So inside this room controller, we're going to have a new endpoint to actually do this job for us. So I'm just going to zoom out a little bit so we can see everything clearly. So down below, down here, here, I'm going to move above the private variable. Okay, here. So I'm just going to move above the private method. So below this one here, this endpoint that actually gets room by ID, I'm going to just create a new endpoint here to actually get available rooms. So now we're just going to have a public, and this one we're going to say response entity, public response entity, and this one we're going to return a list of room response, right? So we're going to say list, and inside the list we're going to return room response right here, and this one we're going to call get available rooms, and this one here we're going to have the check-in and check-out date and the room type. So just going to say the local date, this one here, and this one we're going to say check-in date, local date, check-out date. That's correct, right? And then we're going to have the room type. So I'm going to break this down, and this one here is going to be at request mapping, at request param. So just push it a little bit so you just wipe it away. So it's going to be a request param, and this one here we're just going to pass in the same check in date, right? Check in date. So we're going to make this, draw it closer, and this one here I'm going to break this one down, and also just going to break this one down. Sorry, this one is a string, right, of type string. So this one also is going to be at request param. This is going to be check. Oh my gosh, show me doing. So this one's going to be checkout date. Is local date. All right, and this one also is going to be at request param. So we're just going to call room type. All right, but meanwhile I'm just going to do some format. I'm going to format this date, but it's not necessary, but just want to do this. So I'm just going to say at date format, at date time format, date time format. So we're just going to say date time format, on this, sorry, I made a mistake in this format, and we're going to say dot ISO, right, dot date. So I'm just going to format this one here. So the same way I'm just going to copy this here, This one is not really necessary. I'm just trying to do this format. Okay, so here I'm just going to bring it back. So having done this, now the next thing we're just going to do here is to come inside, is to return. Let's have a curly braces and go inside here. So now we're going to have the list of rooms, and this one we're going to call available rooms. Available rooms equals room service dot get available room. This one is a method we're going to create in a moment. Get available rooms, and then we're just going to pass in the check in date, the check out date, and the room type. So this is just all we need to do here. Then I think yeah, this list of room type. So now, having done this, now we're going to create another container of room response, right? So here we're just going to say list of room response. So this one we're just going to call room responses. Room responses equals new array list. So here we're just going to check for all rooms. Here, for all rooms we got it from there, we're going to withdraw the photo, then we're going to fetch the photo along with them, right? So we're just going to say for all rooms in available rooms, available rooms, then we're just going to do byte. So this one we're going to call photo byte. Photo byte equals room service. This one is room service equals room service dot get room photo by room ID, and then we're just going to pass room dot get ID. So here, all right. And after this one is done, what we're just going to do here is I'm going to terminate this. So after this, now we're just going to say if photo byte not equal none, and photo byte and photo byte dot length greater than 0, then in that case we're just going to say string. So we're going to convert this photo byte to the to what we can display on the browser, just as we done the other time, right? So we're just going to say photo base64 equals base64 from Apache. Let's make sure this one is coming from Apache. Base64, yeah, from Apache Tomcat dot encode, and in here we're going to pass in the photo bytes right here. And after that is done, now we're going to have the room responses. So we're going to say room response equals get room response, then we just pass in the room, right? And when all this is done, then we're going to say room response dot set photo, and we're just going to pass in the photo, the photo base64, right? This one here. Then after this, now we're going to add this room response to the responses we got added. So we're just going to say room response, this is room response.add, room responses.add, room responses.add, then room response. All right, and then after this, now we're going to go down here to actually, so we're going to go here to say if, now if room responses, if room responses dot is empty, if this room is empty, then we're just going to return, so we're going to return so if this room responses is empty, so we're just going to return response entity dot no content, then we're going to build else, so else we're going to return what we got from the database, return response entity dot okay, and then we'll get the body as the room responses that we're going to return back to the front end. So this is just all we need to do here. What could happen here? Okay, so this is just all we need to do here to get our room from the database. This one here is like duplicate, right? Yeah, it's true, but no problem, just leave it like that. So now let's throw this exception, let's add exception, and after this, now let's create this method in our room service layer. So right here we have this is too big. So right here we have get all available rooms. We have the check in date, the check out date, and the room type. So now let's go here. Let me go to the room service, which is the room service in this one here. So I'm just going to zoom this in a little bit. So now let's just place our console here to actually implement the newly created method. Yeah. So right here, what we're just going to do here is to actually to just call our repository, because this one here is going to be a custom finder method, a custom method we're going to create in our repository with a custom query. So right here, we're just going to say room response, room repository dot find available rooms by dates and type, and then we're just going to pass in here the check-in. So here we'll have the check-in date, the check-out date, and the room type. Okay, so that's just what we're going to do here. So now let's go inside here to create the custom method in there. Okay, so right now what we're just going to do here, we are going to have, because this one here is going to actually, let me zoom. Do we have any can I resolve? Okay, no problem. So what we're just going to do here, we're going to have a custom query that is going to do this for us, because this one here is we're going to combine both the available rooms and the available bookings together to actually find the rooms that are available, right? So for that here, I've created a custom query that I'm just going to put here. But meanwhile, this one here, just pause the video and take note of this thing we just created here. So this one here, we're actually selecting all rooms from the room, which is the all available rooms, where we're using the type right here. So this type here, so where type is just like this, and then we are trying to add the book room. We try to query the book room as well to actually select the type from the book room following the date, that's the requested date of the guest. So that is what this custom query is actually doing here. So this is just what we need to do at the back end to set up our back end, our endpoint to actually do this search for us. So right here we see that I don't really like seeing this, but meanwhile it's there's no need to extract. I don't need to extract this, just leave it like that. But if we have this one, because this one will just make use of it just twice here. But if we have it more than 2 places, I will just extract it so that it will be easier for us to maintain, right? But for now, no need. If we go to line number 10, we're going to see it there, like the complaint is going. Where is it? Right here. So we see what this guy was complaining here, right? It was the same thing right here. So the same thing down there. So, but meanwhile, there's no point, no need, because this one is just a small application. There's no point of that. Okay, so now I think we're finished with our back end. So let's move to our front end to actually start creating the UI, the component for our front end to consume this API, this endpoint we just created. So let's go there and get it done. So moving back to our front end, we're going to create 2 components for this purpose. Now, one component is room search, and the other one is the room search results. That's the result is a component that is going to display all the results from the room search. So for that, right now, I'm just going to go here. Let's go here. And meanwhile, okay, let's just create this one first. So I'm going to close this, and in here, inside the common package, I'm going to create a component here called room search. So this one, we're going to call it room search.jsx. And the second component we're going to create is the room search result. So it's still also going to be inside the component, the common folder, room search results. So this one will have room search results and the JSX. All right. So now the first thing we're going to implement is the room search result, because this room search result, we're going to use it inside the room search. So we're going to implement this one first. So we'll just need here, the first thing we're going to do here is to generate our component as usual. And inside this component, we're going to have a few state variables that we're going to make use of here. And now let me just make this on the full screen. Now this component here is we're going to paginate the result as well, right? So for that, we're just going to create some components here, some state variables here that we're going to use to actually paginate the result, right? So for that, now we're just going to have the first state variable we're going to have is we're going to call it just like what we did last time when we were paginating the listing. That's the same thing we're going to do here right now. So we're just going to have the current page, set current page, and this one we're just going to set course use state. Yeah, so this current page here we're just going to set to 1, right? And meanwhile, I'm just going to come here to, we're going to destructure some props that we're going to use in this very component. So the first one here, we're going to say results. We're going to call this one results, array of the result we're going to get from our search. And here we're just going to say on clear, because we're going to have because we're going to have actually we're going to have a button to actually do this clear for us. So when this button is clicked, it's going to clear the filter, right? So we're just going to say on clear search. So these are the 2 props we're going to be working with right here. So now let's go down here to create the second state variable. So we're going to say const result. We'll call this one result. We're going to call this one result per page equals So this one here, we're just going to say equals use state. And this one, we're just going to this use state as well. So this one here, we're just going to put it to maybe result per page. Let's just make, say, we want to have three components, 3 results per page, right? Because we're going to paginate it, but we can always change it at any time anyway. But for now, let's just set it like this. Then now we're going to find the total result. So we're going to say const total result equals results this one here equals result dot length. So the length of the result is going to be our total result. So say dot length, right? Result dot length. And here we're just going to so this one here is an array that we are getting, right? So now we are trying to get the total result of this. Now we just want to say it should be the results dot length, right? So here we're just going to have this one here, and after this, now the next one we're going to create here is another const variable. So we're going to have the const variable, and this one here we're going to say total pages, total pages, and our pages is going to, the length of our result is going to determine the total pages we're going to have, right? So here we're just going to say equals math dot cl, and this one here we're going to say total results divide result per page, right? Divide results per page. Here results per page, yeah, this one here equals result per page. But meanwhile, I'm going to use results per page equals 3. I'm going to set this one here to 3. So right here we just have results per page equals 3, and this one here we'll just try to get the total numbers, that the total pages is going to be determined by the length of result we got right from the database. Okay, so now we're going to create a function that will actually handle the page change. So let's go down here and create a new function. We're going to say const handle page change, and then we're going to pass in a page number, and now we're going to go out here to actually return. We're going to go inside here, so we're going to set current page here equals page number. That's going to be page number. Okay, this one is current page. Do we have it here? Current page. Okay, there's a problem here. This is supposed to be R. Yeah, so have set current page. Yeah, I think this one should be okay now. Yeah, it's okay now. So now we're going to go out here. So the next one we're going to create here is we're going to try to cut at the index. So let's say const start index equals, here we're going to have current page minus 1, current page minus 1 times results per page. This one is going to be results per page, this one here, And after this, now we're going to come here to say const and index. Const and index, we'll say equals start index. Yeah, start index plus results. Start index plus results. So this one here is just going to be we'll say result per page. This one's we're going to take this one here as result per page. And now the last one we're going to do here is const. So this one we're going to call paginated result, right? Paginated result equals results. So this one we're going to call equal results. This one here dot slice the slice, and then inside here we're going to pass in start index and the end index. So this is just all we need to do here. Now let's go into our return to actually create the UI of this form. Okay, so I hope we're in good shape. Okay, so let's go here. So what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to just Ctrl DD, convert this to an empty fragment, and inside this fragment we're going to just call results. This is results if result.length. So if result.length is greater than 0, then what we're just going to do here is to go in here. We're going to have a h5 tag, and then inside here we're going to just write search results, right? Then this one actually we're going to give some bootstrap classes as usual. So right here we're just going to say text centered, and after this we're going to have the margin top as 5. Okay, now we're going to go inside here. We're going to go below. We're going to go below here and actually borrow. We're going to bring a row from the bootstrap components, right? From React Bootstrap, right? So just go say a row. Now inside this row here we're going to have, so inside this row here we're going to map through we're going to make use of the room card we created last time, and now we're going to map all the results we have from the search to the room card. So here we're just going to say paginated results dot map room, and then we're going to just go out here, and then in here we're going to call the room component we created last time. We in order. I think something is not right, but meanwhile we'll come back to that later. Let me do this import. Yes, from here. Remove this from here, and okay, let's finish up this before we go down here to find what is happening. So here I'm going to have room card, this one here. So we're going to close this here, and now we're going to just have the key. We're going to set the key of this room to room.id, and then we're going to set the room here, that we're just going to set this one here to the room. Oh, I don't like it when my system is hanging like this. It makes me not to see what I'm doing. Okay, so let's find out what is actually happening here. But meanwhile, after this, now we're going to this one here. So we're going to go out of this. So this is the row that has been closed here, and then we're going to go out of this row, and then we're going to bring in another row. So let's have another row here. Oh, sorry, this is row, and inside this row, what is actually happening? Let me see. One parent must have one parent. Okay. So what we just need to do here is to come here. Then we're going to have, I'm going to remove all this from here. Remove all this from here. And now I'm going to, let's have another fragment here. So right inside this fragment, let's put this one in here. Okay, this solves the problem. Okay, so now let me just try to, okay, so now we bring in another row. So inside this row here, we're going to make use of the pagination component we used last time, right? So here we're just going to say, inside this row, we're going to say total results. So we're going to say total results greater than result per page, greater than result per page. And so what we're going to do here is to just bring in the room paginator, the one we created last time. So room paginator, this one here, to actually paginate this result for us. So now we're going to allow this guy to generate what is missing here for us. Okay, so let's just add all missing attributes. And now let me break this down. Let's break it down, down. And then inside this current page here, we're just going to pass in the current page. Oh, sorry, this is the current page. And in here, we're going to pass in the total pages. And the last one here, we're going to pass in the handle page change, this one here. So after I've done this, now we're just going to go out of this. We're going to go out of this row, this very row here. This one here, we're going to go out of here, and then we're going to bring in a button. Sorry, this one is a button. So bring out, borrow this button from the React Bootstrap, and then we're going to set the variant, because secondary, and then we're going to handle the on-click event. So when this button is on, when this button is clicked, that we're going to call the function with the structure up here, this one here, on clear search. So this is what we're going to use this button to do. Now let's remove this. So let's just say on clear search, this one here, and let's do this import. Yes, let's just get this almost import. So then between this button here, I'm just going to say clear search. clear search. So this is just what we're going to have here. But I think there's a mistake somewhere. Okay, sorry. This one's supposed to be inside the row, supposed to be in here. And now the next thing we're going to do here, I'm just going to close this up here. And so now I'm going to close this one too. So if that is not the case, so we're going to go here. Okay, so after this, now we're just going to go here, click S. Then here we're just going to have an empty p tag here, and then that is just all we need to do. I'm going to, let's save this to have a good format. So this component here, we are going to, this message, actually we're going to declare this message inside here later, right? So I think this is just all we need to do in this search result component. So now let's move down to the room search component to actually start generating this, to implementing this. So the first thing I'm going to do here is just to generate our component as usual. And right here, we're going to have a couple of some state variables that we're going to work with. So the first one we're going to have here is the search query. So we're going to have const search query search query set search query. And this one we're going to have use state and then at the initial step we're just going to pass this one to an empty object, right? So we're just going to come here to build this as an empty object, but meanwhile I'm going to clear this away. So what are the things we need? We need the check. We need the check in date. And this one we're going to set to an empty string. We need the check out date. What is check out date? And then we need the room type. Okay, so right now after this, let's do this import. Yeah, just fix this without wasting time. Yes. Okay, so now having done this, now we're going to go down here to create other couple of state variable. So here we're just going to say the next one we're going to create is error message. Here it is error message. I'm going to say set error message. Yeah, set error message. And here we're going to say use state. This one we're just going to set to an empty string. And const. The next one we're going to have here is available rooms. Set available rooms. And this one here we're just going to set an empty array. And the next one we're going to create here is loading, and set is loading. And this one here we're going to set to false at the initial state. Set this to false. All right, so let me just move this up here. Okay, so now we're going to implement the function that we actually that is going to handle this search for us. So here I'm just going to go here to create a constant function. So here I'm just going to say const, and here we're going to say handle search. So this one is handle search. So the first thing we're going to do here is to prevent the default behavior. The default behavior of the form submit. Prevent default. Prevent default. And after this now, we're going to check the date. So we're going to say const check in, check in equals moment, so we'll have search query, this is going to be search query dot check in date. So let's do this import. Let's import moment from moment. Yes, import from moment. And this one here, we're just going to get the checkout date. So we're going to say checkout equals moment. Search query. So the search query dot checkout. Then after this, now we're going to do some findings. We're going to say if not check in dot is valid, if not check in dot is valid, or not check out dot is valid. So in that case, now we're just going to throw an error message. So here we're going to set error message. Yes, set error message. And here we're just going to say please enter please enter valid date, enter valid date range. Okay, then we're going to stop the process. That's going to return. That's going to throw an error, so we're going to return. Then now we're going to go here to check again. So we're just going to, this is if, so we're going to go outside this if. So we're going to check for another condition. So right here we're going to check, we're going to check if the checkout date is before the check-in date, just like what we did at the back end last time, right? So here if not check out, this one is check out. So if not checkout dot is same or after check in, then what we're going to do here is to alert to the user to enter some messages. So we're just going to set error message, and here we're going to say check in date must come before checkout date. So we're just going to say check in date must come before check out date. So just make this one a regular capitalization. Check out date. Yeah, this one we're just going to say, we can just make this one together, like check out, and maybe let's just space it with hyphen. So that's just what we do. Then after this message is returned, is displayed to the user, then we're just going to say return. So the submission cannot be completed. The query cannot be completed, right? So after this one here, then we're just going to set. So if everything is true, let's go out here. So if there are no errors, then we're just going to say set is loading true. Set is loading to true. This one actually is true. I was trying to write true because of the frozen, giving me typos every time. Okay, so that is just what I want to do. And now after this, now what we're just going to do here is to actually call the method to get all the available rooms from the back end. So here we're going to say get available rooms. Have we actually created this method in our back end? Because I'm not sure. Let's go there to get all rooms or bookings, get bookings by confirmation code, then cancel booking. So we have not created that function in our back end. So right now we're just going to create it right here in our back end. That's in our API functions here. So now for that here, I'm just going to come here to say export. So we'll have the export async function, and this function we're going to say get available rooms, and this one we're going to have to check in date, check out date. Then we're going to have the room type, right? So this is just all we need to have here. Then after this, now we're going to go inside the body, and then we're just going to return API, return API dot get, but meanwhile I'm going to do something here. So this one here, we're just going to const results. We're going to say results, const results, right, equals await API.get, and inside here we're going to have, so we're going to the API last time, did we put the request mapping here? Okay, we've not specified the request mapping. So here we're just going to come back to our back end and specify the request mapping. This one is get mapping, right? So this one is going to be get mapping, and inside this one here we're just going to say what is happening here. So this one we're just going to say get mapping, and this one we're just going to have slash rooms / available rooms. So I'm just going to say available rooms. So now let's go back to our front end and just enter this. So what we just need to do right here is to, what is it? right here, we're going to make use of the back tick here because we are going to track all this one, all these variables here as template variables, right? So we're going to interpolate those params. These are all params. We're going to track all the params. So right here, we're just going to say rooms / available. Oh, damn it. What is happening? So we're going to have rooms / available. This one's available rooms, actually. Available rooms. And then we're going to have this one here. So then we're going to get track of all the template variable, the params, right? So the first param we're going to take here is so we're going to say, so this one actually we're going to have this like this, and then we're going to set in the param. So we're going to say check in date equals this. So then we're just going to pass in here the check in date, right? So I'm going to break this down. Let's okay, let me just break it down from here, and then going to move to next. So the next one here is going to be check out date. So we're going to say and check out date, and check out date equals dollar curly braces. That will pass in here the check out date, and this is actually check out date. I'm just going to take this and put it here, and also take this, copy, put it here. So I'm going to should I break this down somewhere? So I'm going to break this down. Let me break this down from here. Is this one not correct? Check in. Okay, this check in date supposed to be this check in date right here, and then after that, now we're going to have the room type, right? So we're just going to say and room type equals dollar curly braces. Then we're going to pass in the room type. So this is just all we need here. Then after this, now we're going to return. So we're going to return result. Return results. Okay. So this is just all we need to do here. So let's go back to our room search. So right here in our room search, where is it? Okay, right here. So we're going to call this function right from our room search component, right, to actually do this job for us. So here we're just going to say get available rooms, this one here, and right here we're just going to pass in all the query string right here. So we're just going to say search query, the query params, so to speak. So we're going to say search query dot check in, search query typo. So search query dot, it's my mistake, search query. So this one we're going to say dot. Anyways, I'm just going to remove this, and let me grab this to be faster, and just paste it here. No need of thinking too much, right? So right here we're just going to change this to T, and then we're just going to change this one here to the room type. Yeah, break it down. So we're going to change this one here to room type. Okay, so this one we just need to have here. Then after that, now we're going to catch the we're going to wait for the premise. So here we're just going to say response. This is response, right? Response. So in here, what we're just going to do here is to set available rooms. Set available rooms to response. Response dot data. This response dot data. Response dot data. And then we're going to set in, we're going to come underneath here, set timeout. So inside this timeout, we're just going to return here, we'll set is loading. Set is loading to false, right? To false. Okay, so then we're going to just go down here to catch any error. So we're going to say catch. Yeah, dot catch. What is our, okay, right here. Yeah, so here we'll say dot catch. Yeah, so this one here I'm going to set to 2 seconds. 2 seconds. So here we're going to cache error. So we're going to say error. And what we're just going to do here is to just go in here and say, just going to set console.error, and here we're going to just pass in some messages like we're just going to say error. We'll pass in the error, we'll actually catch there. And then after that, now we're going to in here, I think this one here. Okay, right, this one here. So now we're going to go down here to actually have, we'll say finally. So here we're just going to return is loading to false, right? After all set is done, we're just going to say set is loading to false. Set is loading to false. Okay, so this is just I think this is just all we need to do right here to actually get all the available rooms from our database. Now the next one we're going to implement here is the function to actually handle the input change. So now this one here we've declared the one that handle the search query, and now this one here the one to handle the input change. So I'm going to say const. We're having a problem here. What is happening here actually? I think something is happening. Let's find out. Okay, this one here. Okay, so we have excess curly braces here. All right, so now we're going to have const. So this one I'm going to say handle input handle input change. Input change. So what we're just going to do here is to have some constant variable. We're going to say const. Here we're going to have the name and the value right here, and so we're just going to say equals e.target, right? And underneath this, now we're going to have const. So this one I'm going to call it check-in date, because check-in equals moment dot, yeah, equals moment. And then we're going to just say search query, just like what we did up there a few minutes ago. So I'm just going to say search query dot check-in date, and then we're going to have const checkout equals moment search query dot checkout. Then after that, here we're just going to check if the dates are valid, right? So we're just going to say if check-in, yeah, if check-in dot is valid dot check-in dot is valid. Let me check our back end. Is our back end running? It's not running actually, so I have it also freezing here. Okay, if this is valid and so if it is valid and check out. Sorry guys, this thing is slow because of my system is frozen. As you can see, it's really frozen. It's pissing me off right now. That is why the typing is like very slow, because I have to type very careful to avoid errors going back and front. So that is valid. I think it's the time to budget for a new system. I'm going to pack this one away. So this one here, we're just going to say valid. So if this condition is met, then we're just going to set the error message to empty string. All right, so I think this is just all we need to do here. Then the very last one we're going to do here is the one to actually clear the search. So we're going to say const clear search. Yes, clear search. So this one we're just going to say, but meanwhile there's a typo here as usual. So this is clear search. So inside this one here, we're just going to set search query, and set search query, and then we're just going to have check-in. Let's check in date equals empty string, and go check out date. This one is check out date. I think there's a mistake somewhere. Check out date, we're going to set this to empty string, and then we have the room type to empty string. So here we have the room type to empty string. I sense something somewhere. Check out. Okay, if there's any problem, we'll actually find out later. Check update. Okay, I can't find it now, but maybe we'll find it later if there's any problem when we run it. So now what we just the next thing we're going to do here, so this is just the function here. So this function here actually clear, just like the name states. It clears the filter, right? It clears the filter. Then this one here actually handle the input change, and this one here actually handle the submit query. This is the one that actually consult with our back end to actually get what we want for the front end, right? So that is just what we need to do. So the next one we're going to do here is to actually implement the interface, the UI of our form right here. So I'm just going to go here to, as usual, I'm going to Ctrl DD, and remove this, just change it to an empty fragment. And right in here, I'm going to have a container from React Bootstrap. Oh, sorry. Oh no. Yes. So inside this container, what we're just going to do here is to have a form. Have a form. And inside this form, I'm going to have a row. And inside this row, we're going to have a column. Have a column. All right. So now inside this row here, we're going to have the class name. Class name. And so this class name here, we're just going to set to justify. Justify content. Justify content center. Content center. And then let's just quickly do the imports before any other thing. Okay, so it's thinking too much. Let's do this. Okay, so thinking too much. So let's go up there and do it manually. So right here we have this. Here we're just going to add the column, add the row, and add the form. So just going to add everything here. And then we just where are we? Okay, we're going to come down here. Now inside this here, we're just going to this column here, we're going to set to. So when we have a very mobile screen, we just want to display one column. Then a medium screen, we're going to have 3 here. Okay. So this from here, this container here, we're going to set some classes. So we'll say class name. And the first one we're going to put here, we're going to have the empty, that which is the margin top to 5. And also we're going to have the margin bottom. So we'll have margin, which is MB, MB to 5. And then we're going to have the padding Y to 5. Right here. And then we also just going to make it slant a little bit. Okay, so this from here, the only thing we're just going to search here, just to set here is the on submit. So we're going to set the on submit of these. Then we're going to say handle search. It's just all we need to set up there. Then inside this column, we're going to come here to have form label, form group. So here we're going to say form.group. So I'm going to close this here. Then inside this form group, we're going to have a label. Form.label. And inside this label, I'm just going to write in check in date. Check. So I'm just going to write in check in date. Check-in date. And outside this label, I'm going to bring in the form control. So we'll say form dot control. And inside this form control here, we're going to set in some attributes. So the type of this form control. So the type of this form control is going to be date. So we're going to say type. So the type of date, so it could be date. And after that, now we're going to set the name of this. So the name we're going to set to now the name we're going to set to check in date, and the value, so the value we're going to set into search query the check in date. And after that, now we're going to set the unchanged event. So unchanged, then we're going to just handle. So we're going to handle input change event. Going to bring in the main attribute right here. So this one, just going to say main equals moment. Yeah, we're going to put this one here in the curly braces. So we're going to say moment.format, and inside here we're just going to have YYY, MM, and DD. So this is just what we're going to have here. So then I'm just going to bring this one up here, and meanwhile let's just do this one a self-closing tag and actually push this away, Okay, so we're going to close this here. Yeah, and also now this one is a row, and we have gotten one column in the row, right? We have gotten one column right in a row. So now the next one here actually is going to follow the same pattern, right? So what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to copy this column, just Ctrl C this column, and actually come here to paste it to make our life easier. So here we just say checkout date, and this one I'm going to change to checkout, and also this one we're going to change to checkout. Right, so that's just all we need to do here. This all we need to do here. And the next one, yeah, because basically everything is the same thing, right? The same. So the next one we're just going to do here is to, but meanwhile I forgot to set ID to these columns, this input controls, so these form groups. So this one here, I'm just going to set this ID here. So this form group here, I'm just going to say control group. The control, that is the ID of the control, because here we set the name, but we've not set the ID. So we'll just set the control ID, right? And the ID is going to be this one here. This is check in, right? So this one is going to be check in date, and this one also going to search here, the form group here, control ID, yeah, control ID. So this one is going to be checkout date. This one is checkout date. Okay, so this is just all what we need to do here. Now the last one here is the room selector, right? That is the room type. So for that, now we're just going to go out of this column here. Then we are going to bring in the room selector we created, the component we created last time. That room selector is what we're going to bring in here. So what I'm just going to do here is to actually paste. I'm going to paste this one here, but meanwhile I'm going to remove everything from here. I'm going to remove this control. Remove this control from here, and this one now I'm going to set to room type. So this one is going to be room type, and then we're going to go below here to actually bring, we're going to bring in a div. right here. So we're going to have a div, and this div here I'm just going to set in the class name of the flex, and right here we're going to break in the room selector, the component we created some times ago, right? So say room selector, room types. So yeah, we called this last time room type selector, this one here. And then we're going to allow this guy to bring out the suggestion of the attribute we need to pack in, because I forgot what we need to pass in here. So here we have missing attribute. Okay, so now I'm going to break it down. So what we just need to pass in here is this one. We're going to say handle input change, handle input change, and this one here we're going to say search query. Oh, sorry, this is search query, and search query right here. So this is just all we need here. So let's bring it together, and let's just save to have a good format. Then after this, now we're going to just go out of this control, and inside the div also we're going to bring in a button. So here we're going to have button, right? And this one we're just going to say search. So I'm going to do the import. Well, I'm just going to go up here. Let's go up and make it faster. Button here, and then we go down again. And so what I'm just going to do here is to this one, is that correct? Is that import correct? Let's see what is happening here. Yeah, let's fix. Okay, here from Red Bootstrap. Where did we put that? Of course, this system is crazy. Okay, all right. So the next thing we're going to do here inside this button here, I'm just going to set the variant here. So we're going to have I'm also going to set this to secondary, just like what we did at the search result component. So it's going to secondary, and the type here we're going to set to submit. So this one I'm going to say submit. Yes, submit. Okay, this is just all we need to have here. And below the form, so here, so the last thing we're going to do here below the form, we're going to set in the results, right? So let's go below the form, and then we're going to bring in the component, the room search result component we created last time. We're just going to bring in here. So here we're going to say is loading. If it's loading, then we're just going to go in here to bring a p tag to tell people that look, we are loading, right? So we're just going to say finding available rooms. Finding available rooms, right? Are we safe here? So then we're just going to go here. So now if available rooms, so what we're just going to do here in this case, set is loading. What is actually happening here? This condition will always return true since this function is always defined. Okay, good suggestion. So this loading is false. Okay, so we're going to come back to it to listen to what it's saying later. So let's finish the implementation of this. So right here now, we're just going to come here to bring in the room results, the room search results. So we're just going to say room. So room search results here. So now we're going to bring in the components as the attribute we need to bring in here. Let's wait this guy to suggest for us so we know what to bring in here. Right here, I'm just going to bring in the missing attributes. So bring this down and also bring this down. So the result, we just want to say available rooms. Available. Available rooms, and this one here we're just going to set to handle clear search. Handle clear. What name did I call this function last time? Clear search. Yeah, so we're just going to say clear. So we're just going to call this one clear search. Okay, so this is just all we need here. Then after that, now we're going to go here, and then we're going to return p tag in here. So what is inside this one here? We're just going to say no available rooms, no rooms available for the selected dates, date and room type. Yeah. Okay, so after that, now we're going to just go in here and check if there's error, display the error message, right? So now let's just go in here and say, is there error message? If there's error message, then let's just bring in a p tag here. This one is actually an angle bracket. And then we're just going to display the error message. Okay, so this is all we need to do here. Now this paragraph, we're going to set the class name of danger. So we're just going to say text. Text type is danger. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here, and we see that all errors have gone away. Okay, so let's save this now. So the next thing we're going to do, let's save this. Let's just save this. So the next thing we're going to do here, let me just go here also and save this. And meanwhile, just like every other one here, I'm going to add this comment as usual. Doesn't really matter. So I'm just going to say this function gets all available room from the database within a given date and the room type. Is this English correct? I don't know. Okay, this function gets all available rooms from the database within the given date and the room type. All right, just for us to know what this function is doing, that's all. Okay, so let's just save this, and now let's go to our home page, our home component. Remember this one here. Let's go to our home component, And inside our home component, this is where we're going to make use of this. So this is the carousel, right? That is sliding our rooms, right? If we go back to the browser, so this carousel here, now this was the error fetching room because our backend is not running. So now we're going to place this one here on top of this carousel, right? So let's go back here and actually, let's bring this one here. So we're going to say, what's the name? Room search. Yeah, this one here, room search. So we're just going to pass in this one here and save. So let's take a quick tour. Let's take a quick tour of this room search component we just created. Room search, this one here. Okay, I hope everything is fine. Everything is fine. Okay, let's keep our finger crossed and let's go back to our back end and fire up our server and see what we got so far. So right here we see that our back end, our server is up and running. So let's go back to our front end. Let's actually go to our browser. Yeah, so here is our, let's refresh. So we can actually have this room uploaded for us. Okay, so here is the form we've just created, right? So this is the room selector and it's getting all the room types from the database. And here we have, so let's say check in date on the 13th and between 13 and 16, and what type of we need a suit, right? So let's search, and here we have all suits available because we've not booked for any suit. I think we've not actually booked for any suit within this date we selected, right? So right here we see that our result is fully paginated, and here we can just clear search and we go back to normal. So let's search for, let's try to see the room we have booked, right? Let's go to our bookings, and right here we have bookings, and this room here is the room type, the room ID, where the room ID 17. We didn't put the room type. I think I'm going to correct something here. We're going to put the room type for this booking room that we are returning. I'm going to include the room type down here. Okay, so let's actually go back to include the room type before we come and continue. So here, if we just go to, let's go to room what's the name of that component? Bookings, right? Is it bookings? Booking table. I think that component is booking table, this one here. Okay, so this is what we are returning. So let's actually, okay, this is the room ID, this is the room type. So we can actually go here to return the room type, right? I'm just going to change this one here with the opportunity to change this one to room ID, and this one I'm going to change to room type. Any problem? So I'm going to change that to room type, and below, after the room ID here, this is room ID. So I'm just going to put the room type here, room type. So room booking.room.type .room type. Okay, so we see that our room type has displayed here, but right here, this one is too small. I'm going to expand this so that we can see everything clearly, right? So let's go back to IntelliJ, not IntelliJ, VS Code, and right here, this is the section that is returning the table. This is the table in here. Let's check inside the table. So this is the table. We have no any classes here. So let's go into here. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to remove this class here. I'm going to remove this class container. So let's save it and see what we got. Okay, so now it has expanded the whole of the page, but it's okay. I just want everything to show clearly. So right here we can actually see the booking ID, the booking room ID, the room type, check in, check the date. Now with this one here, I still really want to go back to our for this component to actually include this one, because I noticed last time that this one is not there too. So let's go to our book, find booking component. So this find booking here, I'm going to just, this is the room number, this is the room, do we have the room ID? Yeah, this is the room ID. So I'm just going to also come here to just pick this, put it here, and then we'll change this one here to room type, room.room type. Then we're going to change this one here to room type. So we'll change it to room type. What is happening here? Okay, let's go here to see what is going on. Okay, cool. So now let's define this one here. Maybe I think it should work. Room type, right? And set it to, yeah, let's say because the room actually contains the ID and the type. I think this should work, right? Okay, property room type does not exist in type ID string. Okay, so now yeah, you're right, I'm wrong. I'm actually wrong. So where is it? This is not the right place I'm supposed to put it. Just here. I'm going to copy this and let's put it here, and let's save it. Yeah, so I think this one actually saves. Okay, now let's go back to our browser and see the changes. So right here, I'm just going to copy this booking ID. So let's go and find this booking, paste it here, and let's find in a booking. Okay, good. So here we actually have the room type come together with it. So right now we have our booking info. So we have the booking confirmation code, room number 1, the room type is single bedroom, date, name, email, and so on and so forth. Okay, so right now we have gotten all this. We have gotten okay, something is wrong here. I noticed something is wrong here. What could have gone wrong? Yeah, something is wrong here because the look here changed. Okay, let's go back and find out what is actually wrong here, because the interface changed. That's the UI changed, right? Let's go and find out what. Okay, I know. I zoom it, so let me reset. Okay. All right, this was what happened because last time I zoomed the browser, so I just have to zoom out again. And all right, so now what I'm going to do here, now that we have gotten all this working, I'm going to go back here. We're going to push this one down a little bit, a little space, and also if we go right here, there's a place last time, admin, booking. Okay, this one here, I'm going to, okay, it's okay, everything is okay like this, no need. I wanted to push this one down a little bit, but it's okay, just fit in like that, it's okay. Okay, so this is just so we are done with our room search. So now we can actually search room, and everything is working fine as expected. So in our next video, we're going to bring in the security module, so which is the last module we're going to implement on this video. The video is very long already, so now we're going to just bring in the Spring security module to actually secure all this, so we can actually secure the admin URL, and secure bookings, and secure everything for users. But meanwhile, I think I should push this down a little bit, or maybe I should just leave it like this, let it just be on top like that, it's okay. But like I said, you can actually redesign your home page the way you want it to be. You can make it look good, you can reposition everything the way you want it to be, but just for this demo purpose, we'll just try to focus on the component, on the functionalities, right? But in terms of design, you can actually restructure your page so it works the way you want it to be, right? All right, so having said this, now we're just going to let me just search family suites. We have 2 family suites available, so we'll see that everything is working. So let's search all suites. So we'll see so many suites available, so we'll see everything is working fine. Okay guys, so please sit with me for the last module. So let's actually go and implement the last module, which is security module, to bring in to complete our demo for today. Thank you for staying up to this time. See you in the next video. All right, so we can see that we are completed most of the requirements in this our demo. So just like we said, the next thing we're going to do right now is to actually break in the security module, so we can actually secure our admin and also try to authenticate users when they want to book a hotel room, right? Okay, so now having said that, now we're just going to go back to our back end right here, and I'm going to stop this server for now. I'm just going to shut down the server, and I'm going to remove this. So the next thing we're going to do here is just to come to this module and bring in a new class in here. So I'm going to right click this and bring in a new class. So this one we're just going to call the user, right? User. And I'm going to make this one a full screen. So our user is going to have an ID. So we'll have long ID. First name. And we're going to have the last name for our user. The password, the string, the email and the password. And after that, now we're going to have a row object, because now the user is going to have a list of rows. There's a collection of rows. So we're just going to go down here to bring in the row object. So this one is going to be a collection of rows because many rows can be assigned to many users, right? And this one, we're just going to initialize it to a new hash set right here. So now let's create this entity before we continue. Yeah, so we're just going to create inside this model package. So the basic thing, what we just need from our row is the ID and the name. So we're going to say private long row ID, and then we're going to have the name of the row. So this is just the basic, the 2 attributes we need here, right? And we're going to come back to this row in a moment. So let's go back here. So now we're going to define the entity relationship between the user and the row. So like we said, a user can be assigned a multiple rows. So multiple rows can be assigned to multiple users, right? So for that, we're going to have the many to many relationship. Oh no, this many to many relationship right here. So we're going to set the fetch to eager. And as you might know, anything to many is lazily fetched. One to many, many to many, anything to many is fetched lazily by default. But right now we are changing this implementation to eager fetch. Okay. And here now we're going to specify the cascade options. We're going to pick a few attributes, a few options of cascade. So the first one we're going to pick here is the persist option. No, this is not what I want to do. This is persist. This one here. And here we're going to pick the merge. I'm just going to break this down. Let's take it down. Take it down. So I'm going to have merge. Okay, let me do it like, okay, let's say cascade. What is happening here? Something's happening. So have, oh sorry, I see. I made a mistake. This one's supposed to be curly braces. Let me just remove this. So this was supposed to be curly braces. And let me just Ctrl Z. Something's gone wrong here. Let me Ctrl Z. Bring it back to where we started. Okay. So here we're going to have the cascade. And this one is going to be curly braces. So the first one we're going to have here is persist. So the next one here is going to be merge. So then I'm going to break this down. And the last one we're going to have here is detached. Right here. And now because we're using many-to-many, so the next one we're going to do here is to have another table that is going to track the relationship between the user and the row. Which is going to have the user ID and a row ID. So for that, we're going to bring in another annotation called adjoint table. This one here, adjoint table. And the name of this table, we're just going to set to user row. This is the user rows, right? And now the columns that are going to be in this table is going to be the user ID and the row ID. So I'm going to say join columns equals adjoin column, right? And the name of this one here is going to be the user ID. I'm going to take this down, and this one is going to be referencing. Sorry. So this one is going to reference the user ID, right? Reference column is going to be the ID, which is the one here, which is this one here, right? That's what we're putting here right now. So now we're going to go down here to define the inverse part of this relationship. So the inverse means the other side of the relationship. So in this case is the row. So inverse, we're going to say row ID. Have the row ID, and this row ID also is going to reference. Oh, sorry. This one here we're going to have the adjoint column. So the name of this one here we're going to set to row ID. This one is going to be underscore row ID, and this one also is going to reference its own ID, right? Which is this one here, referencing this one here, right? Okay, so that is what we have here. So this is just all we need to do right here in this user entity, right? So the next thing we're going to do here is to bring in a few annotations to convert this class to a JPA entity that can be persisted, in the database, right? Okay, so now we'll just bring in some few annotations: the entity, the getter setter, and the node add constructor. So right now we're going to set the primary key coming from Jakarta, and we're going to set how this value is going to be generated. So we're going to say a generated value, and then we're going to set the strategy to identity. No, that's not what I want to do. Let's do it again. Identity, which is yeah, this one here, All right, so every other columns is going to appear the way they have been defined here. Okay, so these just are the things we need to do here. So let's move down to the row container to start implementation. So the first thing we're going to do here is to actually bring in the annotations just like we did for the user. Then specifying the ID and the generated value. And this one also we're going to set to identity right here. And now we're going to bring in the user object. Collection of user, this is collect. Oh, this one is collection of user. And this one I'm going to call users. And this one also we're going to set to hash set. Now the reason why we're using collection, this one is an interface, right? And we see that this one here, set, actually implements the interface, and a list implement the interface and other couple of things. Now, the reason why we're using this collection is that, so currently we are trying to get all this one as a set, right? A set of user and a set of row here. But in later time in the future, if the requirement change, we can actually if it changes to, so okay, let's use list. So what we just need to do here is just to change here to array list, right? So that is the beauty of coding to interface. Okay, so that's just what we did here. So now what we just need to do here again, inside this row entity, the row class, we're going to create some convenient method that will help us to actually manage users, right? That's to assign row to user, remove user from row, and so on and so forth. So now the first one we're going to do here is a method that will actually assign a row to user. So I'm going to call this one a public void method. So public void assign user to row, or maybe assign row to user. Let's make the English correct. Let's make this one assign row to user, because row is not a living thing, user is a living thing. So we're going to assign that row to that user, right? Not assign a user to row. Okay, so here we're just going to have the object of the user, and in here we're just going to say, okay, user dot get rows dot add the new row. Probably the user must have been officiating with other rows before, so now we assign a new row to the user. So this user right now is just trying to get this row container, just trying to get the row here and add in the new row that was given to it, right? So I'm just going to say this, which is the current row at hand. And here we're going to call the row to actually get its own side of this relationship. That's to get the user and assign the new user to itself, right? So I'm just going to say this dot get users dot add right here, and we're going to say the user, right? And let's put it here. So the next one we're going to create here is a method to actually remove a user from row. So I'm going to say public void remove user from row. So here we're going to take the object of the user to be removed, and just like this one, so this one is going to be the opposite side of this one here. It's going to be the opposite side of the assigned user, right? So while we are adding a user here we are removing the user, right? So here I'm just going to say a user dot get rows. So this one is actually dot get rows. So instead of dot add, we're just going to say dot remove, right? This, and then we're going to call the row to actually get the user to remove that user. Remove the user, right? So what we're doing here is that, so we first of all call the user to check, right? if that row is inside, if it's using that row, then we'll remove it from the user. And now we call the row that if the user is still existing in you, so please remove the user. So we just remove everything here, right? So now the last one, the other method we're going to create here is a method to remove all users. So assuming we want to delete a row. So as we want to delete a row, so the first thing we'll do here, if we want to delete the row like that while users are using it, we're not going to be able to delete the row. It's going to throw a kind of data integrity exception, like because the user is being used, that the row is being used by some users, so we cannot delete the row. So the first thing we'll do before deleting that row, we're going to actually remove all the users from that row so we can actually delete the row. So now we're going to create that method that will actually help us to remove all users from the row so we can actually delete the row, right? So for that, we're going to have the public method. It's going to be a void as well. And this one, we're going to say remove all users. Remove all users from row. So this one is not going to take any arguments. So we're just going to check if this dot get users, if users are users have been assigned to this row, so we're going to check. So if not equal none, so if there are users using this row, then we're going to collect all the users to a list. So we're going to say row users equals, this one is going to be row users equals, so now we're going to say equals this one's supposed to be this dot get users. And now we're going to stream this to a list. We're going to collect all this one to a list, right? Because this one here is a collection. This one is a collection, it's a set of users. But right now we are bringing all the users, and now we are converting those. We are bringing the users instead of a set. We are bringing those users to a list. But meanwhile, we are not doing parallel streaming here. We're just going to say, let's bring this back again. The stream, we're just going to stream this to list, right? Okay, so now having done this, now the next thing we're going to do here is to actually get all the users in row, and one is row users. This one here, row users. Dot for each. We are not getting this, so let's do this import so we can get the access to the method inside of it, right? So we say okay. Dot for each. This one here. And now we're going to, so what we're just going to do here right now, we're trying to call every users, right? All users inside this row to be removed, right? So we're just going to say this. So for every user, call this method to remove the user. Remove user from row, right? So we are calling this method here. So for every users in this row, here, in this row, we are calling this method here to actually remove all the users, to iterate through this container to remove all the users. So this is just all we need to do here. All right, so let's go back. So we're going to create a getter. We're going to create a getter for this name here. So let's create a getter for the row. So we're just going to say public string get name, and then what we're just going to do here is to check if that name actually contains a value. If it contains a value, right? So we're just going to say return name. That's if name is not equal none, then just return the row. Else, so return the name. So else return empty string. So if the name is not empty, return the value in the name. But if the name is empty, return empty string, right? So that's just what we just did here. So the next thing we're going to do here is to go back to the row. Let's go back to our row. Right here, let's go to our users. So now here we'll see that we have finished implementing the user row, which is the user class, and the row class entity. So we have finished all this. Now let's listen to what this guy is saying. He said the basic attribute. Okay, we have not yet defined this relationship here, so we're going to say many to many, and this one here we're just going to say mapped by user row, mapped by rows here, which is this one here. We're mapping by this row here, right? So that's what we're just using here. So now we are done with our entity creation, the user entity and the row entity. So now we're going to create the content. We're going to create a controller where we're going to implement all the endpoint for our users step by step. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so now we're going to continue implementing our user endpoint, our user entity. So right now we are done with the user entity class. So the next one we're going to create here is the service. We're going to create a user service right here. So I'm going to right click here and create a new class. This one I'm going to call iUser. iUser service. This is E here. And this one's going to be an interface. Right here. And inside this user interface, let me just make this on the full screen. So inside here, we're going to have a couple of methods I'm going to be using. So we're just going to have the first one here is to register a new user, right? So here we're just going to say user, this one here. So we're going to say user register, register user, and then we're going to say user. Then the next one I'm going to create here is a method to get all users. Users, there's going to be users, right? I'm just going to say get all users. Get users. And let's do the import from util. Delete user. So no, we're using the email as the ID of the user. And here we're going to get a single user. Get user. Get user by ID. So we're actually using the email of the user to get the user, right? Okay, so these are the method we actually, these are the 4 methods, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're going to be working with for now. So the next thing we're going to do here is to create a service class to actually implement this interface we just created. So now let's go back here and we're going to create, right click on the service here to create a new class. And this one we're going to call user service. User service, right? A class. And I'm going to make it on the full screen as well. And then what we're just going to do here is to say implement iUser service. And then we're just going to put our console here and actually implement all the methods we've created. So we'll just select everyone here and click on OK. So right here we get all the method we've created with all the method we've defined in our interface, right? So the next one, the first one we're going to implement here is this one here, the registered user, right? Now, before a user should be registered, we're going to check if that user is already in existence in our database, right? So the first thing we're going to do here, we're just going to say if user repository, this one here, we're going to say user repository. We're going to create a repository for this class. Repository. Is that correct? Repository. Meanwhile, for us to get free access, let me just quickly bring in this one here. Let me bring in the user repository. Let me say private Though we have not created it, I want it to be created for us automatically. Repository. I'm going to say user repository, right? Stop it here. So right here, I'm going to just go here and create an interface called user repository inside the repository class. I'm sorry, the package. Okay, and click on OK. So for us to make this one a JPA repository, we're going to extend the JPA repository. And which class are we creating this repository for? Is for the user, right? Remember to take this user from our daily code work, this one here. And the user the user ID is of type long, right? So that's what we're going to put here. If we go back to the user, we'll see that the type of the ID is long right here. So that's what we're specifying here right now. So this is just all we need to do here for now. I'm going to close this down and go back here. So now we're going to say if user repository .exists, then what we're going to pass in the email, because we're going to find this user by the, we're going to check, we're going to validate if this email already exists in our database. So now we're using the free method of this repository, of the JPA repository, right? So here we'll say if this user repository .exists, then we're going to pass in the user email. So we're just going to say user.getEmail. And what we'll do here is to throw, what we're doing here is that infs. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here is that we're going to check if the user we're trying to save, if the user we're trying to register in the database already exists. So by checking the user email, right? If that email is already in existence. So here what we're just going to do here is to come here to say that if user repository here .exists by email, because we are using the email of the user as the ID, right? So we're going to create a custom method. So get by email. Now if this one is true, then we're going to throw. So we're going to just throw a new error message. So we're just going to say throw new user already exists, user already user already exists, exception. And here we're just going to throw so what we're just going to do here is to get the email user.getEmail plus already exists. Okay, so what we're just trying to do here is that we're trying to check if that user already exists in the database before we save to the database, right? So what we're just going to do here, if that user actually exists by email, so we're trying to find that user by email. So if that email is already in our database, so we're just going to throw this exception, this message to back to the user to say, okay, this email already exists, right? But if that is not the case, we're going to go down here to actually encode the password of the user. So here we're going to say user dot, and for that we're going to bring in the password encoder. So here we're going to say private final, and that brought me to this as well. We're going to make this one final as well, final, and here we'll say private final. We're going to say password encoder. We are not having this. We are not having this intelligence. Let me check. Okay, we have not gotten this. We have not gotten security dependency in our POM file, right? So for that here, I'm just going to bring in the security dependency so that we can have access to the security features, right? So for here, I'm just going to go below here to paste in this security, this Spring Boot starter security and the validation, right? And after pasting this in, you can actually go to Maven Central Repository to find this, right? Or you can just pause this video and just write exactly like this. Then after that here, you come here to reload your dependencies. So let's reload these dependencies for this security to take effect. So we see that it's reloading, it's importing the Maven files. So now it is finished reloading. So let's go back, let's close this, and let's go back here. So now I'm going to, let's try to import the class. So here we'll see import the class, and this one will say password encoder. Or let me just going to say encoder. Or just say password encoder. We're just going to call this a password encoder. And now this one is giving error because we have not injected it. So here, let's use the Lombok annotation that says required a constructor to actually use constructor injection to fix this in. So now let's go here to call the user to actually user.password. So we're going to say user.getPassword.encode, right? So because here we cannot save a raw password to database. So here we're going to say user.getPassword.encode. So we're going to go inside here to say password encoder.encode. Then here we're going to pass in the user password. So we're going to say user.get password. Now this one here is going to be set, right? We're going to set the password here. So user.set password, then we're going to encode the password we're going to save to the database. So okay, so after that, now we're going to set. So what we're just going to do here, when a user is created, by default is going to have the user role, right? So for that, we're going to have the user role existing in our database at the time of this user creation. So for now, we've not implemented the user. We just created the user entity, but we've not implemented the repository, the services, and everything. We've not gotten anything in the database. But what we're just going to do here is to bring in this row here. We're just going to assume that we've gotten this row already. So we're just going to say row, and then we're going to call this one a user row. User row dot equals row repository dot find by name, and then we're going to pass in the name of the row we're going to find. So we're going to say row user. Yeah, so that means at the time of creation, this row must exist in our database. So before we go ahead, let's go and implement this one here. Let's go and implement the row repository. So here I'm going to say private final row repository, and now let's create this class. It's an interface as well. So let's go to the repository package and just click on OK and create this here. And this one, just like we did for the user repository, we're just going to extend the JPA repository. And I'm going to do the import right here from our dependence, from our package, right? Now, the next thing we're going to do right here is to actually implement this method inside the repository we just created. And this one here, I think I'm going to make this one an optional. So here, I think I'm just going to make it an optional to avoid non-pointer exception. Going to be optional row, yeah, optional row. right here. And this one here, we are not, there's a repository, we're not overwriting anything from here. So this one, find by, this one is going to be find by name. What are we doing here? Yeah, this one is find by name. Let's go back here to this find by name. So let's go back to our row repository. No, row repository. So this one is going to be find by name. Sorry, this is name. Find by name here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do. I'm going to remove this one from here. So now this one is going to be find by name, and this one is row. Find by name. What happened here? Found problems related to by name long. Find by name. So let's go to our row. We have the name here. So this one is the name, right? Name. So what is the problem? Change method parameter to string. Okay, yeah, because here, yeah, it's a string, right? Thank you. So this one here is a string, right here. Okay, so the name is a type string. That was the error we have it. So now we just have this. So this one here it has become an optional method. So we're going to use the extra get. Right, this one is get. Right here. So now we've called this user here to actually set this newly created user to have the role of the user, right? So now we're going to come here to say user.set rows, and then we're going to add this this row to the collection, the row collections of the user, right? So here we're going to say collections.singleTheme list, and then we're going to pass in the row. We'll use the user row, this one here. We're going to pass in the user row, and after that, now we're going to return the user repository to actually save the user, right? Save, and then we'll pass in the user just like that. Okay, so this one is what we just need to do here to actually create a new user. So a quick rundown of what we just done here is that, so we're going to create a new user, right? But before we save this user to the database, what we're just going to do here is to check if that user already exists in the database. So if that user already exists, we're going to throw this error and we're going to return. We're going to stop the propagation. Then we're going to stop the execution, right? But if the user is not already exist in our database, so we're going to take the password and encode it here, so we can actually secure. That's a security measure. Then after that, now we're going to set the row of the user to a user row, right? But so as time goes on, the admin can actually change the row to admin row and any other row. But at the time of the creation of a new user, the user by default is going to have the row of a user, right? So that's what we just did here. Okay, so now let's move down to actually implement the method to get all users from the database. So this one here, we're just going to be straightforward method. We're just going to say, okay, user repository dot find all, just like so. And then after that, now we're going to move down here to actually delete. We're going to move down to the user deletion. So then we're going to say user repository dot delete user by email. We're going to delete this user by email here. Delete by email right here. And now this one is going to be another custom method we're going to create in our repository. So let's just put our console here and create this method in our repository right here. And we're going to pass in the user email. So it's going to be string email, and we're going to go here to pass in the email, this one here. Okay, and meanwhile this one's going to be a transactional because this row must have been assigned to user. So here we're just going to say a transactional. So it's going to be a transaction block, right? Okay, now the reason why we put this here because at the time of this deletion, this user deletion here, like we explained last time here, this user must have been assigned to a row. If there's any row in that user, so that row is first of all going to be removed from the user before the user will be deleted. So if that row is not removed, we're going to have an error, right? So that's what we're just going to do here. Okay, so now we've done this. So the next one, the last one we're going to implement here is a method that will actually get a single user from the database, right? Okay, so that now we're just going to say user repository. So we're going to say repository dot find by email, find by email, and then we're going to pass in the user email. So let's create this one here in our user repository. But this one here, we're going to make it an optional so that just for us to avoid pointer exception, right? So this one here, I'm going to say optional user. Yeah, optional user. So we're just going to put this one here. So we're going to do the import from here. All right, so let's go back here and actually complete what we're doing here. So this one here, we're going to throw exception if the user is not found. We're going to throw an exception, right? That the user is not found. There's no user like that in our database. So we're going to say or else throw user not found, right? So we're going to say throw new user not found. So we'll say user not found. I'm going to break this down. So we'll say new user name not found exception, and we're just going to throw no user not found. User not found. So that's just all we need to do here for now. If there are any method we need to implement later, we're going to come back here to actually do that. Okay, so now let's try to create this class. This one says it cannot find this. All right, so now let's create this class here. So I'm just going to put our console here to create for IntelliJ to create for us. But for some reasons, I don't know why we are not getting this IntelliSense to create for us. So what I'm just going to do here is to copy. Let's copy this and go back to our exception package right here. And I'm just going to right click here and paste it here. Does it work? This one did not work. So I'm going to right click here and create a new class, and I'm going to paste this one here. User already exists exception. So this one is a class actually, and I'm going to make this on a full screen. So what I'm just going to do here is to extend the runtime exception. So I'm going to say runtime exception, and then we're going to implement one of his methods, right? So here I'm just going to say insert. Let's override a method here. So the one I'm just going to take here is the one with a message, this one here. Click on OK. So this is just all we need for now, and that's just all we need for now. Okay, so let's close this down. Let's close this down, and here we should have the error gone away. So now let's do this class. Let's import this class. But what actually is happening here? What is happening here? Username not found. Okay, let me remove this. User not found exception. Okay, so this is not what I want. I know user already exists. User already exists. Okay, this one here. All right, so this works. Okay, so now we're done with this service. So now let's go to our controller to actually start implementing our endpoint one after the other. So let's go to our controller and start implementing our endpoint one after the other. So here I'm just going to open up our project directory, and now go to the controller. I'm going to right click on the controller package and create a new class called user controller. So this one we're going to call user controller, and we're going to click, just hit on enter. Right. So now the first thing we're going to do here is to get a hold the controller. Let's just rename this. Let's refactor. There's an error here. User controller. Refactor right here and rename. So this one is control, not controller. Controller, and just refactor this. Okay, so the error is gone away. So what we're just going to do here is the first we're going to do here is to bring in our service. So private final user service, and this one we're going to call user service, right? And then we're going to just come up here to say at rest controller, and we're going to define the request mapping. We're going to say request mapping, and this one's going to be users, right? So we're just going to say users. So it's going to be slash. So it's going to be slash users, right? So that's just all we need to do here. And then we're going to do the constructor injection by using the Lombok annotation right here. All right. This one is given an error, cannot auto-wire bin. This one is not a bin. So let's go back to our service. Where's our service? Okay, right here. So let's make this one a bin so it can be auto-wired. All right, so this one should be a bin right now. Let's go back here. Cool. So it has become a bin. Okay, so now the first method we're going to create here is the one to get all users from the database. So here I'm going to say public response entity, response entity. So we're going to respond back with a list of users. Get users, and now we're just going to return new response entity. This one here, I don't need this, and inside here we're just going to call the service user service dot get users, this one here, and then we're going to say http status dot found. So this is just all we need to do here. We're having, so let's do this import from here, and let's do this import as well from util. Okay, so here we are having a kind of error. This is response entity. What is the error talking about? Required response entity of this and given this. Okay, there's, I think we made a wrong import here. Yeah, wrong import. So let's import this again. So let's make sure this one is coming from our daily code work right here. Okay, cool. So we got it right. Okay, so the next one we're going to do here is the one to find a single user by the email. So this one is going to be public response entity, and this one is going to respond by a user, right? So here we're going to just have the white card here, and then we're going to say get by email, get user by email. So we always make sure our method name actually depicts what the method is doing for clarity's sake, right? So we're going to have a path variable. We're going to set this email to a path variable. So here we're just going to say email. So here we're going to have the string, the email string, and then we're going to go inside the body of this and bring in a try and catch block. So we're going to say try and catch right here. Now inside the try block here, we're going to find the user. We'll say user equals user repository, user service dot get a user, and you're going to pass in the email, right? Okay, right here. Return response entity dot okay. Oh, sorry, just dot okay, and then we're going to pass in the user we've just gotten right here, the user. Then we're going to go inside the cache block. User cache user. So what is the response? What are we throwing here? We're saying here user name not found, right? Here, what is it? So here we are having username not found exception. So that's what we're going to throw here. We're going to say username not found exception, and then what we're just going to do here is to go inside here to return the error message back to the front end to display in our browser, right? So that the user will know exactly what is happening. So we're just going to say return response entity dot status, and inside here we're going to have http status dot not found, and we're going to go ahead and say dot body, and inside the body we're going to pass in the message that we define at the service level, right? So we'll say e.get message. Now this one here what you're doing here is that this one here is going to pass in this message. You know, right here we're saying the user not found, right? So if the user is not found, it's going to return this message here. So we're actually returning this message here, and right here at the controller we're actually trying to get that message, which is this one here that we've defined, the custom message we defined there. We're trying actually to get it here, and if that message is gotten, we're going to send this message back to the front end to actually display to the browser, to the web page, so that the user will know that this user we're trying to find is not, you know, it does not exist in a database, right? And after this, now we're going to cache the general exception. So right here we're going to have another cache block, and this one this time around is going to be a general exception. I'm going to say E. Then we're going to go in here to return response entity dot status, and here we're going to say http status, this status dot internal server error. So this one we're going to say internal server error. So which means if that message, if the user is found but something has happened, we're just going to throw to the user that there's an error, internal error with the server, right? So we're going to say that body, and here we're going to pass in the message to say error fetching user. right here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here to actually get the user from the database. So now let's do this mapping. This one is going to be at get mapping, mapping, yeah, like so. And now this one here, we're just going to say /email, which is user/email. So this one is the path variable. It's going to be the path variable, right? So for that, we're going to put it inside the curly braces, and we just call the email here. So that's all we need to do here. And we're just going to use that opportunity to go up here to specify the request method for this one here before we forget. So no, this one also is going to be get mapping, and this one we're going to just say all users/all users, right? Then here. Now the next one we're going to create here is the delete method of the user. So we're just going to go here to say public response entity, and this one is going to return a string, a message to the user when the user is deleted. So for that, we're going to use a string here. So we're going to say delete user, and then we're going to pass in the user ID we're going to delete, right? And this time around is the email. So we're going to say string user email, and this one here we're going to make it a path variable. So we say path variable, so the path variable is the email, right? So inside the body of the method, we're going to bring in the try and catch block as well. So we're just going to say try and catch. Try and catch. And inside the try block, what we're just going to do here is to actually delete the message, because actually delete the user, because if we go back here, we see here that we have already done everything here, delete the user right here. So now we're just going to go here to just call the repository, the service, to actually delete service.delete user, right? And then we're going to pass in the email of the user to be deleted. And then we're going to return the response message back to the front end. So we'll say return response entity dot okay. And in here we're going to get a simple string of message that we're going to send back to the user when the operation is successfully done. So here I'm just going to say a user deleted successfully, right? And we're going to terminate. Okay, now after this, now we're going to go back here inside the catch block. So we're going to have like we're going to get, what is it here? So we're going to say catch user not found, username not found. We're just going to use the username not found exception right here. Then we're going to throw new. Sorry, we are not throwing because we've already thrown at the back end. So we're going to return here because actually we are taking this to the browser. So we're just going to return response entity dot status, and in here I'm going to say http status, no, http status dot not found dot body, And inside the body, we're going to pass in error. No, we're going to pass in the message. So say message e.get message. So here e.get message, and then we're going to, I'm just going to close this gap here, and then we're going to catch the general exception right here. We're going to bring in another catch block here. So I'm going to say catch. So this one is going to be the general exception we're going to do here. So we're just going to say exception. And inside the body of this catch block, we're going to return a random message. That's a general message, a generic message. So we're going to say response entity.status http status dot internal, just like what we did. Oh, sorry, this is not what I want to do. Internal server error, this one here. Dot body. Then inside here, we're going to pass in a simple message. We're going to say error deleting user. Okay, so this is just what we need to do here. All right. So this one here is the method to delete the user. This one is the method to find a user by ID. And this one here is the method to get all users from the database. So now we're going to have this one as a delete mapping. No, this one is a delete mapping. And what's going to be here? We're just going to say slash delete. And we're going to pass in the user ID we're going to delete, right? User ID. Okay, so now because of this here, because we are using this email as the user ID, so we're going to make sure this one here actually corresponds with the one with the path variable. All right, I hope this solves the problem. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here for now. So the next thing we're going to do here, take note that we have not created a method here that will actually to register the user. That is because we are going to create another controller called auth controller. We are going to implement this method to actually register a user, right? So I think we just have to go there right now and get it done. So now we're going to go back here to create a new controller. What is the error here? User controller. There's an error somewhere. Okay, yeah, there's an error. We've not created this bin. So what I'm just going to do right now to remove this error, I'm going to go here. So I'm going to create a new package here. I'm going to right click on this here and create a new package. And this package I'm going to call security. Security. Create a new class. I'm just going to say hotel security config. Add configuration. Add bid. So public password encoder. We're going to return new decrypt. new decrypt password encoder. So this is just what we're going to do here to actually overcome this error. So where is it? Right in here in our service. So what we just need to do is, you see, we have overcome this error. It's gone away because now we have gotten a bin of type password encoder, right? Okay, so we're going to come back to this class later to actually, there's a lot of things we're going to work here later, but we're going to come back to it. So let's close this down and go back to our controller. So this user controller, there's an error here. Where is this error coming from? User controller. Let me make this on full screen. Okay, we're missing a semicolon here. Okay, cool. All right, so everything here is okay. So I'm going to close this down, and I'm just going to right click here and close all tabs for now. So the next thing we're going to do here is to go to our controller package, and I'm going to create a new controller. This controller we're going to call auth controller, right? So here I'm going to say auth controller. Now, inside this auth controller, we're just going to implement the user registration in here. So for that, we're going to get the user service. A user service. We're going to call this one user service. And here we're going to make use of the Lombok annotation to actually inject this dependency through the constructor, right? Okay, so now we're just going to go in here and create this method. So this is a public method, public, and this one I'm going to call this one here like registered user. So I'm going to say public response entity. Then this one here, I'm just going to make a wildcard. I'm going to call this one register user, register user, this user, right? And in here, we're going to have the object of the user. We just want to register, right? So before we move on, I'm just going to let's do the import and make sure this user is being imported from our daily code work, right? Because we have a couple of other users here. So let's import this from here. And then inside here, we're just going to have the try and catch block. Try and catch. Right here, we're going to have the catch block here. And inside the try block here, we're going to just call the user service to register the user, right? Dot register user, and we're going to pass in the user object. And if everything went successfully, we're going to return a successful message down to the front end. So we're just going to say return response entity dot okay, and then we're going to inside here we're going to define a simple string message that will tell the user that registration was successfully. Registration success. Oh, sorry. Registration success. Successful. Right? All right. So I'm going to make this on a full screen so we can see exactly what we are doing here. Okay, so registration. Okay, this one we have a typo. Yes, registration successful. So now, having done this now, if there's any error, we're going to go inside the catch body to catch any error message that may occur. So for that, now what we just try to do here, if we go back to our service, where's the service? Here. If we go back to our user service here, let's make it on the full screen. If we go back to user service, we see that when registering the user, we actually try to do some checks here. And if the user already exists, we're going to throw this message back to the to the user, right? So now we are going to cache this message right now and return it back to the front end, right? So now we're just going to say, okay, user already exists. User already exists, right? And then we're going to pass in the, sorry, we're going to go in here to actually return the message. So we're going to say return response entity dot status, right? HTTP TTP status. Oh no, this is status dot conflict, right? And now we're going to come out here and say dot body, and in here we're going to get the message from the service layer to display at the front end. So here we're just going to say e.get message, and then we're going to terminate right here. We terminate right here. Okay, this is just all we need here to register a new user to our database. Now what we're going to do here is to define the HTTP method of this method, right? So we're going to say at post mapping, and inside here we're just going to say / register user. So this is just this is the mapping path. This is the path to the mapping request, right? To the request. Okay, so now I think we are done with this one right now. So the next thing we're going to do here is to start implementing the role. We'll start implementing the role entity that's creating the repository, the services, and implement all the method we need to make use in there. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so now it's time for us to implement our role entity. But before then, what we're going to do here is that if we look at this delete here, we're actually returning a message from the back end, right? From this username not found, we are returning a message from here. But now if we go back to the service, we see that we are here. We didn't define any message here. We are returning here, right? The controller here, this is the delete. This is the delete user, right? And we are calling the delete user, and we're returning a message from here, an error message. But we have not defined this message now. So what I'm just going to do here, for us to have a message to return back to the front end, so instead of us, so the first thing we're going to do here, we're going to actually find the user that we're going to delete, right? So here we're just going to say, okay, user, the user equals get user, and we'll pass in the email, right? Pass in the email and terminate here. So in this way here, this user here is making use of this method here. So in this way, if there is no user found, it's going to throw this message, right? And we're going to get this message here to actually return back to the front end to display on our browser, right? Okay, so now let's finish up here. All right, so it's time for us to actually start implementing the role entity. But there's something we need to do here. There's something I need to fix here before we move to the role entity. So if we look here, we see that we're actually returning an error message back to the front end if the user is not found, right? We are using this username not found to return a message to the user, but to the front end. But if we look here, right, if we go here, we have not defined any message here that we are going to return back to the controller that will return back to the front end, right? So for that, to fix this one here, we're just going to, the first thing we'll do here is to find the user we're going to delete, right? So here we're going to say the user equals, so instead of us just using this one direct, we're going to say equals get message. We're going to find this user here, right? So we're going to say get user, right? And then we'll pass in the email. So what we're doing here right now is that we're actually using this method here to get the user here. Now, if the user is not found, it's going to throw this message we've defined here to the controller, right? So now we're just going to check if the user is not none, not equal none, then just call the repository to actually delete the user. So just paste this one in here. Okay, I'm just going to close this, just close this gap, remove the white space right here. So this one here we've just did here by so. Now this one here, if the user is not found, they will have that message not found message here that will actually return back to the front end to display on the browser for the user to see. Okay, so having done this now, I'm going to go back to our project directory to go here. We're going to create inside the service here, we're going to right click the service package to create a new class called role service. So here I'm going to say this one is going to be iRole service. So this one I'm going to call role service. Oh my gosh, now I'm doing. And this one is going to be an interface. Okay, so I'm going to make this a full screen. So now this interface, what we're just going to do here is to create a couple of methods here that we're going to be using right in this row class. That's some method we're going to use to manage rows, right? Okay, so the first one here is a list of row. List. Get rows. The second one is the method to create row. And this one here, we're going to have the row object. The row. And the next one we're going to have here is the method to delete a row. Void. This is going to be void. Delete row. And we're going to pass in the row ID. Long ID. And the next one here is we want to find the row by name. Find by name. And here we're going to pass in the string of the row name, right? And so the next one we're going to create here is the one that we actually find, that will actually remove a user from row. That's those methods we created last time, right? So here I'm going to say user remove user from row. Remove user from row. I'm returning the user here because we're actually going to return the user after removing, right? This is I'm going to say user ID. I'm sorry, this user ID. And we're going to have the row ID. Role ID. Meanwhile, let's do this import. And let's do this import as well. Okay. And the next one we're going to create here is a method to assign a user to row. User assign user. Assign row to user. Assign row to user. And this one here is going to take the same. Actually, this one here is going to take the same thing. the user row, the user ID and the row ID. And the last one we're going to create here is the method to remove all users from the row, right? Remove all users from row. Remove all users from row. And this one here, we're going to have the row ID. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. And let's do this import. I thought we've done this import before. Let's come here again. Okay, util. Okay, so right here we have this method that we're going to be working with. So if there's any method we need to create, we're going to come back here to create it later. So the next one we're going to create here is to go back here and create the import, the method, that the class that will actually implement this interface. So this one I'm going to call row service, a class, and it's going to implement I row service here. So I'm going to make it the full screen, and now we're just going to implement all the method inside that interface. Okay, so right here we have all this, and now let's start implementing these methods one after the other. Okay, so the first one we're going to implement here, all right, so the first one we're going to implement here is the one to get all rows from the database. So here we're just going to return. For that, we're going to create a repository for the row. Right, we're going to create a row repository. So here we're going to say final row repository. We'll call this row repository, right? And now we're going to do constructor injection at required constructor, excuse me. Okay, so here we're going to have the row repository dot find all right here. So this one is out of the way. So the next one we're going to implement is the one to create a new row. So the first thing we're going to do here is to actually check if that row already exists, right? So I'm going to say string row name equals so we're going to concatenate this, the row dot get name dot to uppercase. Yeah, because in our database, like last time when we were creating the user, we see what we did here, right? So actually the user repository. So right, you see what we did here, right? So which means this is how these rows are going to be appeared in the database table, right? So that if we want to find a row, we have to find it by this name here. So that's what I'm trying to do here, what I'm doing here, that we're going to find this row here by appending this one here to the row that is going to be entered in our browser, right? So now we're going to check if that row name already exists in our database. So right here, we're just going to say row equals new row. Row name, right? Yes. Okay, so we're going to go to our row and create here. So we're going to, do we have a constructor here? We don't have a constructor here. So here we're going to create, because we are having a no arg constructor here already, right? So now let's explicitly create a constructor to take one argument, which is the name, right? Just say name and click on OK right here. And let's go back here. This should be gone. Okay, so now we're going to say if row repository dot exist by name, exists by name, if it exists by name, so here we're going to pass the row name. So here we're going to check if this row already exists in our database, right? So here we're just going to say if row repository dot exists by name row, then we're just going to throw new row already exists. So this one is going to be another exception class we're going to create. Row already exists exception. And here we're just going to take the name. So we're just going to say the row dot get name plus already exists. So here we're going to concatenate this one here. Okay, already, this is already. All right, so let's terminate here. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. So now let's create this row, this method here inside our row repository. And let's go back here to create this exception class. So let's create this class inside the exception package, exception. And let's just click on OK. And this one here, we're just going to leave a string. But we're going to change this one here to runtime exception, runtime. Message. Yeah. So in here, we're just going to call it super and pass in the message. All right, so this is just all we need to do right here. So let's close this. Okay, so now if that is not the case, we're just going to return the row repository dot save the row. Yes, save row. This one here. Okay, so this is all we need to do here. So the next one we're going to do here is the delete. So let's delete a row. So here we're just going to say this dot remove all users from row before we can delete. We'll just pass in the row ID. Just say ID. Meanwhile, let me make this one clear. Row ID. Row ID. And after that, we're going to say row repository dot delete by ID. Row ID. Okay, so this is just all we need to do to delete a row. And the next one we're going to do here is a method to actually find a row by name, right? So we're just going to say return row repository.find by name. Pass in the name. And it's an optional, so we're just going to say .get. And next we're going to create here is the one to actually remove user from row. Remove user from row. So then what the first thing we're going to do here is to find the user, right? So we're going to say optional. Optional user equal user repository. So now we're going to get a handle of the user repository here. So we're going to bring it up here. User repository. And then I'm just going to go down here to, what is it? Right here. And meanwhile, I'm going to, instead of using the user repository here, I'm going to use the service. So we can get access to some predefined messages here if there are any. User service, right? So here I'm just going to say equals user service, and meanwhile, yes, equals users, what is it? User service dot get user by the user ID, which is the email. In this case is the email, right? But meanwhile, because this one is using the email, let's go here. Yeah, so this one is using the email as the user ID, so it's a string method. So we're going to go here to, we're going to change this one here to string. And that means we're going to go back here to change this one. What is it? Yes, get user. So here we have the get user. So we're going to go to the user repository. Where is it? This one here. I'm going to go back here. User repository. No, user service. This one here. Get user. Single user. What is it? Get a user. Okay, this is the string email, right? So this one is correct at the first place. So let's go back here to see. Here we have, okay, so let's change, let's use the get. What am I doing? What was the error here? What was the error? This one says required optional provide user. Okay, so this one, can we use get? Yes, no, we cannot, because this is optional. So in that case, let's remove this one here. Remove this, and let's remove this. Okay, so having done this now, the next thing we're going to do here is to get the row. Just make this one row equals row repository dot find by name, right? So here we have, okay, so now we're going to implement the method that will actually remove user from a row. So the first thing we're going to do here is to actually find the user. So here we're going to say user equals user repository So here let's have the user repository here. Let's inject the user repository here. So we're going to say private final user repository, and then we're going to come here because sorry, this is user repository dot find by ID, right? Find by ID. So we're going to pass in the user ID right here. And this one here, this is an optional, right? So we're going to say dot get right here. And after that, we're going to find the row, right? So we're going to say row equals row repository dot find by ID. And here I'm going to pass in the row ID. It's going to be an optional too, so I'm just going to put this dot get here. So now after this is done, then we're going to come back here to check if row dot is present. Yeah, if row dot is get dot is present. What I'm going to do here is this. I'm going to change this one to optional. I want to use some method there. Then I'm just going to say this one is a user. And also I'm just going to replace this one here. Welcome to copy and paste. So I'm going to cut this and paste it here. And so I'm going to remove this extra dot get here. So right here I'm going to say, okay, if row dot is present, and if row dot is present and row dot get user that get users that contains this user, where is it? Okay, user, this one here, that contain user, right? So this one here we're going to have dot get right here. Then we're going to go to the body. Now if this user actually exists inside this row, then we're just going to say row dot get dot remove user from row, this one here, and we're going to pass in the user, right? User dot get right here. Okay, so the next we're going to do here, after removing the user from the row, then we're just going to save the row to the database. So we're just going to say row repository dot save. So what are we saving? Actually, we're saving the row, right? Row dot get. Yes. And here we're going to terminate. And after that, now we're going to return. So we're going to actually return the user, which is the reason why we return user at the top level of the method. So return user.get right here. So that's why we're using this one here, because we want to actually return the user for us to see when it has been removed from the row, right? So if that one here, if there is an error, we're going to return the error. straight to the front end. So we're just going to say return, or maybe we're going to throw, instead of returning, we're going to throw the error. So we're going to throw new user not found. Throw new username not found, and we're just going to say user not found. User not found. Okay, so this is all we need to do here. There's an error somewhere here. What happened? Expected. Okay, so that is all we need to do here to remove a user from row. Now let's implement the other method to actually assign a user to row, right? So here, assign user to row. So the next thing we're going to do here, just like what we did here, I'm going to copy and paste this. Copy and paste. And this time around, we're going to have this one here. We're going to have the row ID. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong place. Ctrl Z. Here. So now what we're going to do here is to just do the same thing, the same check we check here. Okay, so right here we're going to check if the user already exists, if this row has already been assigned to this user, right? So here we're just going to say if user that is present and user.get rows, user.get rows, user.get rows .contain contains this row here. So we're going to pass in the row.get. Now if the user exists, and if this row has already been assigned to the user, so we're just going to come here to say throw new user already exists, or maybe just say row already exists right here. So here we're going to pass in a message, or maybe just say user. This one is best if we say user already exists, right? So user already exists. Then inside here now we're going to pass in the user, which is the name of the user, the username, user.get first name. Then we're going to concatenate plus is already assigned to the, let me break this down. I need to break this down from somewhere, so let me break it down from here. It's already assigned to the, so right here we're going to have row dot get name get name. So here we're just going to say then we're going to concatenate this, so we're going to then we're going to concatenate this and put row, right? So for example, if a row, for example, Rita is about to assign to a certain row, right? So if she's already in that row, so we're just going to say we're going to throw this one. For example, now what we're doing here is that the first of all we're doing here, we try to find the user by the ID passed across, right? And then we'll find the row. So if the user is found, and if the user row already contained, if the user is already in that row right here, so we're going to throw this message, the name, this username is already assigned to the row. Now for example, we want to assign Rita to a row called admin, right? And if Rita is already an admin, then we're going to say Rita is already assigned to the admin role, right? That is what we just did here right now. And so that is the exception, that's the message we're going to return to the front end during this process. Now, after this one here, we're going to check again if row dot is present, then we're going to have the row dot assign. Yes, row dot. Okay, we're going to say dot get, right? Dot assign user to row. Assign user to row. Then we're going to pass in the user and user dot get, right, to row. Then after that, now we're going to call. We're going to call the row repository to save. The saved entity, and then that is the row we are going to save, right? Yeah. And then we're going to return the user. Return the user. Get. All right. So this is just all we need to do here. Let me try to do something here, like refactor, and okay. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here to actually assign a user to row. So the last one we're going to increment here is to remove all users from row, right? So let's just go here to say. So what we just need to do here is to find the row, optional row equals row repository dot find by ID. Find by ID, then we're going to pass in the row ID here, and here I'm just going to say row dot is present. We're just going to use method reference here to actually remove all users. And then we're going to return row repository dot save and the row dot get. All right, so that is just all we need to do here. What is happening here? Expected argument 0 find 1. Okay, so what we just need to do here, I'm going to make this one here. So I'm just going to say row dot remove row dot get. You can say row dot get. This optional extra dot get is really pissing me off. Dot remove all users, right here. Okay, so this is just all we need here to manage our user row. So now the next thing we're going to do here is to create a controller to actually implement all our endpoints one after the other. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so now let's move back to our project directory to create a controller to consume the row service or the method we have implemented in the row service. So here I'm just going to go to inside our project directory right here. So inside this controller package, we're going to right click here and create a new controller called row controller. So we're going to say row controller, and I'm going to make this one full screen. So we're going to bring in our row service. We're going to inject our row service. And up here, what we're just going to do here, we're going to just go here and bring in some annotations. So right here, this is the REST controller, and this is the annotation that we actually do the constructor injection of this row service into our controller class, right? So right here we have this one is saying that we cannot auto wire. Maybe this one is not yet a bean. Maybe I omitted the annotation. Okay, that's correct. So here, let's annotate this with @service. Yeah, so now it has become a bean. So let's go back to the row controller, and this error is gone. Okay, so the first method we're going to create inside this class is the method that we actually get every row from the database. So we're going to have a public class, response entity, and this one we're going to respond with a list of rows. List of row. And this one we're going to say get all rows. So we're just going to return new, the response entity, and inside here we're going to have row service dot get rows, and we're just going to pass found here HTTP. We're going to do HTTP status dot found right here. But meanwhile, I don't need all this one here. Just going to remove this. And so now let's do this import. And let's do this import as well from the utility class. And I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. Then I'm going to make this one a static import. Okay, so let's edit here. So this is the method to actually get all rows from the database. So let's just annotate this with a get mapping. Get mapping, and we're going to say all. So the second one we're gonna implement is the one to actually create the new row. Public response entity. This one we're going to this one we're going to return a string message after the creation of a new row, right? So we're just going to say create row, at request body. Request body. So in here, we're just going to bring in the try and catch block. So inside here, we're just going to call the row service. But create row, and we have the row in here. And if everything went successfully, we're going to return a message. Return response. Response entity.ok. And here we're going to have a simple string message. new row created success. New row created successfully. And then we're going to come to the catch block if there's any error. So we're just going to throw. So here we're going to say row already exists, because right here we are actually having, because if we go here, let me just use RA. So if we go back to this row service here, well, let's go to where we are creating the row. So right here we are actually trying to find, we're trying to check if this row already exists in our database. And if that is the case, then we're going to throw this message to the user. So here we are throwing this message, then right here in the controller we're actually catching this message and returning it back to the browser, right? So that's what we're actually doing here. So here we're just going to say return response entity dot status, and here we're going to have http status dot conflict, and then we're going to go out here and say dot body, and then we're going to return the message we actually get from the service layer back to the user, right? So we're going to say get message. All right, so this is just all we need to do here to create a new row. All right, so this one is out of the way. Let's move down to implement the method to actually delete a row from the database. So right here, we're just going to have another public. And this time around, this one is going to be void. Oh, let me close the gap. So we have void delete. Is that what I delete? Delete row. And then we're going to just get the row ID we want to delete, right? Pass it as the path variable. As path variable. So we're going to say row ID, row ID. And then we're going to go out here to say row ID. Yeah. Okay. So inside here, we're just going to do here, we're just going to return row service. Just going to call the row service to actually delete row, and we're just going to pass in the row ID right here. All right. So after that, what we just need to do, let's just quickly get the define the endpoint method. So this one is at delete mapping, and inside here we're just going to say /delete and we're going to pass in the row ID as a parameter, right? So we're just going to say row ID. Okay. There is something I want to call your attention here. There's something here. If you look here, we have this row ID here. This is path variable. The same thing with this, right? And we're also having it here. But there's one thing you need to take note here. This one here is not really important. It's not necessary. I can just decide to remove this here, right? So long as this one here is exactly the same thing with this, I can remove it. But in a case where we have this one different, then we're going to have an error right here, you see? So even if I put it here, so we're going to have an error. It's going to tell us that, see, a path variable row is not consumed, right? Because they are not the same. But now, if I put it here, the error is going to go away. The one is going to go away. So which means this one here at runtime, the value we got here is going to pass in here. And this guy here is going to consume this. This one is consuming this one from here, right? So I'm just going to Control Z to make it to bring it back to the initial state of what we've done, right? Just leave it like this. Okay, so after this now, what we're just going to do here is to, let me just close this gap. So we're going to come out here to create another method to actually remove all users from row, right? So we're going to say public. This one is row. This is actually row. Public row. Oh, sorry. Public row. I'm going to say remove. Remove all users from row. And then we're going to pass in the row ID, just like what we did above, right? So for that, I'm just going to work on this. Welcome to copy and paste. But when you copy and pasting, please be careful. Right here. Here we're just going to return the row service dot remove all users from row. Then we're just going to pass in the row ID right here. Yeah, so this is all we need to do here. So we're just going to map in the HTTP mapping. So this one is post. So it's going to be post mapping. And it's going to be slash remove. Oh no. Remove all users from row. Remove all users from row, and then we'll pass in the row ID param. Row ID. All right. So this is just all we need to do here to remove all users from the row. So the next one we're going to implement here is the one to remove a single user from a row, right? So I'm going to say public user. Remember this one is returning the user, right? So I'm going to say user, and I'm going to say remove. You can name it any name. You can just give it any name. Remove user. Remove user from row, and then we're going to pass in the user ID and the row ID, right? Long user ID and the row ID. Sorry, this one is command. And now these two here are going to be a request param. Request param. User ID. I'm going to break this down. And I'm going to break this down. And this one also it's going to be a request param as well. And this one is going to be the row ID. Row ID. Okay. Now let's quickly do this import of, and make sure this user is coming from our daily code work from our own project, right? So let's do the import. And right in here, what we're just going to do is to return, because all this method we've already defined before in our service layer. So we'll just consume it from here, right? We just return the row service dot remove user from row, and then we pass in the user ID and the row ID, just like that. Okay, so the last one I think we're going to implement is the one to actually assign assign a new row to a user, right? So public user assign assign row to user, assign row to user, assign user to row. I think they're different. They're the same thing, right? Assign row to user. Okay. So now we're just going to have, just literally the same thing we're going to have here. So in that case, I think these two methods are the same thing. So that makes our journey easy. So just copy and paste and change the name, right? So this one here, we're just going to say assign user to row, or assign row to user, maybe. Any which way is correct. So we're just going to call this one here, and we're just going to say dot assign to user. Okay, so this is all we need to do here. So we're going to pass in the HTTP request method. So this one we're going to say post mapping, and we're going to say assign row, assign user to row. Assign, I don't know which one is correct. It's more correct. Assign user to row, but you can just name your own, the one that you think is correct more. Maybe assign row to user or assign user to row, anyone. But all we know is that row is being assigned to a user. User is there, row is there, right? Okay. So now let's go here to actually define the HTTP method for this one here. This one also is a post mapping. Sorry. So this one we're just going to say remove user from row. Okay, so this, I think we have defined all this method. Okay, we'll not define this. So this one here is create row, right? So we're just going to say this one here is also a post mapping. Oh, it's a post. Yeah. Okay. So this one we're just going to say create, and because here we have API rows, so we're just going to say create new, create a new row, right? So slash create a new row, and this one here is to get all rows and all rows. So I'm just going to hyphen this as well, all rows. So this one is to get all rows, this one is to create a new row, this one is to delete a row, this one is to remove all users from row, and this one is to remove a single user from a row, and this one is to assign user to a row, right? So this just brings us to the end of this controller implementation. So now, before we move further, before we start implementing this JWT package, before we bring in this JWT module, we are going to run our project and see all this table created in our database, and we're actually going to test this row and this user with Postman to see that everything is working up to this stage before we move further. So let's go and get it done. All right, so let's go to our project directory, and let's open up our project properties. And here we have Lakeside Hotel DB, that is our database. And here I'm just going to change this one to create. I'm going to change this one to create again. So maybe I can just leave it to update. Let's just leave it update, and let's see how it goes. So now I'm just going to let's hit on this play button to see if our tables will be created or not. But meanwhile, let's cross check. Let me just double check this one here before we run. Let's go to the model, and so here we have this as an entity, and the user also is an entity, right? It's an entity. Okay, cool. So now let's hit on the play button and see if our tables will be created or not. All right, so now we see that our project has started successfully. And right here, Spring Security is taking effect already in our project because of the dependency we've included in our pump file already, right? That is why we have this one here, this default password be generated for us. So which means right now, the whole project now is sealed down until we log in, right? But we have not gotten any provision to log in right now. But the default login here is actually a user, and this password we can log in by default. But we don't need to do that right now. We just want to make sure this project runs to this level, okay, to this point. There's a problem I faced. There's one error that occurred when I was trying to run this project, and that what happens from here. This method here I omitted. The S was omitted like this. So if you are following my code closely, you are going to run into the same error as well. So what I just did here, what you just need to do, if you have that error, this error, you just come here and add the S, this S here, because it's supposed to be exists, right? And you just go here and add this S here, and everything will run successfully. So now let's go. Like I said, our project has been taken care of by Spring Security already, so we cannot. I don't want to log in right now. Let's swing over to my SQL Workbench, and we'll see this our table here. Sorry, our schema, our database. And if I open here, we see that we have gotten new. This one is the book room table. This is the book room from the second path of our project, the first part of our project. So this is the book rooms. And this one is the room, remember the one we did last time. And now these are the new tables that were created. We have the user row, this one here, we have the user row with user ID and row ID. Then we have the user table. We have the ID, the email, the first name, last name, and password for the user. And we have another table called row. So these are the tables we just implemented a few minutes ago. Now we see that all this table has been added to our hotel, our lakeside hotel database, right? Okay, so now I'm going to shut down the server. Now we see that our project has run to this point. So now I'm going to shut down the server. And the next thing we're going to do is to dive into the security configuration proper. So let's go into it. Okay, so it's time to deep dive into the configuration aspect of our demo. Before we go ahead, I noticed something here. I noticed a mistake I made, a typo, right here in this row controller. I mistakenly spelled row controller. So I'm just going to right click on this and refactor and rename. So this one here, I'm just going to say row E, right? Okay, cool. So I'm just going to, so let's refactor and, okay, now we get it right. So the next thing I'm going to do here, I'm just going to close down this class. So now we're going to go into the security package, and right here, I'm going to right click on this and create a new package. And this package, I'm going to call user. So right click on the user and create a new class. And this one here, we're just going to call hotel user details. It's our custom class for user details. And this class is going to implement, let me have a full screen. So this class, we're going to implement this, the user details of the Spring Security. User details, yeah, this one here from Spring Security. And then we're going to just implement all the method in here. All right. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. So we're going to bring in some attribute of the user. So we're going to have, the first one we're going to have here is the ID. And we're going to have the email. And we're going to have the password. And sorry, there's password. the password. And then we're going to have, we're going to get the roles of the user as well. So here we're going to say private, and this one is going to be collection of rows. Collection of granted authority. And this one we're going to call authorities. Yeah. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do here is to create a static method to actually build up the user details. We're going to say public static hotel user details, and this one I'm going to call build user details. This is build user details, and in here we're going to have the user object. So let's do the import. Alright, so we're just going to go in here and have the list of granted authorities, this one here, and this one we're going to call authority as well. Authorities here equals user dot get rows dot stream dot map. And in here we're just going to have the row, and I'm going to break this down. So I'm just going to return new simple granted authority. Yeah, so here, and so in here we're going to get row.getName, and out here we're going to collect to a list right here. So here I'm just going to break this down, and let's do the import. Do this import. All right. So after having done this, now we're just going to return the information we want to get from the user during the period of login, right? So here we're just going to return new hotel user details, and in here we're going to have user.getID, which is the ID of the user. User.getEmail, and we'll get the password. This is get a password. Then the last we're going to get the authorities of the user. So we say authorities. All right, and then we're going to, I'm just going to bring this closer right here and terminate here. Okay, so right here we're having a complaint, expected 0 argument but found 4. Okay, creating a constructor. So here we're going to just go here to have, we're going to use the annotation to actually have all the variables, have the 4 variables injected, right? So we're going to go here and say at all arg constructor. So here, and we're just going to use this opportunity to bring out the no arg constructor, and also we'll just use the same opportunity to bring in the getter and setter. Okay, so this is just all we need here right now. So having done this now, we're going to go here to return. This one, we're just going to return the authorities. And this one, just going to return the password. Return password. So this one is going to return email because our username is, we are using the email as a username. And for all this here, we're just going to return true because we have nothing to do with all this one in this demo. So we're just going to return true for all. It's enabled. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. So the next we're going to do, I'm going to open up again and we're going to go inside the user. So this time around, I'm going to copy the name of this class. So we're going to create a service for this class. So here, I'm going to paste it here, then I will add the service. And hit enter. So what we just need to do here is to bring in, we're going to bring in our user repository. I'm going to make this finer because we're going to be using constructor injection. User repository is here. And then the next thing we're going to do here is to make this class to actually extend or to implement. Let me make this a full screen. Is to make this class implement the user details service of the Spring Security. So we're going to implement user details service, this one here, and then we're going to implement the only method here, which is this one, and then we're going to have the annotation to actually inject this dependency through the constructor, right? And this one here is a service class, so I'm just going to use the opportunity to bring in the service annotation. Service. Okay, I'm going to zoom this out a little bit, and then what we're just going to do here is to go inside this method right here. Just shift enter to move to the next line. So I'm going to get our user equals user repository dot find by email. Yeah, find by email. And then we're going to pass in the email. So for that, I'm sorry, this email. So I'm just going to make this one clear so that we know that we're actually using dealing with this user through the email as an ID, right? So if this user is not found, let's quickly do this import. Yeah, this is our own user. So if this user is not found, I'm going to throw an error. So I'm going to say or else throw. And then I'm going to break this down. Here we're going to have new username not found. Username not found exception. So then we're just going to return a simple message that's user not found. So this is just all we need to do here. Yeah. Okay. Having done this now, we're just going to return here. We're just going to say hotel. Return hotel details dot build user details, and we're going to pass in the user. All right. So this is just all we need to do here in this class. Okay, so we are done with the implementation of our user details and the user service. So I'm going to close this down. So the next thing we're going to do here is to go back to our directory. And inside this security package, I'm going to create another package called JWT. JWT. So then I'm going to So then we're just going to right click on this and create a new class. And this class we're going to call JWT util, JWT utils. JWT utils. So this one is going to be a utility class where we're going to do our JWT configuration. So I'm going to make this a full screen. So we're going to get in the logger S4J. So we're going to have a static here, final. This one here. Equals logger equals logger factory equals logger factory dot get logger, and then we're going to pass in the JWT class, JWT utils dot class, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit, getting too big. So I'm just going to terminate. Then here we're going to define some properties. So the first one here is going to be the JWT secrets. So we're going to say string JWT secrets private. So we're going to be int private int JWT expiration time. I'm just going to say token, JWT token, maybe, yeah, JWT expiration time is okay. Yes, that name is okay. Expiration time, JWT expiration time. And right here, I'm just going to take you back to our property. I have changed, you know, we're using YAML file, right? But I switched to the property for some reasons, and then I bring in these two attributes, these two new properties here. So here I set the secret key and the here the expiration time. I made a mistake here. I'm going to, so this one here is going to be the expiration time. Just copy expiration time here, and this one here is going to be the secret here. Okay, so that is what I've done here. So this is the secret key and this is the expiration time, right? So you can continue using your YAML. You can just continue using YAML file, but I just prefer at this point I just prefer using the .property files, right? Okay, so now these two properties here, we're going to inject these properties into our class here, into these variables here. That's what we want to do right now. So now I'm going to just close this down, close this, and close this. So here I'm going to just move to the next line. Move to the next line. So I'm going to have add value, and inside here we're going to have a double curly braces, and here we have the secret, right? No, security, I think it was security dot JWT dot secret, right? And this one here, I'm just going to copy this one, copy and paste again. Then I'm going to just shift enter to move to the next line and paste it here. I'm going to give a little space, but this one here, this time around, is going to be this expiration time. I think that it was what we declared back in our property file. Let's cross check. Yeah, so we have the security.jwt, that's expiration time, and we have the security.jwt.secret key, there's the secret key. So in case you're wondering how I got the secret key, you can just go to JWT, you just go to Google and search for JWT secret key generator. So you're going to go to the website and just type in and get the secret key. Or you can actually use anything as your secret key, provided it meets the criteria, right? Or you can just actually just get this one from the repository and make use of it for practice purpose, right? Okay, cool. So now I'm going to close this down one more time. And then we're going to move down here to actually create a method. So the first method we're going to create is the one to generate the JWT for the user during login, right? So now we're just going to say public, and this one we're going to say string, public string, generate JWT token for user, right? So here we're going to have the authentication object, so inside here we're just going to have our hotel user details, this one here, and I'm going to call this one user principal, or maybe current user. I'm just going to call it user principal, principal, right? Equals authority dot get principal right here. So this one we're going to cast it to our hotel user details, right? And after that, now I'm just going to go down here. Then we're going to have a list of the user role. The string, typo, it's an object. So this one I'm going to call rows equals user principal dot get authorities stream dot map. Before we move ahead, I want to do the import here. Yeah, and then I'm going to break this down here, and break this down. So here we're going to say dot map, and we're going to bring in granted authority. Okay, so now we're just going to do here is to collect it to a list. So collect to a list here. What are we getting here? Okay, yes, let's have the static import here. IntelliJ is smart enough to give us that suggestion, right? Okay, so after this, now we're just going to return JWTS dot builder dot set subject, and this subject here is going to be our user principal dot get username, which is the user email. Let's break this down. And then dot claim. So the claim here we're going to set in, we're going to bring in the row, rows, and just going to bring in the rows right here. And after that, now we're going to set the time of issue. So we're going to say set issue at. So what time is the current time? So the new date. And then we're going to go down here to set expiration time. And then we're going to have new date dot get time. We're going to go out here dot get time, and then we're going to bring in the the JWT expiration time. We've declared up there. And then we're going to just go down here to say dot sign with. Then here we're going to bring in a method we're going to create, so it's a key. And then we're going to bring in the signature. So the algorithm we're going to use here is signature algorithm, HS256. This one here, HS256. This one here, we're going to make use of this. And then we're going to build or compact. So this is just all we're going to do here. What's wrong here? Okay. Cannot resolve constructor date, new date. Okay. Okay, we're going to come back to do this one here. Okay, I see. So this one here, we're going to new date. So we're going to pass this one here as param. Then we're going to go here. Oh, sorry, not a param, as a bracket. We're going to put a bracket. Sorry, not param. Yeah, put a bracket. Okay, so having done this now, what we're just going to do here is to actually create this method. Create this one here as a private method. We're just going to go to more actions. And I'm going to create this one here as a private method. Yeah, just take this key. And then we're going to return keys. Keys.h. Okay, this one here. And then we're going to bring decoder. Bring decoders. That's base 64. And dot decode. And then we're going to pass in the secret, which is JWT secret. The secret here. So this is just all we need to do here to get our assigned key, right? So here we are actually getting the secret we set in our property file last time. Okay, so the next one we're going to create here is a method to actually extract the username from the token, right? So here I'm just going to go here to say public string get username, this is name from token. And this one here, I'm just going to say string the token. So we're going to pass the token in here. So we're going to extract username from this token here, right? So inside here, we're just going to return. Just return jwts.pass builder dot set sign key, and inside here we're going to have the method we created last time, this one here, and then we're going to move out here to say build, right? Then we're going to pass the claim, pass claims, and we're going to set in the token here. Token. I'm going to break this down. Let's break it down. But pass token. That now we're going to get body. This one here. Get body dot get subject. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here to extract the username from the token, right? So the next one we're going to create here is the method to actually validate the token to see if this token is valid, because the token has to be valid because we have expiration time, and we need to check if the token is still in existence or not, it has expired or not, or if the token actually contains the username that claimed to have gotten the token, right? So this one here, I'm just going to have a method here, a boolean. So we're going to say public boolean. So this one I'm going to say validate token, and this one I'm going to pass in the token, the token string token. All right. So what we're just going to do here is to have the try and catch block. Sorry. Yeah, try and catch here. And then we're just going to go inside the try block and jwts.pass builder set sign key, this one here. And then we're going to call again the method we've created last time here. So we're going to get the method we created last time here. So key, and go out here build.pass. So here, and in here we're going to pass in the token, right? Token. And we're going to stop this here. Then after that, now we're just going to return true right here. So now we're going to move into the cache block to actually cache different exception in different scenario, right? So here we're going to have malfunction, not malfunction, malform JWT exception. Sorry for that. So we're just going to say exception. And then we're going to just log this to the console, right? So we just say logger.error, and then we're just going to say invalid. So this one here is the token is not a valid token, right? So we're just going to say invalid JWT token. And then we're going to pass in the message that was actually returned. So we're going to pass in the message along. So we're going to say e.getMessage, get message here. So I'm going to close this, and below here we're going to cache another exception for different scenario in case the token has expired. So we're going to cache again. So here we're going to say expired JWT exception. So this one is in a scenario where the token has expired, right? So then we're going to actually log to the user again that this token is invalid. So we're just going to say logger logger.error, and we're going to say right here, we're just going to say expired JWT, or we're just going to say this token, or we're not going to say expired token, and then we're going to pass in the actual message. And I'm going to just put a colon here, right? And here we're going to have the e.getMessage. And now another scenario we're going to cache here is unsupported JWT exception. So we're going to cache another one here. So this one here we're going to call unsupported JWT exception. This one here, E. And the next one we're going to do here is to if this happens, we're just going to log here logger.error, and this error here we're going to say JWT token is not supported, right? JWT token you're just going to say this token is not supported. Support is not supported, right? And then we're going to pass in the string as the message as usual. So e.get message right here, supported, this arrow. And then the last scenario we're gonna cache is illegal argument exception, which is the last one here. We're gonna cache this. So we'll say illegal argument exception E. And if this happens, we're just going to log as usual, logger.error. And in here we're going to pass in claim string is empty token, right? Empty claims or no claims found. We're going to say no claims found, no claims found. And then we're going to pass in the actual message as usual, e.get message, e.get message. All right, then return false. Okay, so I think this is just all the method we need right here in this JWT utils class. So the next one we're going to create here is the filter class, is the auth token filter. That is all we're going to, that's the next class we're going to create right now. So we're just going to go right here inside this JWT package. I'm going to right click and create a new class. So this one I'm going to call auth authentication token filter, authentication token filter right here, authentication token filter. And so what with this class we'll be doing is that we're going to actually filter the token to actually get all the claims and everything that actually make use of this validation, to filter this token to validate all the method we have declared here, to make sure that this token is authenticated, is a valid one, right? So this one is going to extend once per request filter, this one here. And now we're going to implement the method here. So I'm going to implement this method. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. Better still, I'm going to break this down. Yeah, I'm going to break this down and also break this down, right? So we can see it clearly. Okay, so we've done this now. The next thing we're going to do here, I'm just going to go up here. We're going to break in some dependencies. So we'll have private JWT utils, the class we just created, because we're going to make use of it here. So we're just going to say JWT util, this one here, and we're going to bring in our user detail service. So we're going to say private hotel user detail service, this one here. Just say user detail service right here. And now what we're just going to do here, we're going to bring in the logger as well. It's a private static final logger. So this one is, we'll make use of the select4j, and this one we're just going to say logger equals logger factory dot get logger, and we're going to have the authentication token class. Okay, So now the next thing we're going to do here is just to go inside this method here to start the implementation. So we're just going to go in here. So what we're just going to do here is the first thing we're going to do here is to bring in the try catch block. Try catch. So we're just going to go inside the try block, and here we're going to, the first thing we're going to do here is to declare a variable. So we're going to say string, string, this is string, JWT equals pass. This one is going to be a private method we're going to declare in a moment. Pass JWT, and then we're going to have put in the request right here. So here we're just going to say if JWT not equal empty, not equal none, and JWT utils, this one here, dot validate token. Then we're going to pass in here, this one here. So if this token is validated, if it is a valid token, then we're going to have string email equals JWT utils dot get username from the token. So here we'll pass in the JWT. Then after this, now we're going to get the user details. So we're going to say user details. And this one we're going to call user details equals user details service here, this one here, dot load by username. So here we're going to pass in the email, right? Pass in the email. Okay, so now after this, now what we're just going to do here, after loading the user by email, so now we're going to authenticate this user. So here we're going to say username password authenticator, this one here, authentication token. So we're just going to say authentication token equals new. This one here, I'm going to shorten this one here, it's too long. So then we're just going to pass in here is the user details. We'll say user details none, and user details dot get authorities. And I'm going to zoom this in a little bit, but I think I'm going to break this down. It's still very long, so I'm going to break it down so we can actually see the ending. Okay, so here we're just going to terminate, and after that, now we're going to come here to say authentication token dot set details. And now inside this one here we'll have new web. So this one is going to say new web authentication. Just going to find it here, this one here, new web authentication details source, the source here, and here we're going to build the details dot build details, and then we're going to call the request right in here. Okay, so when this is done, now we're going to set the login user. We'll just call the security context, security context holder, context create a context holder dot get context dot set authentication, and then we're going to pass in this one here. But meanwhile, I'm going to change this one here to authentication, and that brings us to what is it? Where did it come from? This one here. And I'm going to, where did I declare this? Right here, right? So I'm just going to make this authentication to shorten the name. Then after that, now we're going to go inside the cache block. I'm going to close this gap here. Let's close this and close this. So then we're going to go inside the cache block to actually cache general exception. And we're going to say logger error. So we're just going to say cannot set user authentication. And then we'll pass in the actual message what actually happened, right? So just pass in the e.get message right here. Okay, then after all this is done, we're going to return the filter. So here we're just going to go in here to actually get this filter chain, this one here, dot do filter request and response. Okay, so this is just all we need to do right here. So now we're going to create this method, this private method down here. We're just going to create this right here. So this one here, what this one is just going to do here is to, what is it? This one here. So we're just going to go inside this method to just get string. That's the header, right? So we're just going to get the header authentication. We're just going to say auth equals request dot get header, and we're trying to get the authorization. Is that correct? Yeah, it should. And then we're going to check if string utils dot has text. This is text. So if string util dot has text, here we're going to have header, header auth, and here and header auth dot start with bearer. Then in that case, what we're just going to do here is to return, let's just extract the token, right? Is to return header auth dot substring, and we'll put it onto 7. So we're going to actually extract this token from the bearer, because the bearer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus a space there is going to have a kind of a space like this here. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So after this 7 character, then the remaining part of it is the token. So that's what we're trying to extract from this header, right? So if there is not there, just return none. If there is no authentication right there, they just return none. Okay, so let's listen to what this guy is saying. Cannot resolve text in string utils. Okay, so this is just all we need to do. So let's listen to this guy, what he's saying. This one is saying that cannot resolve method has text in this. I think we made the wrong import. Let's check what we're importing. Okay, this was supposed to come from Spring. So let's go down and do the import again. Okay, I think, what is it now? Okay, right here. Okay, cool. So we got the right import. Okay, so I think it's just all we need to do right here. But meanwhile, we're going to auto wire this. We're going to auto wire this to here. So here we have auto wired. Auto wired, and this one too, I'm going to auto wire this at auto wired. All right, so this one here, okay, remember, okay, we're going to fix this one later. So this class here right now, we're just going to, now we'll finish this. Let's check this one here if actually we have used. Okay, so this one here, we're going to make this one here is Spring Bean, because right now it's not yet a Spring Bean. So for us to make it a Spring Bean, we're just going to use the add component, right? Add component, just to make it a Spring Bean. So let's go back here and check this one here. So this one is a bean already at service. Okay, so we're going to come back to this error is going to go away as time goes on. So what you need to do here is to create another class called, that's the JWT authentication point, entry point. So that's what we're going to create right now, which is the entry point of the authentication of the JWT, where we're going to throw any error that might occur, right? Using all these methods we just created. Okay, so let's go here. So we're just going to right click this here and right click this package and create a new class. And this class here, I'm just going to say JWT authentication auth. This is auth entry. Call this one entry point. Entry points. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay. So this class now, we just need to do here is to, this one is going to implement an interface. So we're going to implement auth, implement authentication entry point. This one here, sorry, not yes, authentication entry point. And now I'm going to give this one here a full screen. So here we're going to implement the method here. So what we'll be doing inside this method is very simple, but the first and foremost, we're going to break in the logger. I'm going to zip this one, make it smaller, and I'm going to break this down. Let's break it down so we can see it clearly. So the first thing we're going to do here is to break in the logger. So we're going to say private static final. And I should have just dedicated this logger to a class whereby we're going to maybe like generic class where we can just be plugging in the class we want to do. But anyways, let's just continue with what we're doing for now. So here I'm just going to say logger, because every code we've used, if you notice, we'll be using this one here in different classes, right? We use it here, we use it there, we use it here. So it's enough for us to package it inside a utility class where we can just call it and plug in these classes that we want to use it for. Okay, so just take note of that. So you can just find a way to do your own like that. That is best practice. Okay, so now I have the logger factory dot get logger, and this one here we're going to pass in the authentication. Not yet, that's the JWT, this class here. I'm going to pass in this class here we just created. All right, and we're going to say dot class and terminate. All right, what's going on? There's a wrong import again from logger. Yeah, this one we're supposed to have the SL4J, SLL4J. Are we there? Yeah, we got it. SL4J. Okay, so now, all right, so we're just going to go inside here to commence our process. So to save our time, I'm just going to paste in some prepared code here already, the one I've already prepared down. Just a very clear one. So what we're just doing here, we just try to set the content type to application.json value, and we are setting we set the status here to unauthorized, and here we're just having, what we just did here is that we just try to set different kind of messages. We have the error message, unauthorized, and the message and the path. That's everything. And here we're actually mapping the object right here, the response object. That's the body, the value we're getting from the response, and that is what we're actually mapping right here. Okay, so here we're having an extra curly braces. So I'm going to remove this and make it well formatted. So here I'm just going to put this one here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do right here for now. This class here, this one here, we're just going to make this one here a bin as well. So here we're going to have the a component to make it a spring bin right here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do right here. Actually, this logger we have in here, we don't make use of it right here. So just trying to, we can just remove this because we actually didn't make any code to read. I just brought it in tentatively. Maybe we're going to make use of it, but we didn't make use of it. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here for now. So the next thing we're going to do here is to actually go back to our configuration class, which is this class here, where we created our password encoder last time. So now we're going to actually commence our configuration to secure our endpoints and to actually commence the configuration properly. So let's go there and get it done. Okay, so now it's time for us to start working right here inside the web security config class we created last time. And we know that the only bin we had here is this password encoder we created last time, right? So now we're going to create a couple of more bin in here. But the first thing we're going to do here is to bring in some of the dependencies that we're going to inject right in here. We'll be working with. So the first one we're going to bring in here is I'm going to make this final. This one is going to be our hotel user detail service. So hotel user detail service. So I'm just going to call this one user detail service. Private final. JWT, this is JWT, JWT auth entry point. This one here, entry point. And now we're just going to go here to actually inject this through constructor at required. This is required. At required at constructor. And now the first thing we're going to do here is to the first bit we're going to create here is really public. So this one is going to be the auth. It will be auth token, authentication token filter, and this one we're going to say authentication, or sorry, authentication token filter, and here we're just going to return new auth filter, right here. And this one, we're going to make it a main. Then the next one we're going to create here is the authentication, the DO provider, authentication provider, so to speak. So here we have the public, the AO authentication provider. And we're just going to call this one auth provider. So we're going to return. So you're just going to have your auth provider equal, excuse me, equals new auth provider. This one here, I'm going to shorten it. It's too long. All right, so just going to say auth provider. And this one, I'm just going to shorten this one as well to auth provider. So I'm going to say auth provider. I'm going to make this one full. What am I doing? I made a mistake here. Yeah, this is not what I want to do. So this one here is what I'm trying to shorten it, this one here. Auth provider, yeah. So now I'm just going to say auth provider dot set user details, set user detail service. We're just going to pass our user detail service we just created. Auth provider dot set password encoder. You just pass in the password encoder we've created, right? And then we're going to return auth provider. So this one here, okay, we're missing the curly braces here. All right. Well, what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to bring this one up. And this one also is going to be a bin. So I'm just going to annotate this one with the bin annotation. Bin. Yeah, so the next section, manager. So this one we're going to say authentication manager. And this one here, we're going to pass in the authentication configuration. Authentication. This one here is supposed to be, we're supposed to have all right. So the next bin we're going to create here is the authentication manager. So we're going to say public authentication manager, and in here we're going to have authentication configuration. Do we have it here? So authentication configuration figure. Okay, this one here. So I'm going to call this one auth config, right? And here, so we're just going to return auth config dot get configuration manager, and then we're going to add the exception. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Now the next one we're going to create, here is the security filter chain. So I'm going to zoom this one in so we can see clearly. So public security filter chain, this one here. So I'm just going to call this one filter chain. I'm going to take the HTTP security, HTTP. So in here we're just going to disable the CSRF. So http.csr, and in here we're going to have the abstract. We're going to get the abstract HTTP configurer, this one here, abstract HTTP configurer, yeah, this one here. And then we're just going to call the disable static method here. Disable right here. And then we're going to have exception handling, and in here we're going to have exception here, and then we're going to have in here on. Let me break this down. Let me just break this down from here. Okay, I'm going to break this down. Let's break this down. And this one here is going to be our JWT entry point. And then we're going to come down here, session management. And this one here, we're just going to have the session. Session creation policy. Session creation policy. And this one we're going to set to stateless. This one, I'm just going to select this one here, stateless. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit, it's getting too big. Then here we're going to come out here to say authorize HTTP request, and in here we're just going to say auth. So auth request matches, and in here we're going to pass in the API we want to allow for free. So we're going to come back to this. So here we're just going to say permit all. Then we're going to go here any request authenticated. Okay, so we're going to end this one here. So we're going to come back to this one later to actually pass in the request we want to allow for free, which is the API, the endpoint we want to allow for free. And then after this is done, now we're going to come down here. Then we'll say HTTP dot authentication provider. and then we're going to pass in the authentication provider we've created last time, the auth provider, this one here, and http dot add filter before this one here. So then we're going to pass in our own filter. So we're going to say authentication filter. The one we just created last time, this one here, authentication filter, and then we're going to pass in the username, this filter here, dot class. So what we're just trying to do here is that we just try to tell JWT, the security, Spring Security, to use our filter before using the one that Spring provided. So that's what we're just trying to do here. So after this one is done, then we're going to return. So we're just going to return http.build. So this is just all we need to do here. And we're going to add the exception right here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. And this one also is a bin. It's a bin. Okay, so we're going to come back here later to actually pass the endpoint we want to allow for free right here. But for now, this is all we need to do here to actually and this one also is a bin, lest I forget. This one is a bin as well. All right, so here we have annotated all our bin accordingly. And now the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to actually bring in the annotation, because we are going to be using method security right here in our application, right? Based on rule, right? That method level security based on the user rule that we're going to allow to perform some certain operation in this application, right? So for that, we're going to bring in this annotation at enable. So we're going to say at enable method security, this one here. And inside here, we're just going to say secured enable true. Then we'll have the JSR enabled true. And also we're going to have pre-posts enabled. So this one, we're going to set it to true. True. So this is just all we need to activate to actually make use of the method level security in our application. Okay, so now this is all we have here right now. Now for now we're going to allow this one here. So this auth here we're going to allow for free, and the booking, the room controllers, this room here. Now let's check the method. What are the endpoints we have here inside this room? So we have add room, we have all room, that view all rooms, we have room type. So here we're going to come back here later to set different security, different access to all these ones here based on the user rule, right? So for now, we're just going to come back here to our configuration. This auth here, we're just going to allow this one for free because here is registration, so we don't need to be authenticated before we start, right? So here I'm just going to come down here to pass in the auth right now, auth / anything, to allow for free. So this is just the only one we want to allow for now. Then the other ones we're going to allow them based on their user rule, right? Okay. So before we test, we're going to test this project to make sure everything runs to this point before we continue. So now before we test this now, I want to, if we look here in our controller, we actually have this controller, you see that we're having a cross origin everywhere. And if we go back to our other controllers, we see that we have the same cross origin everywhere, right? Like this book group here, we have the cross origin right here too. So it's not a good practice to put all this one in every controller. So what we just need to do right now is I want to create another configuration class where we're going to centralize this cross origin inside there, so that every controller will just use from there instead of putting this to every separate controllers, right? So in here, I'm going to create another class right here in the security. And this class, I'm going to call it config course configuration. I'm just going to say config to be short, right? And I'm going to make this on the full screen. Okay, so that's just all we need to do. So now some annotation I need to put here to just make this one a configuration class. So we're going to bring in the add configuration, and also we're going to enable the Spring, enable the web MVC, right? So we just enable web MVC right here. And to save our time, I'm just going to paste in this configuration I have made before right in here. So I'm going to zoom this out. So right here, just pause this video and try to go through what we've done here. So right here, we're actually setting the headers and the content type right here. So now we have set the origin that we are going to allow to consume our backend. And we also set allow credentials, right? And right here, we just list the method that we're going to allow to consume this API. We have to get, the post, the put, and the delete. So these are the methods we allow to consume this our endpoint, our back end, right? And also we're allowing any like their home page, we just allow any slash like this, that we just configure that we're registering the what we call it, the mapping, the request mapping right here, right, to our base URL. A base URL, so to speak. And this all we just have to do here to centralize our core config. So having done this, now I'm going to come back here to remove all this. I'm just going to remove this. Go here also and remove this. So no need of putting them here because we've already done everything right here, right? Okay. So now we're going to run our application to make sure that everything runs to this point before we continue. So let's hit on this play button to actually, and before we run, I'm going to show you something maybe I've shown you in the past. I switched over to, let me make this full screen. I switched over to property file. We're using YAML, right? So I abandoned YAML to come back to property for some reasons right here, and was when I set this one right here. Okay, so now I'm going to hit on the play button to actually run our application to see what we got up to this stage. All right, so we can see that our application has started running here, and we see that everything is working fine. So in case you are having problem running your application, following my coding step by step, just come here, come back to your property file and change this one here to this format. You know, before it was security.jwt.this, but it didn't work. I was having problems, so I changed it to this auth.token.jwtsecret and auth.token.this. So, and I actually come back here to auto-wire it right here, and everything works fine. So in case you're having problem with error creative being because of this auto-wire, just change from security.jwt to auth.token, just exactly like this format here, then it will run. Okay, so now we've seen that our application has actually started successfully. So before we go to Postman for testing, we're going to go to this auth controller. We're going to implement the login endpoint, so we can actually log in and generate our JWT token and see how it goes. So let's go and get it done. All right, so now I'm going to shut down the server, and then right here we are inside the auth controller. So I'm going to create an endpoint for login users. So here I'm just going to have sorry, I don't know what is wrong with my mouse again. So now we're just going to have a public method, public, and response entity, and this one is just going to be return anything. And then we just, this one here, we're just going to call authenticate user, authenticate users. And then we're going to have at valid user, and we're going to have at request body here, at request. Is that correct? At request body, login request. So I'm going to create this class. So now, before we continue, let's create this class. Create class, and this one here, I'm just going to come here, and create a new package, and this one I'm going to call request, and click on OK, and click on OK, and click on OK. So this one is going to be created here. So what we just need right here in this login request, we just need the email and the password of the user, right? So we're just going to need private string email, and private string password. This is email, and here we have to make sure, let's go to the next line. So we just have to make sure that the field contains value, not blank, right? At not blank. And then we're just going to have here the Lombok annotation to get the necessary getter setters and the other things we need. So now I'm just going to go back here. So let's do this import. So in case you are not getting this import, make sure you have this. Let's go to our POM file. So make sure you have this how they call it. Make sure you have this dependency here, this one, this data validation. Make sure you have it here. Okay, this one is the one validating the input or the validation we are setting. This is the dependency that is actually doing the job for us. So in case you are not having the import here, you are not getting this one here, just check to make sure you have that dependency right there. Okay, so now I want to scroll this out a little bit. So now what we're going to do here is we're just going to come inside this method, and we're going to bring in here the authentication. So let's say authentication equals, here we're going to bring in here some dependencies. So here we're going to have our authentication manager that the build we just created right a few minutes ago. We're going to have it here. So we're going to say private final authentication manager, authentication manager, this one here, and we're just going to call this one auth manager right here. And then we're going to bring in also the JWT util. So private final JWT utils right here. And then we're just going to, what we're going to do here is to go back right here. So equals auth manager dot get authentication dot authenticate dot authenticate, and then we're going to pass in a new user, new username, password, token, authentication token. So I'm going to break it down and break it down. And in here, we're going to pass in the email. So login. I'm going to call it on request. So to be shorter. Request, right? So I'm going to say request. Request.get email and request.get password. All right, so I'm going to terminate here. So having done this now, I'm just going to go in here, security context holder. There's a context holder. Sorry, security context holder dot get context dot set authentication right here. String JWT equals JWT utils dot generate token for user, and we pass in the authenticated user. And after that, we're going to come here to get the hotel user details. Equals authentication dot get principal, and this one we're going to cast it get principal, and here we're going to have the row of the user. So we're going to have the list of rows. I hope this font is not too small. I hope you guys can see this. So I'm zoom in a little bit. So here I have the rows. I don't know, this one is supposed to be string because the rows are string. I have string, and this one I'm going to call rows equals. So now we're just going to get the rows of the user. So we use the user details dot get authorities dot stream dot map, and here we're just going to get the granted authorities here. I'm going to break it down. So let's do the import here. Import, and after this here we're going to collect this. We're going to collect this to a list. So we say dot collect to a list, right? So let's just make this one static import. Okay, so after this now we're going to return. So we're going to return response entity dot okay, and we're going to bring in the body. So new, we're going to create a custom class that will actually return response for us. So we're going to call this one JWT response. And this JWT response is going to respond back with the user ID, the email, the token, and the role, right? But you can actually add anything. You can just let it return everything about the user. But for this now, what we just want to return is the ID of the user. the email of the user, the token generated, and the list of rows of the user, right? So for that, we're just going to say user details dot get ID, user details dot get email, user details dot get dot. So after getting the email, you just want to set in here this JWT here. We've already gotten the generated JWT that has been JWT that has been generated. So we're just going to remove this one here and pass in the JWT, and after that, now we're going to pass in the rows, which is this one here. So then we'll pass in the rows. So let's say rows, right? And I'm just going to close the gap here, and then we're going to terminate right here. So now let's create this response class. Let's create this class. So create class, and this one here, I'm going to just go right here and create a new folder. So this one, just like the request, I'm going to say this one is a response, right? So let's make this okay right here, and this is just the thing we need here. So we're just going to allow everything right here. So the only thing we just need to have inside that class here are just few attributes, which is the ID of the user, the email, and just the values we want to return, like the token type, right? We want to return all these things right here. So these are the things we just want to return here. So now we just need to have the Lombok annotation to actually get the setter, getters, and other things. So these are just what we need right here in this class: the ID, the email, the token, the bearer type, and a constructor. But meanwhile, I'm going to remove this one here and remove this one here. And now what I'm just going to do here is to explicitly add at all arg constructor here, right here. And for us to have this, now we're going to have at no arg constructor. So here, I'm sorry, this at no arg constructor right here. So this is just all we need to have right here. But meanwhile, what we're doing here right now, we are not actually injecting this one. We are not injecting this one right here, right? So for that, because if we look here, where's the controller, I'm going to close this, close the request, and where's the auth controller? This one here. So this one here, what we're just getting here, okay? So we actually ask it to create this constructor. So now we're going to go back here. So there's no need for us to actually have this one here. So let's explicitly generate our constructor. So I'm just going to say auth insert. Then I'm going to go to constructor, and I'm going to select everything here apart from this type, here, and just click on OK. All right, so this is just all we need here, and I think this solves the problem. Cool. Okay, so now our login API is, our login endpoint is ready. So let's just, this one here is going to be at post request, right? So this one is at post request. So we're just going to add the at post mapping, and here we're just going to say login here, and this is all we just need to do here. So now we're going to initialize Postman and run our application. So we go to Postman to actually test the creation of user and everything, to make sure everything works fine before we move to the front end to actually implement the front end to consume everything we've just done at the back end. So let's move to Postman. Let's run our application and move to Postman. All right, so now we're about to test our project in Postman before we move to the front end. So this is the login endpoint we've just created. And quickly, let me take you right here in our security config. So right here, I have added some other endpoints, some API that we're going to lock down. Remember last time we only allowed this one here for free, and now I've added the room right here. So this room here, this room API, I allow it for free, but there are some methods inside this API, there's some endpoints inside this API that are specifically locked down for admin only. And this one here, this API here, this one is locked down completely for admin user, right? So that is just what we did here. And apart from this one here, every other API should be logged in, should be fully authenticated before going in. So this one is for only admin. This one is you can go inside this room for free, but there are some rooms. This one is not like a house, right? So you can go inside the house for free, no authentication, but inside the house there are some rooms that you cannot go in. That's what we just did here. So if I go here, right here to the room controller, so this one here is the room controller. We see here /rooms, and this one here to add new room is for only admin. This one here, remember we're using method security, method level security, which is role-based authentication, right? So if you are an admin, you are able to add rooms here. But apart from that, every other person can view room by room type, can view room all rooms, can delete room, only admin can delete room. Right here, that's what we just done here. And update room also is only admin that can update room. And get room by ID, everyone can actually view room by ID. But to update the room, to delete the room, just like this one here, and to add a new room, that one is for only admin user, right? So that is why I have to leave this one for everyone to come in, so that anyone can just come and view all rooms, right? You can check all rooms, you can view a single room, you can get a room by type, right? Okay, that is for this. Therefore, for the row here, you see that in here, there is nothing like method authentication here. I didn't put anything method authentication. I just locked down the whole of this API here for only admin user right here, right? That is what I've did here for only admin user right here. Okay, so this is the auth. This one is for free. You don't have to be authenticated before you authenticate yourself. You don't have to be authenticated before you register, right? So that's what we just did right now. So now let's go to Postman to actually test all these to see how they work. To see how they work before we move on to our React front end to complete our project. So right here, this is Postman. And if I just click on the collection here, we see, so this is the collection, and this is our hotel, Lakeside Hotel, this one here, Lakeside Hotel. And inside here, this is what we did last time to add new room. And this last time we didn't even test, we did test with Postman because I really want us to go to the front end to just test. So I didn't do anything here, but right now I have created 1, 2, 3 folders. So this one here is for user, to get all users. Remember, this is the API we've created a few minutes ago, right? I mean, some times ago. So this one is to get all users. This one is to get a user by email, that's a single user. And this one is to delete a user. Then inside this row here, we have create a new row, get all rows, assign user to row, remove a user from row, remove all users from row, and delete a row, right? And this auth here is just registration and login. So this is all I have done here. So the first thing we're going to do right now is let's go back to our database. Let's go to our SQL. And right here, we can see that if I go to the user here, we see that we have a couple of users here. But what I'm just going to do right now is I'm going to leave all these users here. Rather, we're going to create more users to add to this one here, right? So this one is our users, and this one here is our row. We have the user row, the admin row, and the editor row. But actually, for this project we are doing right now, we don't really need this one here. I just use it for testing. The only row we just need here, the user and admin, we just need 2 rows. That's all. It's not that's just our requirement, right? We don't really need this, so I can just delete this later at the front end. So here, these are user rows. We see that this user here, Rita, we have Magneto, we have Newman, right? We have Newman, we have Magneto, and we have Rita, right? So right now, this guy here is having a user ID of 4. So if we go here to user row, this is the user row table, remember? So now this guy with the ID of 4 has a row number with number 3 and number 1. Now let's go back to the row. So here we have a row number 1 is user and a row number 3 is admin. So which means this guy here with ID number 4 has a row of both user and admin, right? And this one here, let's go here. The user with ID number 3, a user with ID number 3 is Rita, and Rita here has a row with ID number 3, and the row with ID number 3 here is admin. So Rita is an admin. Then we have Newman, this Newman with ID number 6. So if we go here, we have a user with ID number 6, and he has a row with ID number 1, and the row ID number 1 is user, right? So which means these 3 users we're having here, this one here is an admin user, this one here is both user and admin row, and this one here is only a user row, right? So these are the 3 users we're going to use to test our API. So now let's go back to our project. And right now, if we look here, I want to show you something. Let me go here. This is user controller. So if you look at the user controller, right here, all users. Here, what is it here? Yeah. So this all users here, only admin can get all these users here. So I'm just going to copy this one here. Only admin can view all users, right? So I'm going to remove this one here. I'm going to remove the part of the user. So this one here, to get all users, you must be an admin. But to find a user by email, I just use it. Either if you are a user, you can find a user by email. If you're an admin, you can find a user by email as well. And next here is to delete the user. Before a user can be deleted, you can be either admin or you have a user row. And if you are not admin and if you are a user, then your ID must be the same. You must be the one that logged in, and you must be the user you are deleting must be yourself. So which means you can only delete yourself. You can only close your account. You cannot close another person's account. So that's what we just did here right now. But if you're an admin, you can close anyone's account, right? But if you are a user, you can only close your account, which means you can only delete your account. You can never delete another person's account. So that's what we just did here. So here we're having this pre-authorize, this one here, pre-authorize, right? So you must have admin row or you have a user row. And if you're a user row, so your email, which is your ID, must be the same with the username that is logged in, so that you can delete, which means this email here that you want to delete, because this is the email you are this is the user account you're trying to delete. So this email must be equal to your username, because your username is your email, right? Which means you want to delete your account, you want to close your account. So you can only close your account, you cannot close another person's account, right? So that is what we just did here. And if we scroll down, okay, this is delete, and this is find a user, and this is we get all users. So that is all what we just did here. And right here, like I have said before, we have this one here is exclusively for admin. This one here is for free, totally free. And this one here is partially free. You can go inside this API, but there are some methods inside this API that are logged down to specific users, right? For specific users row, right? Okay, thank you. So now let's go to Postman to actually test all these things I've been explaining. So right here, the first thing I'm going to do here, let's go to auth. So we are going to register a new user. So let me go here. So right now we're going to register a new user. Now the beauty of creating a collection here, you can just save all your queries with name, with customized name. So you just click on it, and the endpoint will just come here, right? Okay, so I'm going to make this a full screen. So now this one here is auth and register user. So now we in this body here, I have tested some registration before, but now let's do the testing together again. So now I'm going to create a new user called Simpson. So this user is Simpson, and I'm just going to say coder, Simpson coder, right? Now, I'm sorry, this is supposed to be coder, Simpson coder, and this one here is going to be coder@email.com. Coder@email.com, and the password here is 123456. So right here, I'm going to send, and let's bring this up. Oh, sorry, our backend, our server is not running. I've not started our server. So let's start our server then before we go to the front to Postman. All right, so we can see that our project has started running successfully. So let's go back to Postman to see. So right now I'm going to create a new user, and this new user is going to be Simpson Coder, and coder@gmail.com as the email, and 123456 as the password. So right now I'm just going to hit on send here. Okay, it actually takes a while before it's registered. So now we see a message here that's registration successful, right? So quickly I'm going to let's refresh our database, and we see here that we have Simpson Coder right here and well encrypted password. So here, sorry, let's go back to Postman. And now remember that when a user is created by default, that user when a user is created by default, that user has the default of a user role, right? Last time we did here, let's go back to our service class, our service user service right here. Remember last time when a user is created by default, it has the role of a user, right? This one here. So if, for example, right now, if we check Simpson, the guy we just created right now, if we check this guy here, ID number 7, let's go to user role. Here, let's refresh this one here. Let's refresh. Okay, let me just go back here. Okay, so right here we'll see a user with ID number 7 with a row number ID 1. And if we go here, we'll see that the row with ID number 1 is the user's row, right? So that is what we did last time right here. That's what we did right here, right? So everything is working fine. So now this guy is a user. So now that we have gotten one user and we've gotten some users right here in the database before, so the next thing we're going to do right now is I'm going to close this user registration. I'm going to close this one here. So I'm going to go back here to the collection. So now let's assume we want to create a row. So now let's have this one here as create a new row. And right now we cannot create a row because we have not logged in, right? So let's just try this. Let's send this. We're going to see forbidden, unauthorized, right? So here we have unauthorized. Let me make it full screen. So here we have unauthorized, which means we have to log in first. Full authentication is required to access these resources, right? So that is the message. Now let's go back here again. Let me go here let me get the login API. So I'm going to close one again. So now let's log in Simpson. Let's go here. Okay, let me try to get let's get the email from here. Let's go to the create user. Where's the user? Here it is, user registration. Let's go here. And now I'm going to copy this email. Just going to copy this. Oh my gosh. Okay, no problem. So let's go back to our database. I'm going to copy this email from the database right here. Okay, so let me copy this. Just copy. And let's go back to Postman. And in Postman, I'm going to just go here to login. So let me replace this magneto with the coder, right? Remember, the coder is a user and it has no access to this row API. So now let me log in. So this is the login API we created last time. Remember, this is the API we created last time, the endpoint. So now we have logged in this guy here. We can see that the email has been returned at coder@email.com, and this is the token, as you can see, and this is the type, which is the bearer, and this is the row of the user. So he has a user role. Now if we copy this one right here, if we copy this one right now, and let's, for example, let's go to JWT website, jwt.io, this one here. So if I just replace this one here, if I remove this and copy this here and paste this one here, you see that we have here, we have the subject, which is the email, and we have the roles. We have the issue at and the expiration time of this guy here. So this guy has a user role, right? Okay, so now the next we're going to do here is to go back to Postman. So let's copy this. I've copied it before. So let's go back to this row here. This row here. Let's go back here, and I'm going to, let's go to authentication. Go here and bearer authentication, right? So let me just remove the one that was here and replace with the new one right here. Okay, so if we still go and send, like we want to get every row, we cannot still send because this guy is not an admin, it's a user, right? Now, which of this API that is of user that the user can view? Let's go back here. Which of this API that the user can view? So let's go to here. We have the users, and here we have admin, and we have user or admin, right? So now we can find a user. If you have the row of user or admin user, then you can find a user by ID, which is by email. So let's go and find a user by ID. So this guy is a user, but he wants to find a user by ID. So let's go here, and so let's go here to the user folder. So get a user by email, by ID, right? Yeah, this one here, get the user by ID. And if we go here, let's just go here to see. So we see that the token is still here, right? Okay, so now what we're just going to do here is to change this email, because this email, I don't think if this email exists in our database. So let's find it if it exists or not. So here we have 404 user not found. This email does not exist. So let's see, let's find Magneto. Magneto. So let's find Magneto, and here we got Magneto from the database, right? This is Magneto shooter, and there's the email, there's the password, and he's an admin role, right? So which means the user can actually find this because he has a user role, so he can actually find a user by ID, right? Which is this one here. Now let's try to find let's go to the endpoint that is meant for only user. So let's try to delete a user. Remember that before you can delete a user, you have to be that user you want to delete, right? Or you have to be an admin. But this guy is a user. So what we're just going to do right now is that let's try to delete Magneto, right? So if we try to delete Magneto here, let's go back here to say delete a user. So here, let's try to delete Magneto. Remember, this guy is not an admin, and this is another person account he wants to delete, right? So let's check here to actually see the token. The token is still here. So let's try to send to delete. You see 401 unauthorized. So fully authentication is required to access this. But meanwhile, we can actually customize this message to actually bring out the true message that you are not authorized to delete another user's account, right? That's what we're going to put here. But right now we can just see that this one is working. Now let's try to delete the guy that logged in was Simpson, right? So it's a coder. So let's delete, let him delete himself here, coder at email.com. So this guy wants to delete himself. So let's see how it goes. Delete. You see, user deleted successfully. So which means this one here, this endpoint here is working. So you can either be an admin or you can be a user. And if you're a user, the account you are trying to delete must be your own account, right? So that is what we've just experimented right now, and everything works successfully. So let's go back to my SQL workbench and actually see this coder here. So let's refresh and see if the guy is still there. Now he's no longer there, he's been deleted. He has closed his account, right? Okay, so that one is out of the way. Now, you can just take your time to, well, I cannot test everything because I don't want this thing to be too long. So you can just take your time. You can create collection in Postman and just take your time to test everything here on Postman to see how it works. So everything actually is working right here. All the method we sealed down here, everything is working. Is working as expected, right? So you can take your time to test more of this. Just test more of this. Test more of this and see how it works. So before we go, let me just let's log in with an admin to actually see how we can create a row and remove a row, right? So let's just go here, which is the last test we want to do. So let me go to the row. This is row, and let's have this, like create a new row. And then this guy is not a user, it's not an admin. So what I'm just going to do here, let the person that is an admin log in. Rita is an admin, right? So let's log in Rita here. Let's log in Rita. So here, Rita is an admin and he has this password. So let's see if Rita can create a new row or delete a new row. So let's see, let's send this, let's log in. Okay, so she has logged in successfully. So let's try to decode this. Let's decode this. Copy. So let's decode this one again in JWT website. Just remove this, remove all, and let's paste this one here. So see that we have Rita email and she's an admin, right? Which means she can create a row. So let's try to create a row. So let's paste this token right here. I'm going to remove some of this here, remove this one here, and actually remove this one here so the place can be a little bit clearer. So now we have logged in already. I want to remove this here. So this one here is to create a new row. So let me remove this one here and paste the new one we've just gotten from Rita, right? So she's an admin. So let's see if she can create a new row. So let's go to the body of the row. And now admin is already in existence. Remember last time we made some authentication during when a row wants to be created. So we want, if that row already exists, it's going to throw a message, right? So if we go back to row service, this one here, row service class, we're going to see it here. So here we see that when a row is about to be created, we find the row here. So if the row already exists, it's going to throw this message here. And right now we have already gotten the admin row already exists in the database, right? So there's already an admin. So now I want to pretend to create an admin again, and let's see what happens. So let's send this one here. And we see that this one is working. Admin row already exists, right? So it's showing this conflict right time. This is the conflict we specified last time right here at the front end. This one here, we create the new row. This one here, yeah, this the one that is showing right here in Postman right now. The status, the HTTP status right now. That is what is showing. So now it said this row is already in existence, right? So let's try to create a row called all. All right. Let's see if it can be created. And a new row was created successfully, right? So let's go back to SQL Workbench and let's refresh. And we see row/all. You see here, and this is what we specified last time. Remember, this is what we specified last time. In let's go to service. So we prefix this one here. We prefix the row. Is it prefix? Yeah. We prepend. So maybe is it prefix or prepend? I don't know. So we prefix this one here, and we transform it to uppercase, right? So that is why here we have. That's why we have this one here in lowercase. We enter in lowercase, but when it's being created, it becomes in the uppercase right here. So that was what we did, and everything is working fine. Okay, so you can just take your time to test more of this endpoint. Just test more of this endpoint and see how it actually works. Just test everything here. Take your time to test everything and see how it works. Okay, so this brings us to the end of our back end. So in our next video, we're going to go to our front end, to our React front end, to actually create the login page and the registration page and login page to actually secure our front end. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so now that we're finished from our back end, so we're back to the front end on VS Code. So what we're just going to do here is I'm going to come here to, actually I'm going to close this one down, I'm going to close this two here. Then I'm going to come to our project directory to create, right here inside the component folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and this folder I'm going to call auth. And inside this auth folder, what I'm just going to do here is to create a new class here and create a file, and this one here is going to be, we're going to call this one registration, right? registration.jsx. like so. And this is the registration file, and right here we're going to have another file, and this one we're going to call login.jsx, right? And after this, now that we're going to have another one here, and this one we're going to call profile.jsx. Yeah, so these are the three files we're going to create here, the three components we'll create here. Then after this, now the next thing we're going to do here is to come to this util folder. I'm going to open up our API functions, and right in here I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here, and we are going to add two new functions for now. One is for registration and the other one is for login, right? Okay, so the first one we're going to add here is for the registration. So here I'm just going to export async function, and this function we're just going to call registration, and we're going to pass in registration object. Registration. And right in here we're going to have the try and catch block. Catch. So inside the try block, we're going to create a variable response equals await API dot. So this one is going to be post API dot post. And remember last time our post is in auth, inside the auth folder, right? So the creation, the registration API is inside the auth. The registration endpoint is inside the auth API, right? So here we're going to have auth slash registration. Oh no, this one is like register user. That was the endpoint we created last time on the back end. Then we're going to pass in the registration data. Registration, right? All right. And then we're just going to return the message from the back end. Return response. Response.data. Then now we're going to go in here to catch any error. To catch error. So if error dot response, this is response. If error dot response and error dot response dot data, then we're just going to say throw new error dot response dot data, else throw new error, registering register. We're just gonna say user registration, error, and then we're going to pass in the error message. So we're going to pass in here the error message by saying error.message. Okay, so there's the one for registration. Then now we're going to go down. Let me just close this gap. So now I'm going to go down here to create another endpoint for login in the user, right? Export async function login. We're going to say login. And remember, these two endpoints are located in the same API /login, and we're going to pass in here we're going to pass in our login. Yes, login object, and inside here. But meanwhile, I'm just going to say this one like login user right here. Then inside the body, I'm going to have a const variable, const response equals await API.post /login. And then we're going to pass in the login object, login. If response the status was 200 and response dot the status this is 300, we're just going to return response dot data. So this one is response, else return none. Then we're going to move down to catch the error. This one is supposed to wrap this one here inside the try catch block as well. So we're going to use the S. So we're going to pack everything here inside the try block. And after this, now we're going to go here to the catch error. I'm just going to go here to say cancel then we're going to display the error to the user on the home on the web page, and then we'll return none. All right, so these are the two functions we just need to create right now. Okay, so now the last one here, we're just going to use this opportunity to create another function that will actually get this user to the profile, right? Because we're going to have a profile for the user. So when the user is logged in, we're going to have the user actually navigates to the profile, so we can actually get the user in their profile, right? So for that, what we're just going to do here is to go down here to create a single user. But let me see here. I think we have gotten a function here to actually get a single user, right? Oh no, this one is wrong, because this one is a new API we're bringing in, so we've not created this before. So now we're going to have an export async function, and this one we're going to call get user profile. Maybe just going to call this one get user profile. All right, but meanwhile, this one here, we're just going to pass in the user ID and the token that the system has generated for the user after login, right? So we're just going to say user ID, and we'll pass in here token, because when the user has logged in, it's going to be given a token, right? So right here we're going to have the try and catch block, and in here we're just going to have the catch. So inside the try here we're going to have const response equals await API.get, and then we're going to have the user. This is users from our backend API. Then here we're just going to pass in. So I'm just going to say users. I'm going to pass in here the profile. I'm going to say profile, right? User profile, and then we're going to pass in the user ID. So right here we're just going to say user ID, right? So right here we're going to pass in the header. Sorry, not here. So here I'm just going to say header. Meanwhile, I'm going to, for this one here, I'm going to declare something up here. We're going to get the header from that's the authentication header, so that we can actually set the header. So I'm going to go up here below this API here, below our base API. I'm going to create the header here. So I'm going to say export const get header. So here I'm just going to export const get header. I'm going to say some function, the function. Then this one I'm going to call get header, right? And right inside here, what has happened here? Anyways, I'm just going to const get header. Going to just all right. So inside here, we're just going to have const token, because token equals local storage equals local storage dot get item. Okay. So what we're doing here is that when the user is logged in, we're going to set the token to the local storage, right? The token, the ID, and some other things, some other credentials we want to use to verify the user in every subsequent request, right? So right here we're going to say return. So we're just going to return auth authentication I hope we call no, not authentication, this one is supposed to be authorization. Authorization. And here we're going to have bearer and bearer token, right? So that's what we're going to have here. And after this, we're going to get the content type. We'll have content type. We'll say application / JSON. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here to get the header from the user in every subsequent request. So now we're just going to go down here to actually make use of this inside the profile, the user profile, right? So we're just going to get the header right from the user profile right here. Let me check out something. What I'm just trying to do here is that, so when the user is logged in, so what we're just going to do here is to direct the user either to their profile or to any places, but any which way, we have to get the profile of the user, of the logged in user, right? So that's what we're just trying to do here. So inside here, we're just going to call the header. So we're going to call headers right here, and we're going to say get header, right? Get header right here. So that is just what we need to do here. And now after this, now we're going to go out here. Yeah, so we're going to go out here to actually return. So we're going to return response dot data, and then we're going to catch error, and then we're going to throw the error if there's any problem, right? So just throw the error. We're going to catch this error later in the front when we're going to call this method, this function. So here we're going to throw error. All right, so these are the three functions we just need here right now. And now let's go back to our login form implementation, or maybe, yeah, let's just, the first thing we're going to do here is to create our login form. So right in here, we're just going to generate our component. Const error message. So we're going to set error message, set error message, set error message, and this one we're going to use state, and set to empty string. Const login, down here we're going to set login, use state, and so this one here we're going to set to an object. So this object here, what we're just going to need from this login credentials is the email. So at the initial state, we're going to set this one as none, and then we're going to set the password, and we're going to set this to none as well. All right. So after this, right now, we're going to go back. We're going to come down here to create a function to actually handle the inputs, right? The input change. So we're going to say const handle input change, right? We have the event, and down here we're just going to say set login, so I'm going to say e.target name, e.target.value. Okay, so this set login. All right. Then after that, now we're going to come here to actually create a function to handle the login, right? So we're going to call the function we just created a few minutes ago at our API functions file. So now we're going to have const handle login, and this one is going to be a sync, and in here we're just going to, first thing we're going to do here is to prevent the default behavior. So I'm going to say e.prevent default. Then down here we're going to just have the const, and this one we're going to call success, login success equals await login. So here we are actually calling the function we created right at the back end, not actually the back end, but right inside the API function we just created some time ago. So here we're going to pass in the login. Yeah, pass in the login. So then we're going to check what is returned from the back end, the message that is returned. So I'm going to say if success, what do we do? Then we're going to have the token const token equals success dot token. So after this, we're going to decode the JWT. So we're going to say const decoded token, and here we're going to install a library, but we're going to do that later. So we're just going to say JWT equals JWT decode, then we're going to pass in the token right here. We're going to install this library in a moment. Then after this, now we're just going to have the local storage, local storage dot set item, and this one here we're going to pass in the token, and pass any token. And this one here, I'm just going to copy and paste user ID. So we're going to say decoded token dot subject, which is the email of the user. Then here we're going to come down here to say user role, and here we're going to come we're going to say decoded token dot rows dot join, in case the user has more than one row. So we're going to separate them with comma, right? Like so. Okay, so after this, now we're going to navigate. When the user logged in, we're going to navigate. For now, we're just going to navigate to the home page because we've not created the profile yet. So we're just going to navigate to the home page. So let's say home page. So now we're going to this is navigate. We're going to create this variable up there, a hook. We're going to hook this one here. So here we're just going to say const navigate equals use navigate right here. And then when the user is navigated, we're just going to reload. That's refresh. It's like refreshing our page so that we can actually refresh the content that the user can get access to, right? So just going to say window.location.reload right here. Now else, where are we? No, come on. So here we're going to come here to say else. Else we're going to set error message. So we're just going to say invalid login, right? So we're going to say invalid. So that means if the username or the password does not correspond, we'll just give them invalid username or password. Invalid username or password. Please try again. Please try again. All right, so that's just what we're going to do here. Then we're going to come out here to actually set. So when the message is being displayed, we're going to give some seconds for the message to fade away, right? So I'm going to set timeout. Set timeout. And this one's just going to set error message. Set error message to none after some seconds, maybe like let's just say like 4 seconds, 4,000 milliseconds, right? It's like 4 seconds. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. So now before we move on, let's go and install this package. So let's just using Windows, Control backtick, and going to open a new terminal right here. So this one here, we're just going to say npm install jwt the code. So here we see that JWT decode has been installed for us. So I'm just going to remove this And going to the package.json, we're going to see that, where is it? Okay, right here. This one has been installed for us. So let's close this down and go back to our login component, and let's do the import. So we'll do the import from here. But for now, don't worry about this. Don't worry about this for now. We're going to get it fixed. So now the next thing we're going to do here is to create our UI. So let me just bring this up. So we're going to create our UI, which is our form. So here I'm just going to right click, double click on this and Ctrl DD, and I'm going to change this one to section and escape, right? Then this section here, we're just going to set in some bootstrap classes. Class name, container. Is this spell of container? Container colon 6 empty 5 MB 5. Okay, and inside here we're just going to check if there's error message. So we're going to say error message, then just have a p tag right here and display that error message. Error message. And this p tag will give some classes as well. So I'm going to say class name, and then I'm going to say alert. Alert slash danger was an error. So this just okay. You will notice that sometimes I use double quotes, sometimes I use single quotes, but my editor is configured to use single quote automatically. That's how I configure it. But sometimes when I use it, when I press manually to use quote, I always use double quotes. I think I'm going to change this one. I'm going to change the configuration after this moment to actually use double quotes so that we can be consistent. Maybe some of you will be thinking, why are you using double quote in some places and use single quote in some places? But they're all the same thing. Being double quote or single quote, they have the same function, right? It's the same thing. There's no different. It's just that I set up my editor to use single quote. But if I do it manually, I have to, if I press that quote manually, it will be double quote, right? So there's no, just try to get this right. No confusion there, okay? Okay, so let's go down here. So I'm going to have the H2. And this H2 here, I'm just going to say login. Let's say login. And under the H2 here, I'm going to bring in the form. Right. Then the form here, we're just going to set the action like on submit. When the submit button is clicked, then what you just need to do here is to handle the login. Just invoke the login function we have up there. All right, so now let's bring in some divs right here. And inside this div here, this div is going to serve as a row. Class name, row. And here we're going to pass the margin bottom, which is MB3. And inside this div, now we're going to bring in a label. Yeah, so now we're just going to say email. Email, right? Email. HTML4. This one is for email. And then we're going to set in some classes. So we're going to say class name. We're going to have column SM2, SM2, form label. All right, so I'm just going to save to have a good format. Let me remove this empty space here and just bring this up, and then we're going to go outside the label to actually bring in the input control. So we're just going to go out here, and I'm going to have another div, and inside this div here we're going to have our input. Input like so. So right in here, we're going to set in some attributes for this input. We'll have the ID. First thing we'll do here, we're going to have the ID. So the ID here is going to be email. So name as well is going to be email. And the type also is going to be email. Type email. That's to have some default validation, some HTML5 validation of the type email input control. So now we're going to have the class name right here, and then we're going to set to form control. And after this, now we're going to have the value. Value is going to be set to login dot email. All right, and then on change we're going to handle unchanged. Then we're going to handle input change. All right, so this is just all we have here. I'm going to close this here. I'm going to give some self-closing tag and remove this one from here. So have we done this now? The next one we're going to do, let me just let's close this gap. So the next one we're going to do here is to bring in another one. So what we're just going to do here is to actually, so the next one we're going to do here is to bring in the password field. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to copy this one we have already done here to save our time. I'm just going to copy this one here and paste. Then we'll do the necessary changes, right? So now what we're just going to do here is to double click this and Ctrl D and D here. Then I'm going to change this to password, and then we're going to escape, right? And this one here I'm going to capitalize, which is password, and password. So this what we just need to do here. Then after this, now we're going to go down. We're going to here, yeah. So I'm going to go down here. Below this, I'm going to have another div. So I'm going to have another div here. And this div here, I'm going to set a class name. Class name of MB3, which is magic button. Then I'm going to bring in the button. And this one will say type. Button type. And this one's going to be submit by default. Submit, right? And we're going to say the class name. So this one will say btn primary. Or better still, I'm going to set this one to our hotel color. btn hotel. That's to get our custom hotel color. And just break this down right here. Okay, we are omitting this. Let me just okay, that's correct. Let me break this down. So, and the next thing we're going to do here is to set some margin, so that because we're going to have in here, we're going to have two buttons. So here I'm just going to set the margin here to 10 pixels, so that it will give space to the second button here, because we're going to have two buttons in here. So what I'm just going to do here is to set the style. Oh, sorry, this is style. So inside this one here, I'm going to say margin. But meanwhile, this one's going to be margin right. Yeah, margin right. And I'm going to set this one here to 10 pixels. 10px. Right here. And between this button here, I'm going to bring in the text that will tell the user the job of this button. So we're going to use login right here. Okay. Then in here, I'm going to bring in a span. Class name. Actually, this one here, I'm going to set this one as a style. Style here. Style. Margin left. And this one here, I'm going to set also to 10 pixels. Okay. So now inside this span here, we're going to have some text in case the user has not registered yet. So we're going to direct to the registration page. So we're going to say don't have an account yet. Then we're just going to pass in here a link to actually direct the user to the login, the registration registration page. So here we're just going to, where are you linking to? So we're going to set this one here. Then we're going to set this to register. And let's do the import. Yeah, do the import from here. And so that's just all we need to do here. Then outside this span here, we're just going to remove this one here. So this is just all we need to do here. We have a button, and we have a span that will actually hint the user in case the user has not logged in before, the user hasn't gotten an account. So we're just going to direct to a page where they can register, so they can actually have an account. Okay, so I think this is just all we need to do here for now. Like I said, you don't need to be worried about this for now. We're going to fix this up in a moment. Okay, so let's go and create the registration page. Okay, so let's move to the registration page. So right here, I'm just going to generate our component. And so we're going to have the state variable. Registration. Set registration. Use state, and this one we're going to set on object. So here we got the first name, and this one we're just going to set to an empty string for now. And I'm just going to copy this and paste a couple of times. 3, 4, and 5. Then this one here, I'm going to change to last name, email, and we'll change this to password. Okay, so we got 4, so I remove this extra one here, and this one I'm just going to do the import. Yeah. So after this, now we're going to have other two constant variable, like other two state variable to cache the error message and the success message for registration. So here we're going to have const error message and set error message equals use state, and this one here we're going to set to an empty string, and just going to duplicate this here and change this to success message, this one here. So we're just going to Ctrl D and change this to success message. Yeah, success message. Oh my gosh. Message. This is message, right? Yeah, message. So I'm going to change this one to lowercase. So here we have success message, set success message is correct. Okay, so we're going to declare the input handler. So we're going to say const handle input change. Handle input change equals. So here we're going to get the event and move down here. So I'm just going to set registration, and here we're going to say registration. I think I have registration update. What is wrong with this system? Do I have registration update? Okay, this one is, I'll just set this one here, say e.target name. So I'm going to pass in the value e.target.value. Target value. All right. So this one we're going to spread 2, 3. We're going to spread this here. Yeah, spread in the properties. So right here we have this one is the registration, and let me just copy and paste here to avoid any unseen error. You know, there are some errors that only the compiler can see. You might not see. Okay, so now what we're just going to do here, we're going to declare a function to actually handle the registration process. So here we're going to say const handle registration equals okay. So this one here, that brought me to something here. I forgot something right here. Okay, handle login. Okay, this one got in automatically. So right here, this one also is going to be a sync, and then we're just going to go inside here to prevent the default behavior of the form submission. So we're going to say e.prevent default. I don't know why. Sometimes if you bring it sent, sometimes you don't bring. Okay, so okay, right here we got the E. Maybe it's my fault. Okay. So right here we're just going to go down here to have the try and catch block. Catch. Okay, so inside the try block, we're just going to come here to actually call the function we declared a couple of minutes ago. So I'm going to call this one result equals await registration. What is the name of that function last time? Registration. It is await, is it correct? A before I. Yeah, await registration. Was it registration last time? Okay, let's see if that is correct. Let's go back here to, yeah, registration. Maybe I'm just going to change this one to register user, register, to avoid the confusion for different names. So I'm going to say register user. I think this one is clear enough, so we can actually differentiate between this one here and the one we're having here, right? So I'm going to say register user. No, come on. Damn. Register user right here. Okay, so let's do this import. No import, it's like being serious. Right here we have it, registered user. So let's pass in the registration object. So we just here we pass in, oh my gosh, I hate this registration object. So, and now after this, now what we're just going to do here, we're going to go down to set the success message. Set success. Message to results, right? And then after this, now we're going to set error if there are any. We'll set them to empty string. Set error message, empty string. And after this, now we're going to set registration. That we're just going to empty the form, right? So we're just going to say set registration, and then we're going to pass in the object to the first name. Yes, just going to have first name. Yeah, set to empty string. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to paste and paste, right? Last name, email. Oh, what's the matter with this computer? So here we're going to set email, and then we're going to set the password. You keep thinking, what's wrong? I've done all my best to make you faster, but yeah, you're not going to be still frozen. Okay, so now I'm just going to set in the password, right? So have the first name, the last name, email, and password. Just to set them free, set them empty, right? So I'm going to remove this from here. All right, so now we're going to go inside the catch block to actually catch any error that may occur. So here we're going to say error, and inside this error here we're going to say set success message. Set success message, and this one we're going to set to empty string, and here we're going to set error. Set error message. Then this error message we're going to just say registration error if there are any, right? Registration error. And then we're going to bring in the actual what happened. So we're going to say error dot message. All right. Then after this being done, we're just going to go down here to actually clear all these messages, all these message alerts after a few seconds, right? So here we're just going to say set timeout, set timeout, and inside this one here we're going to set error message, and what that comes first, empty string, and what's the matter here? Okay, oh my gosh, I need to work on this VS Code. Too many suggestions causing problems. I need to work on my settings, set this ID, this editor, to give me some breathing space with suggestion, unwanted suggestion. Okay, so we have set error message, set success message, and just going to set this both to empty string after a few seconds. Maybe after 5 seconds, maybe 5,000 milliseconds. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Okay, so right now these are the things we need to, this is the function to actually help us register a user. Then now we're going to go down here to start creating the UI of our registration, which is the form of registration, right? Okay, so in here I'm just going to, just like usual, I'm going to control DD and change this one here to section and escape. Yeah, so this one here I'm just going to say class name. You set install bootstrap classes, so I'm going to say class name of container. We're going to have the column of 6, and then we're going to have, just like what we did last time in our registration, in our login form. So we're just setting the same margin here, the same classes here to give space. So right in here, just like last time, we in our login form, just like last time, we cache the message, right? We just try to cache the message. Maybe if there's an error message, we're just going to do the same thing here, the success message and the error message, right? And after that, now we're going to go in here to bring in the header, which is the title, and this one is going to be h2. So then we're just going to say register, right? Okay, so right here we're going to bring in the form, okay, and so inside this form here, and so right inside this form here, I'm just going to bring in the controls we are using, just like this, just ordinary HTML form, just like what we did at the login form, right? Creating just the control. So here is the row, right? This is the row that contains the label and this infeed. There's another row that contains the label and the infeed. So the first name, the last name, the email, and the password. So this is just exactly the same thing we did already. So what we just need to do here is to do this import. Yes, all missing import. Okay, so this one is our registration form, and this is out of the way. So the next one we're going to be creating here before we start other things. Now we're going to implement this profile. So here I'm just going to generate our component right here as usual. So now we are done with our login form. So we're going to come here later to solve this problem, but I just don't want to waste time there. So now we're done with our registration form. So the next one we're going to create right now is our profile, the user profile. But meanwhile, I see something here. So this one here, we're going to set this form, okay? We've not called that function here. So we're just going to say on submit, right? To actually trigger that function, to invoke the function when the submit button is being clicked. So here we're just going to say on submit, oh no, we give space, on submit. Then we're going to handle registration, this one here, and yes, that is this one here. So we are actually calling every function we've defined here has been called appropriately. All right, so let's go into this one here. We don't want to design too much of things here in this profile page. We just want to have, when the user logs in, if you decide to go to your profile, we just want to see your name and your role and probably the rooms you have booked just there, right? That's just a simple profile we want to build here. So like I said, this profile is just going to have a basic information. So when the user logs in, it's just going to, if they navigate to their profile, what they're just going to see there is their name and probably their photos. But right here, we're not going to be bringing in the photos, but we're just going to show their names, their role, and probably some of the rooms they have booked before, right? If there's an existing room, it will show. If there's the one they've booked in the past, also it will show. So that's just what we want to do here. So right here, to save our time, I just want to paste in some code here, right? So now this one is just a basic a template. It's just a basic HTML template I prepared before. This one here, we can see that we have the first name of the user, the last name, the email of the user, and then we're going to have all the rows of the user right in here, right? So that's just what we need here. And right here we have a button that we actually, for example, if the user wants to close their account or delete their account, so this is just the button that will do that for us. And if we look up here, we have the method that will actually delete the user. So when the user is being deleted, for example, if the user closes the account, we're going to just remove all the user token, the ID, the rows of the user. We're going to clear the local storage, and we're going to navigate the user back to the home page, right? And refresh the user's section. So that's just what we are doing here right now. Now what we're just going to do here is to define this method right here in our API function. So for that, I'm just going to go in here to actually define this method here. I'm just going to say export. So here I'm going to say export, and this one here, const is delete. We're going to say delete. Just going to make it uniform. This one here, I don't know why my system keeps frozen. So let's say export async. I'm going to make this one async function, and this one I'm going to say delete user, right? Delete user. And right in here, we're going to pass in the user ID as VS Code has rightfully suggested for us. So we're just going to pass in the user ID we want to delete, which means the logged in user ID we want to delete. So right here, we're just going to bring in the try and catch block. So here, there's the try block. So we're going to introduce the catch right here as well. Catch. Okay. So inside the try block here, we're just going to bring up. We're just going to call the backend API we've created before to actually delete the user from the database, like closing the account of the user, right? So we're just going to say const response equals await, and then we're going to call the user. We're going to call the API at the back end. So we're just going to say API dot delete equals API dot delete, this one here. And here we're going to use the back tick so we can include the user ID. So we're just going to say users slash. This one actually is going to be slash users slash delete slash the user ID. So right here we're going to have the $sign and the curly braces, and then we're going to pass in the user ID in here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. And then we're going to pass in the request, the headers, which means the authentication header, right? So we're just going to pass this in here. So we're going to say headers. Get header. Yeah, get header. This one here, and it's a function. Okay, so now we're going to go out here to actually return the response from the back end. So we're just going to say return. Return what? Return response dot data, right? So after this, now we're going to go inside the cache block to actually catch any error that may occur during the process. So here we're going to say catch, and we're going to return if there are any errors. So we're just going to return the error. So we're just going to return error.message. Error.message. All right, so this is just all we need to do here to actually close the user's account or just to delete the user from the back end. Let's go to our back end and actually confirm this delete. Here is the controller. Let's find the delete endpoint. Yeah, so this here is the delete user. So right here we can see that we have /users. Let me zoom in a little bit so we can actually see this clearly. Yeah, this one is too much. So right here we have where is it? Here we have the user /user. This one here. That's my system is getting frozen. So here we have /users, and right here we have /delete /user ID. And remember last time when we were testing our the method level authorization, which means the role-based authentication, we said that before you can delete a user, before a user can delete an account, it means you must be the admin user here can actually has the right to delete the user account, or the user itself, which means if you have admin role, if the user has the role of admin, it can delete the account. Or if the user does not have the admin role, and if the user has the role of a user, and also the account that user wants to delete must be exactly the same. The ID, the email of that account must be the same with the logged in username, which means you are trying to close your account. So that is the authentication we have done here already, right? So this is the endpoint we're actually trying to call right from the front end right now. This one right here, this one here. So this is what we're calling here right now. So now let's go back to the profile and actually do this import. So let's import this right here. So let's import this from the back end, not the back end, actually from the API functions. So now after the user has deleted the account, we just have to navigate them back to the home page, and then we have to refresh the application, right? So that's just what we did here. Refreshing means we just have to refresh all the activities of the user, so the user cannot have any access to content that are made for registered users, right? So that's just what we did here. So now this is our profile page for the user. So the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to test the next video we're going to route this login and registration, and then the profile. Then we can start testing our project. So let's go there and do the routing. All right, so this is our user profile. Right here we can see that we have a method here to actually close the user account. For example, if they want to close the account and they click on that delete account or close account button, so after deleting the account from the database, what we're just going to do here is to clear off all the user info from our local storage, right? And then we'll navigate to the home page. So in here there is a function here that we've not created. So this function here is the function that is actually getting the user, the owner of the profile, from the database, right? So we're going to go back here to actually implement this function. So let's go here to say, so what we just need to do here is to export async function get user ID and the token. So right here we're going to have the try and catch block. catch right here. And here we're just going to have the response from the back end. Await API.get. And here we're going to have the backtick because we're going to include the user ID. Look at slash users slash user ID. So here, and then we're going to get the header. So we'll say headers, get header, and then we're going to go out here to actually return the response from the database, from the back end, response.data. And here we're just going to go in here to catch any error that may occur. We'll say true error. Alright, so this is just all we need to do here. So now let's go back to our profile and import this function we just created. Yeah. Okay, what happened here? So this one is get user. Yeah, get user. All right, so we got it right. Okay, so now this one is done. So having done this, now the next one we're going to do here, we're going to find a way to track our user authentication. So when the user logs in and when they logged out. So that is what we're going to do. So for that, we're going to go here. I'm going to go to the auth folder to create a new component called auth provider .jsx. So in here, we're just going to generate our component. So here we'll be using the context API to manage our user authentication. So here we're going to say export const auth context. Oh, sorry. The context equals create context. There's some typo here. Create context. And in here, we're going to have some key value pairs, like we're going to have the user. So right now, we're going to set the user to none at the initial stage. Then we're going to have a function to log in. We'll declare the function here to log in, handle login. And also we're going to have the handle logout. Handle logout. All right. But meanwhile, this login here is going to take a token. Okay, so this is just what we need to do. And the next thing we're going to do here, let's just import this first. Okay, so we've got the import. All right, so the next thing we're going to do here is to go inside this auth provider to create a state variable that will actually track the user object. First use state. And at the initial state, this one is we're going to set this one to none. And then we're going to do the import. Let's do the quick import. All right. So now we're going to implement the methods that actually the login method, right? So here we're going to say const handle login, and this one here we're going to pass in a token. So we're going to have const. So right here we're going to decode the token, right? So we're going to have const decoded token equals. So we're going to go up here to import a library. So this one we're going to say import JWT. We're going to just say decode. So decode from JWT. So here, and then we're going to go in here to just come and use it here. So we're just going to say JWT decode, this one here, and pass in our token right here. Okay, so after doing this now, this one here says this expression is not callable. Let's see. Okay, we're going to come back to fix this one later. So let's just quickly finish up what we're doing here. So in here, during the login process, after getting the token from the back end during the login, so we're just going to set the token to our local storage, right? So we need the user ID, the token, and the role, right? So here we're just going to say local storage dot set item. So this one we're going to call user ID, which is the user email. Then we're going to say decoded token dot subject. So this one we give us the subject, which means we give us the user ID, the username, and in that case, in our case, that is the email of the user, right? So I'm just going to copy this and paste it 2 more times because we're going to have the token and the user role. So we're going to say user role. Oh, sorry. User role. We're going to change this one here to rows. And then we're going to just come here to say token. And then we're going to pass the token here. Token. Okay. So this is all we need for now. Then now we're just going to come here to set user, and we're going to say decoded token. All right. So the next one we're going to do here is the logout. So for that, I'm just going to copy this one here and paste. I'm going to make this on the full screen. So this one I'm going to call logout, handle logout. So this one is not going to be taking anything. It's not going to be taking anything. So now instead of what we're just going to do here is to remove. We're going to clear everything right here from the local storage. When the user logs out, we're going to clear everything from the local storage, right? So I'm going to remove this one here. Put it up. Then this one here, instead of set, we're going to say remove. Right? So we're just going to say remove item. This one here. Copy and replace. Copy and cancel. Cancel. Copy and replace. And then we're going to set the user to none. Oh, sorry. It's not bool, man. This is none. None. Yeah. So this is just all we need here. Then after that, we're going to come in here to actually return. I'm just going to remove this. Auth provider. Auth provider dot sorry, I'm making a mistake here. Damn, stop hanging, come on. Okay, so here we're gonna say auth context. This is auth context dot provider and in here we're just going to have the children, and then we're going to go up here to this structure. We're going to go here to actually destructure this. So we're going to say children. Right, is that correct? It's correct. Okay, so we're going to come here to set the value. So here we're going to have the user, the handle login, and handle logout. This one here. This one here is a mistake, supposed to be a comma. And this one here, handle logout. Handle logout. What am I direct? Okay, let me check here. What do we have here? Handle logout. Okay. So I'm just going to just get it from here and what are you actually saying? I'm not saying. So let's change spelling to handle logout. Okay. All right. So here there's something I fixed here in this JWT decode. This one here. So what I just did here, because we're having error that row does not exist, right? So we're having error underlined here. So what I just did here is I come back here to the dependencies. You know, this one here was like it was 4.00. So I just downgraded it. I just changed it to 3.1.2. Then I have to run npm install again to refresh it. So in case you are having that error that says row does not exist, you can just you can just try to check your JWT the code to make sure you have the same version as mine. And after putting this version here, you just run npm install, right? So it can actually refresh the memory of our dependencies, right? Okay, so I'm just going to close this down. And for now, you don't have to be worried about this. This one saying decoded, this is not of type unknown. So this one is having type issues, right? So don't worry about this for now. What we're trying to focus right now, let's just see how it works. So we're going to come back here later to actually get this fixed. Okay, so now that we have done this one, now the next we're going to do here is to route, because right here we have defined our login page, our login functionality here, and also we have defined our log out here. What happens when the user logs out, and what happens when the user logs in, right? So that's what we have here. So now let's go back to our login page. So here, so now we are going to use the auth. Instead of doing all this here, we are going to use the auth provider right here in our login component. So for that, we're just going to have, I'm going to declare a variable here. We're going to have const. This is const. This one I'm just going to call login. Oh no, this is handle login. Handle login, and I'm going to take this to use context. Use context. This one, context, right here. And in here, I'm just going to provide the auth. What is it? Yeah. So here we're going to have auth provider. Yeah, this one here. And sorry, not auth provider, it's auth context. This phrasing is actually making me to have a lot of confusion, a lot of mistakes. Okay, so now here we're going to cannot redeclare this here. Yeah, we're going to change it. So right now I have this, and now I'm going to change this one here to handle submit instead of handle login. I'm going to say handle submit. So I call this handle submit. And right inside the handle submit, what we're just going to do here is to clear off all this. I'm going to clear off all this, just clear this off. Then we're going to come here to just say login, handle login, handle login. Then we'll pass in the token, right? So we just pass in the token, which means success. Though the token we've already gotten, so we just pass in the token. Because right here we'll say cause token, we got the token from the response from the back end, right? So now if we have response from the back end, so we're just going to pass this one here to the auth to actually set, so that the auth now will be the one to actually set all these ones for us here to the local storage. Okay, so that is what we just did here. So this is just, I think this is just all we need to do here for now. So I'm going to save right here. So the next thing we're going to do here is to go to the router to start let's go and route all this component we've just created. Okay, so let's go to our app.js to start routing to include all these 4 components we've created in our route. So here I'm just going to go down here, and I'm going to copy one of these, just paste it. Then I'm going to change this one here to login, and we have the login component. Is that the name of the component we created last time? Login. Okay, that is the name of the component. Okay, so the next one we're going to have here is we're going to paste this again one more time. So this one is going to be register, and we're going to change this component to registration. I hope this was the name of the component last time. Registration. Okay, yeah, that's correct. And the next one we're going to have is, I'll give one space. So this one is going to be profile. We'll call this profile, and this one we call profile as well. I'm sorry, this profile. All right, this is not correct. Profile right here. Let me just do this again. Profile. Where's the profile here? Let me go here and what is the profile? Right here is the profile, right? Okay, so we should have it now. let's go back here and no, app.js. So I'm going to say profile, and we should have the suggestion of this profile right now. Yeah, we got it right here. And the last one we're going to put here is, let me just paste this. So this one is going to be logout. And this one here, have we created a logout component? I don't think so. So let's see, auth. We have login, profile, and registration. So I'm going to create a component called logout. Okay, so now I'm just going to go in here. Right, what is it? So right in our auth component, in our auth folder, so we're going to create a new component, and this one we're going to call logout. Logout.jsx. Okay, so now after this, now we're just going to generate our, let's generate our component, RAFCE, right? So this one is just going to be so simple. So what we're just going to do here is to just go inside here. So we're going to have the auth. We're going to just declare a variable called auth, right? So we'll say const auth equals use context and this one here we're just going to pass in the auth context, authentication context, right? So we're going to do this import, and also we're going to do this import as well. Yeah, import from React. And next, we're going to create a method to actually handle the logout. So we're going to say const handle logout, handle logout. And when the user clicks on logout here, so we're just going to call this auth here. We're going to say auth, and meanwhile, so we're going to say auth dot logout, this one here. We're just going to call this one here, and so after logging out now, we're just going to navigate. So we're just going to say navigate to home page, right? So navigate. So we're just going to direct this to home page, but meanwhile, let's get this hook here. Oh no. Const navigate equals use navigate. So here, and in here we're going to follow up with a message back to the home page. We're just going to say state. So we're going to declare a message, a variable called message, that message, and then we're going to set a simple string right here. We're going to say you have been logged out. You have been logged out. Okay, so let me make this one a full screen. So this is just what we want to redirect to the home page. Then we're just going to yeah. So we just redirect to the home page. But meanwhile, before we go to the home page, we're going to reload. I just want to reload. So we're going to say window. The reason why I want to reload this right now is just to refresh all the user's activities, right? That's refreshing everything from the user. So just reload, right here. And after reload, we just navigate to the home page. Maybe this one is not the right sequence, but just try to figure out what we just try to do here is that when the user logs out, we want to refresh the application to refresh the user so that we close everything, we wipe out everything, the section of. the token and all the user activities will just refresh all and go back to the home page, right? So that what we just did there. And so right here, we're going to go here. I'm going to have a const. It's login. It's logged. Yeah, it's logged in. Equals auth. Equals auth dot user not equal none. So when a user is logged in, we should have something in here. We should have the user here, right? So we're going to use that one here to toggle some links here. So what we're just going to do here is to return. We're going to come here to say, I'm going to remove this one here. So now I'm going to say return is logged in. And right in here, I'm going to go inside here to create. I'm going to have empty fragment, and inside the fragment now I'm going to bring in. There's something I want to do here. So I want to group the profile and this one together for a reason. We're going to see what I'm doing later. So what I'm just going to do here is to have. I want the profile to be inside this content. The profile link to be inside this logout, because when the user is logged out. When the user is logged out, we're going to show the login link. But when the user is logged in, we're going to show the log out and the profile link, right? So that's why I want to include this profile here inside this logout component. It's just what I think, but you can just leave your own direct here inside this navbar. I'm going to come here later to do this, to remove this, but for now, let's finish with what I'm doing here. So if you like this idea, you can implement it. But if you don't like this idea, you can just implement the normal one we used to do, right? So here I'm just going to have the link. No, this one is a link. And this one, I'm just going to have the tool. Link to where? Link to the user profile, right? So we're just going to say profile, which is the route we defined a few seconds ago in our app.js. So I'm going to do this import. I'm saying import. And this one here, I'm going to give a class. This one the class name. And we'll have the drop down. Because it's going to be inside the drop down, right? So we're going to be drop down. Drop down what? Drop down item, this one here. And then we're going to come here to say profile, right? So I'm just going to save this, and I'm just going to move it up. So after this, I'm going to move this one up as well. So after this, now what I want to do here is to just have here, go down here to have another one. Another link here, and inside this one here, I'm just going to bring in the horizontal, which is a divider, right? So I'm just going to say yeah, but meanwhile I'm going to give a class name. Then this one here also is going to be a drop down divider. I'm just going to say drop down divider. Drop down divider. This one here will be I. Okay. So the next one we're going to do here is to bring in the logout link, the logout button. So I'm going to come here to say button, right? And I'm going to say logout. Logout. Class name. So this one is going to be drop down item. Drop down item. So when this button is clicked, unclicked, and what are you doing? Yeah, unclick. Then we're just going to say handle logout. This one here. Okay, so that is just all we need to do. Meanwhile, so right here we have this, and what we're going to do right now is to say if s, what is it? So we're just going to say s, return none. Right. Okay, so I'm going to save and have a good format. So this one here, I'm going to cannot find name button, React, let's quick fix. Do you have a fix for it? Yeah, but we have this already, so why can't you see it? Yeah, what is happening? Okay, anyways, there are some things the compiler sees that we cannot see, some invisible problems. Okay, so now we've done with our component, with our logout. So I'm just going to go here to the navbar. So instead of putting this ordinary link here, what I'm just going to do here is to bring out here. I'm foreseeing a problem here, but let's go and see how it goes. So I'm going to just remove this and make it self-closing tag, and yeah, foreseeing a problem at the runtime, but let's see how it goes. Okay, so now we have created our component, a new component called logout, and here we included the link, the profile link right here, and that and there we have the logout button here. So now we're going to go here to set some conditions right here. So now that we have done this, now the next thing we're going to do here is to actually check, is to get track of the user login and logout, right? So what we're just going to do here is the first thing we're going to do here is to actually get the user. We're going to go up here. So we're going to declare a new state variable here, a user variable. So we're just going to say const user equals use context, and right here we're going to have the auth context right here, auth context, and here we're just going to have the import, and this one also going to have the import. Okay, so right here we're going to just come here, and here we're going to have a variable. So we're going to actually track the user role and the user user login status, right? So here we're just going to have const is logged in equals user not equal none, right? So if the user is logged in, we're going to have something inside here. Then we're going to get the row as well. Sorry, go down here, const user row equals local storage dot get item. Then we're going to just pass in, because last time we defined user role somewhere, right? So we'll just get this one here. So now we're going to go down here to actually make use of all this. So let's go to here, the admin. So the first thing we're going to do here is to set admin. We're going to set admin access. So if the login user is an admin, we're going to show this link, right? else we're just going to hide it. So here I'm just going to come here to say it's logged in. If it's logged in right here, and if it's logged in and user row, and user row equal row admin, row admin, then in that case we're going to show this. So I'm just going to say and, then here we're going to create this one here, and then I'm going to pack this to here. Just going to cut it and go in here to paste it inside. So this one here, this component will always, this link will always be visible if the login user is an admin, right? So having done this, now we're going to go right here to we're going to go down here. So now the login here, we're going to check if the user is logged in, then we're going to show the log out. If it's not logged in, then we're going to show the login, right? So I'm going to remove this profile here. Remember, this link here has already been included inside our logout. So I'm going to remove it from here. Remove it from here. And now I'm going to, so I'm going to break this down. So here we're going to check if it's login, not is login, not is logged in. If it's not logged in, we're going to just do this. Not is login. We're going to cut this one here and put it inside here. Else, if it's logged in, then we're going to, let me just cut this to here, cut it, and put it inside here. So I'm going to put this one inside here. We have an error. All right, so what I just did here, I just tried to flip the whole thing. So I just bring up the login and add the log out. So we just check if the user is logged in, then show this component. Else, show the login page, the login link for the user to log in, right? Okay, so now let's go here. Let's go to our app.js. So here we're going to wrap our app.js with our auth provider, right? So we're just going to come here to the uppermost part. I'm just going to put this of a fragment. I'm just going to put this one as auth provider. This one here, and I'm going to just go down here and just going to close it here. Okay, so it's being imported right here. Make sure it's being imported. Okay, so let me just I've configured my editor to automatically save. So now let's go to the browser to see if we have any error. So I'm going to refresh. Okay, so here we have our account. So now the log out and profile is hidden, so we have login here. So if we click on this, we're going to come here for login. Here we can go to log out. Sorry, we can go to create account. Don't have an account yet. We'll create account. And there's a mistake here, so let's go back to our login component. Log in, where is it? Let's go here, login component, and let's go to the form here. Okay, so here we're going to say register. Just register, right? So this is just what we want to do here. So if we go back here, we see here register. So this one, we just click on it, it takes us to the register, and we'll click on this, it takes us to the login, right? But meanwhile, I'm going to change this button to our hotel style. So you're just going to go back to our registration components. Do we have registration here? Okay, yeah, we have it here. So let me change the button here. This one here, submit, register. Okay, yes, change the primary to button hotel. This is our custom color, our hotel color. So I'm just going to save. So let's go back here to see. Okay, it has changed already, right? Okay, so now we have gotten this, but have we gotten users in our database? So let me okay, this not our hotel database. I think is this one here, right? Lakeside Hotel DB. Let me just quickly go back to our back end. Let me go and check the name of our database right from here. What's happening here? There. Come on. Okay, so let me check the name of our database. The property, let's go to the property. Oh my gosh, stop frozen, come on. Oh my gosh, what has happened? Okay, I don't know what to do to the system anymore. Okay, so now let me see, what is the name? Okay, the name of our database is Lakeside Hotel DB. So let's go to MySQL Workbench, Lakeside Hotel DB, this one here. So let's make it default, and I'm just going to right click here and close all tabs, and then let me open the table. Like this is the table, so we have the room, we have the, so let's go to our user. Okay, we have some users here, we should be able to log in with a user. So let's actually try the login. Let's try out the login to see if we can. So let's copy and go here. So I'm just going to paste this one in. You can fine tune this form. This form is too long, right? The controls are too long. So you can just fine tune your form. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see what happened. Okay, let me see what happened. Let's go to our console to see what happened. So here we don't have any message. Let's search our local storage if anything is there. Here, local storage, nothing is here. So our login has not been successful. Let's see from our back end if we have any message. There is no message here. Okay, so let's find ways to log into our system. Okay, so right here in the login component, we're having a little error here. So here I was redirecting, I was actually reloading the application. So that is why when we enter the username and password, it's going to reload. So it's not going to log in. So I'm just going to remove this. And also we did not call this method. You know, we changed the name of this function last time, but we did not replace it here. So this is the form on submit. So we're going to replace this action here, right? Okay, so let's go back to our browser to refresh to see what we got. So I'm just going to refresh and take note of something here. You see that the admin item has gone away. That admin menu has gone away, right? So here we just have this one as login because no user has been logged in. And now what we're just going to do here is now take note of this here, that this is the local storage, nothing in here. We don't have anything here yet, right? So now let's log in. So I'm just going to go back here and paste the Rita. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back here to our SQL Workbench. So I'm going to copy Rita. I'm going to copy Rita. That's copy. And we go here. I'm just going to paste this one here. So the password is 123456 right? So we're just going to log in. Okay, so here we see that we have logged in successfully. This is let me open this a little bit. So this is the user ID, which is the email, and this is the user role. She's an admin, and this is the token last time. Now, because she's an admin, you see that this admin item, this admin menu has shown because she has the admin role. So now let's log out. So here, if we click on this, now we'll see that the profile has shown. So let's go to our profile and see what happens. Okay, this is our profile. We're going to work on this for this profile. So this is our profile, and here we actually have Rita and admin role, and we actually have the name here, but we're going to come back here to work on this. But now we can see that we have logged in. Now let's log out and see what happens. So now that we have logged out, okay, we are going to work on this. There's an error here. We're going to work on it. So now that we have logged out, we see that this place has been cleared. So the token, the ID, everything has been cleared from the local storage, right? And we see that after logging out, we see that this menu item has vanished away. It has been hidden or has been destroyed. And if we go here, we'll see that the profile and the logout has gone away. We just have login here, right? Okay, so now let's go back to the home page. So now I'm going to let's log in with someone who is not an admin. I think let me just quickly get user role from our database. So we have user role, have user number 3. Who is user number 3? Rita is user number 3. And row number 3. Who is user number 4? So user number 4 is Magneto the shooter, right? So we're going to copy this one here. So we're going to log in Magneto the shooter, right? Magneto is now it has a row ID of 3. Now, which of this row with ID number 3? Row ID number 3 is admin. Then row ID number 1 is a user. So let's find a user with row ID number 1. User row ID number 1, number 6. User number 6 is, who's user number 6? Okay, Newman. So Newman is a user. So now let's log in Newman and see what happens. We're gonna go here and let's open this a little bit. So let's log in Newman. I'm gonna paste this one here. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and let's log in. So we see that Newman has logged in here. It has the role of a user, but if you take note of here, the admin item, the admin menu is hidden, does not show, because this guy is not an admin, so you cannot see that. Only admin user can see that, right? So we see that our login is actually working, and is the profile and is the logout. So let's log out. So right here, we're just going to log out, and when we log out, everywhere is cleared, right? So now we'll redirect to the home page and refresh. Okay, so now let's go and work on our profile page to make it presentable a little bit. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so we see that now we can actually log into our system, but there's something I want to fix here before we move on. And right here, even though we are logging, even though a user is logged in here, you see that a user is actually logged in, but there is no any indication to show that a user is logged in, right? So what we just want to do is that when a user logs in, we want to display a kind of information to the user here, just to make sure the user, just to inform the user of their login, right? So for that, let's go back to our project. So right here on the home page, I just want to come here to declare a variable. So here I want to say const location equals use location, and And here I'm going to say const message equals location dot state location dot state dot message right here. So this one here, we're going to use this state variable to actually, for example, this log out here, this is we defined a message here last time that when a user is logged out, it should be redirected to the home page and bring this message to the user notice, right? So that is, this message is what we are trying to move along with the navigation right to the home page right now with this variable. And now the second one we're going to do here is to actually, when the user is logged in, we want to just get the user ID. We want to check, we want to get the user ID from the local storage. So here we're just going to have const. We're going to call this one current user equals local storage dot get item. And this one here we're going to call user ID, and remember the user ID is the email, right? So then we're just going to go in here and check inside the section. We're just going to say message. So if there is message, so what you just need to do here is to create a paragraph. Just create a p tag and then display the message. So I'm just going to say message, display the message. All right, and this one here we're just going to give some classes to make it look a little nicer. So I'm just going to say class name, and this one we're going to say text like warning. Yeah, and then we're going to push it in a little bit. So we're going to say px padding x, we're going to set to 5. And after this, we're going to go back here to check for the current user. So you're just going to say current user. And then we're going to, so if there is a user here if there is a user from the local storage, it means the user is logged in, right? So we just want to get the ID. So right here we're just going to say if there's a user, then we're just going to create a p tag. Meanwhile, this one I'm not going to create a p tag. I'm going to create a heading tag like 6, and then I'm just going to set in here the current user. So I'm going to set in the current user, and this one as well I'm going to set some classes. So I'm going to set the class name to text success, and I'm going to make it center, right? Text center. And then I'm going to go here to just give this user some words like you are logged in, as. So I'm just going to say you are logged in as, then the email of the user, which is the ID of the user. So let's save this one here. Now let's go to, so now let's go to the browser to actually check what we have done so far. So here I'm just going to go to the browser and let's refresh. So currently there is no login user, maybe. So let's check it. There's no login user. So let's actually log in here. I'm going to say Rita. Yeah, come on. Ah, really? So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so now we see here you are logged in as Rita at email.com. So this one to show just to alert the user of the login. So now if we go here to log out, so let's start to log out here. So we're going to say you have been logged out, right? So that is just what I want to fix here before we proceed. So now that we have done this, now the next thing we're going to do is to go back to our VS Code and continue other configurations. All right. So now we can see that when a user logs in, we can just actually display the user here. You can display the user any way you want to display it. But now if we go to the user profile, we can see that this is the profile template I pasted last time, and I did some modifications here. So here we can see that this user is an admin user, and this is the email of the admin and just the information of the user, right? And right here, let's go back to the admin component. I've added the booking history to that person. So when a user logs in, if the user has bookings, so when they go to their profile, we can actually pull in the booking history of that user to their profile, right? So here, if we go back to, this is the profile component here. And here I have because this video is becoming too long, just like the first part. So I don't really want to move to part 3 of this video. I just want to finish everything here on this second part. So that is why I just try to do some things behind the scene. So right here, I have added a section to actually display the user booking here. This one here. So when a user is logged in, we just use the ID of the user to check the booking history, the booking table, if that user has actually booked. And if yes, then we load the user, we load all the bookings based on the user's ID. And if we go here, we see that we are actually getting the user right here. So if you see here, you see that we're actually getting the user ID from the local storage, right? So if we go back to the browser, we'll see that this user is logged in. So if I just right click here and inspect, so here let's go to the application right here. So we see here that a user is logged in, and this is the email of the user, and this is the row, and this one is the token, right? Let me expand this a little bit. Yeah, so we see that we have the user ID here, user ID, user row, and the token right here. And this is what we set here. If we go to the login component here, so that is what we set here. What is it? Okay, let's go to the auth provider. So this is what we set here. When the user is logged in, we declare this username to get the subject, which is the email, and this one the user row to get the rows of the user, and here the token just to get the token, the one we have decoded here, right? So those are the things. These are the information we are getting here right now in our local storage, right here. This is local storage, and this is our application, and this is the current login user right in here. And now we are using this ID here, this email here, to fetch the bookings of the user. So that is what we just did here. So if we go back to the profile, so that is what we did here, and we created the booking history, like the booking state variable right here to actually get. These are the information we are getting from the user, from the booking history of the user, right? So that is what I've done here. And number 2, what I've did here, I just tried to, last time we created this provider, right? So what I decided to just leave all this one in here, but what I was doing is that we're trying to get our users directly from the local storage, right? So we're getting our users from the local storage to do what we want to do. So what I just did here in this provider is just to get these 2 functions right in here that we can actually call outside in any other package, in any other component. And here, if we go to the add room, here, let me go to the booking. So if we go to the booking form here, there's something I did here. So here in the booking form, we have guided this booking to make sure that a user must log in before they can book right? So before they can book for room. So when a user logs in, when this form is loading, we try to check the local storage to get the user ID and set that email to be the user email right in the booking form, right? We're going to see that very soon. So that is what we just did. And then, so when the login user email is set here, so when the user is booked, when the room is booked, so this email is going to be set at the user ID. So that is the email we are using to fetch the booking for the user when the profile is loaded. So that is what we've just done. And here we declare a new component called require authentication. So this one here is actually what we are using to guide this route here, this booking form route here, to make sure a user is logged in before they can book. So if we go here to the app.js, let's go to the app.js right here. So this one here is the, okay, right here. So this one is the component where we have the booking. So if I just go here, I want us to go in here. Okay, let's go here. So if we go here, we will see that we're going to have the booking component here, right? This is booking form here, this component here. So that is what I have here. So I have guided this component with this require auth, so that before anyone can go here, it must be that that person has logged in, must be a logged in user can only go here, so that we can pick in the ID of the logged in user from the local storage. So now if we go here, if we go back to the browser, so I'm going to log out. So let's go here and I'm going to log out this user. And when we log out, we see that the local storage has been cleared off. So there's no login user right now. So if I come here to browse all rooms right here, so we can see that if I click on this, we see that we are being asked to log in because now a user is not logged in. So let's log in. Let's log in Magneto. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So here we log in Magneto, and now we can see that Magneto email has been set here, right? So now we can actually book for this. We can actually book room for this guy here, and this user ID is going to be saved with the booking. So we can use this ID to fetch the booking for this user, right? We see that this guy's information has been set here. Okay, so now that this guy has logged in, what I just want to do again, let's try to go here and let's say we want to book. So we see that now that this guy has logged in, we don't have to log in anymore before we book room for him, right, for this user. So that is one thing I've done here. So like I said, I don't want this project to, I don't want this demo to take another 12 hours. So that is why I just want to quickly run around some of the things I did in the backstage, so that you can just get the full project code from the GitHub and get all the things we have done here, right? And so if we go to the back end, let me go to the back end and show you something here. So let's go to, so here let's go to the booked room service. Let's go to the booked room here, and let's go to service. Or maybe let's go to the controller first. So here, this is the booked room. Where is it? This one here, right? So here, let me just zoom in. So here we have, let me make this full screen. So here we have guided some of this route here. We have, so all bookings, we have locked down all bookings. To get all bookings in the database, you have to be an admin to actually get all bookings. And to book room, to save room, you don't need to have any row before you save room. Any logged in user can actually save room. And right here, to get, this is the confirmation, to get a room, to get bookings by confirmation code. And this one here is to actually get the bookings by the user ID. So this is the new endpoint I've included to get all bookings for the user, right? So all this code are available right here currently on the project on GitHub. So you can actually go there and just download all this and see and just go through all this method we have done step by step. So this one here we've added a new endpoint we've added. And if we go here, if we go back here to, let me open this again. So if we go here to the room controller, if we go to the room controller, we see, let me make this full screen. We'll see that we have locked down some of these endpoints. Here, to update a room, we actually need the admin to do that, and to delete a room, we need admin to do that, and also here to add a new room, we actually need the admin to do that. So these are the things we have locked down using their method, using method security, like what we have said before at the earlier stage, right? And now if we go back to the front end here, so I'm going to remove this, close this, and close this. So now we have gotten this email, the user email, to actually be the one to be set, that is the logged in email, to set as the booking email, which means a user must log in before they can book rooms, right? And now this is the finding component we've done last time, and there's a modification I made here. So here I noticed that when we book a room, for example, this is November, if we fetch the room, we're going to be seeing December, so I don't know what is happening. So I just find a workaround, and I decided to subtract 1 month from the given month. But this one is not the best solution to do this. I think it's going to give some error later. I don't know the changes. Maybe I don't know what has happened. I try to find out, but what I just have a workaround just for us to finish this demo. So this is the changes in case, because earlier on we didn't put this. So I just want to call your attention to these changes here. So in case you're having some unusual display of this date, you should come and check this method here to actually find a workaround to get the problems fixed. Because right now, for example, if I don't put this, if I book for November, if I want to fetch this booking at the user profile, for example, here, if I go to this guy's profile, let's check if this guy has gotten bookings. Yeah, this guy got 2 bookings. So for example, if I don't do that, here is going to be showing December here instead of November, and this is November, right? So that's why I decided to just get a workaround and just subtract 1 month from this, and this is the format, to just format it to a kind of, right? So like I said, if you're having any problem with the display of your booking date, you can just come here, find a workaround to touch this method to actually get what you want. So that is that for this, and we have discussed about this booking form, and also we have used this auth here. So what we just did here is that when a user, the book room last time we've guided with this required auth. So when a user click on that button, we're going to check if the user has logged in. So if the user has logged in here, if we have a user here, then we're going to navigate straight to that book room component. But if there is no user, we're going to navigate here. We're going to go back to the login, and then we are storing the state of the user, that their previous desired location. We've stored the state here, right here, using the location and using this location of path name. So when the user logs in, then it's going to continue destination to where the user wanted to go. So that was what we did here in this very component here. Okay, then we use this component, like I explained, we use this component to actually make sure that a user is logged in here, the kind of a little guide. But overall, we have not actually done anything router guiding here. We have not guided any router here. So for example, now if I logged out here, now we have logged out. So, but now let's try to go to this admin right here. Let's go to the admin component. So we see that we can actually go to the admin even though we have not logged in, right? Even though here we have not logged in. But this one's supposed to be for a logged in user, and that user is supposed to be an admin to access this here. So we didn't guide anything here. We just want to make sure the authentication is working. We just focus on the authentication to make sure the authentication is working for admin and for user, just to test all those things we have done. And here we see that since no one has logged in, that this component here is supposed to display here when the user is logged in as an admin. But now we can access this one through here, so of which we need to guide so that we cannot access this one here without logging in. But we're not going to cover that scope in this very demo. So we're going to dedicate that to a separate video later. But we're just going to maintain this scope here right now. So, but you can take a step forward to actually try to guide all this route to make sure they are self-guided to only authenticated users with a certain role, right? So these are the things we just did here. And another thing I want to talk about here is the okay, we have talked about the auth provider right here, though we have not actually used this the user here. We have not actually been using this. So what we just did here is to you kind of put in all our functions here, the log out and the log in, the log out and the login function in here, to actually just to make sure they are on the same place. Just we can actually just call them here to maintain our user to manage our user authentication later. So if we go back to the nav here, if we go back to the nav bar, so we see here also that we're actually getting the token. We're just getting everything directly from the local storage, right? So we are not actually getting it from the auth provider here. Rather, we are getting it directly from the local storage. But you can just change your implementation to actually use this auth provider to manage the user authentication, right? So instead of using this one directly from the local storage, we can just call the user from this auth provider to actually check if there's a user there. But for some reasons, I just want to get it directly from the local storage. So like I said, in a separate video, we're going to actually go deep down inside this context API, how we can actually manage our user using the with this auth provider, right? So manage our user authentication using this auth provider. So these are the things we just did here that I really want to mention. So I don't want this video to be too long. That is why I just decided to complete all these ones behind the stage, so that we can just go through them one after the other. So if you actually have, if you have any, after downloading the code, go through the code. So if you have any query or any question, you can just drop a comment, or you can join our page on Facebook, because on Facebook I can on our channel page on Facebook, I can actually, it will be easier for me to get track of your question, right? So sometimes if you ask question here on because I have many videos, so I can actually go through all the questions on each videos, right? But it's easier directly for me to go through your questions or to support you when you join my page on Facebook, Daily Code Work on Facebook, and you just get me directly on chat, so then we can actually discuss. So I just want to wrap up this. I want to wrap up this demo here. I want to wrap up everything here. So, but before we wrap up here, let's go here. Let's log in, and now I want to log in with Rita. Right here, and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 right here. So Rita is logged in, and Rita is an admin, right? So you see that this admin component has shown. So if we go here, the profile like we've done before, so she's an admin, and so she can do so many things at the back end. And moreover, if you are new to authentication, to security like this, here, if we go back here, I'll show you something. So now let's go to, okay, here this API functions here. So if you are trying to perform some queries, some operations here on this page, and if you are getting authentication error, remember to come here and make sure you get this header. So we have to modify some of all these functions we have done to actually use the header that we have declared here. This let's go up. This header here. So this one here is actually going with the bearer token and the content type. That's the header content, right? And you're here, we're getting the token from the local storage when the user is logged in. And remember, inside this token, we have the user role and everything right here inside this token. So that is what we're actually sending along with every request. So we can see that here, for a user to add a new room, you have to be an admin. And here we have to send in the header, which is sending the user token. so that Spring Security can actually check if this user can actually decode this token, if this user is an admin or not, if this user has the access or the permission to actually permit to perform this operation. So remember to add this token header to all the requests you are sending back to the database. That the request that we have logged down here, that's all these ones that we have logged down here in all our APIs. We have logged down some of these requests here. So anyone that has to do with row, so make sure, or anyone that has to do with authentication, so make sure you are sending along with the request the header, so that the Spring Security can actually decode the header, which is JWT, can decode the header, the token, and check if that user actually has the access to perform that operation they want to permit, right? They want to perform. So that is all what we have done here. So I just want to call your attention to that. Okay. Well, anyways, if you have any question, if you run into any error, please just let me know so we can actually discuss it together. I'll guide you on what to do right in here. Like I said, I don't want this video to be too long. That is why I just decided to do all these things and call your attention to it. And if you look here, the new endpoint we created at the back end is here already, right? So get bookings by user ID. So that is what we've done here. And this one here actually is going with the auth, the authentication. So it's going with the user token. So from here, we can get the ID of the user to actually get all these bookings from the database using their users ID, which is the email right here. So you can go through all these functions. Like I said, I wrote a comment here to help you know what each function is doing. But anyways, if you have any problem, you can actually get in contact with me so that we can actually look at it together. Okay. So now, so far so good. We can log in and we can actually log out. So let me log out this user. So now we can log in and we can log out. So when we log out, we see this information that we've logged out. And right here in this booking, so if we want to book, let me just quickly show you something. Let me log in again right here. So I want to have Rita again to log in. And remember, these users we are using here are the user we have gotten right here before, the one we've created before in our database, right? So if we go to our database, our SQL Workbench, we are going to see that we have gotten all these users right here in our database before. Both the ones that have the row or the row of users and the ones that have the row of admin. So these are the users we're actually using right here at the front end. So if we go back here and so this is our row, these are our users. So if I go here to reload, we'll see that we have Rita, we have Magneto the shooter, we have Mary Public, Mary Private, we have all these guys here in our database, and they have a separate row. So if we go here, inside this row component here, we have the rows, and right here we have the user rows, right? Of which right here we have the user rows. So these are the things these are the users we are actually using to log in right here in our front end. So here the password is 123456 right here. So now let's try to book a room for Rita. So Rita wants to book a room, but that one must be after login, and she has logged in already, right? So let's book a family suite for Rita. So here we just want to have the name here, the full name. Make sure you enter the full name. And now let's specify the date. So this is we're going to book this room from 17th of November to 20th of November, right? And here we have 3 adults and one child. So now if we go to continue, so typically this is where we're supposed to plug in. When we click on this is where we're supposed to plug in the payment gateway, where we can actually go further to payment before the room can be booked. Or maybe they can just book and pay later, or we can actually plug in here the payment gateway, where we can actually verify the credit card of the user to actually make the payment here before they can book for this room, right? So after the payment is done, they click on this one here, then they can actually go here and see that this room has been booked. And now they can actually get this booking code right here. When room is booked, you can actually get this booking code here. So when you copy this booking code right here, and we can actually just go to find bookings right here, find booking, and then we can paste this one in. Let me zoom out, and then we can actually paste in this code here to actually find the user booking, right? So here we have gotten the booking from here. So now we can just cancel booking. So cancel this booking here, like we said, if you want to cancel this booking here, you have to be the owner of this booking or an admin. So if you go back to this back end here, we have sealed this here. We have actually we can cancel booking here, which is delete booking. So let's find delete booking here. Get booking by ID and confirmation, and here save bookings, and here we can actually there's a method somewhere we added last time to actually cancel booking, which is to delete bookings right from here. Okay, this one here. So this method here is actually canceling the booking here. So now here you can just go take a step further to implement this one here. So you can add this one here. You can add a method security, just like we've done in some of our endpoint. So you can add the method security here to check if that user is an admin or that user is actually the user that owns that booking. Okay, so example here, if we go to our room controller right here, I think we have some examples here that we did last time. Or maybe the user, let's go to the user controller. So let's go to user controller right here and make this one full screen and zoom in. So we said that when a user wants to delete an account, that's what user wants to hit right here. So if a user wants to delete an account, that user must be an admin to delete the account, or that user must be the owner of this account right here. So you must be a user, and if you are a user, you must be the owner of this account here. So your email must be this email that you want to delete. So that's what we did here. So you can use this technique also to implement this one here. So if you want to close your account, you must be the owner. If you want to delete the booking here, you want to cancel your booking, you must be the owner of the booking. That's with the email right here. So you that is deleting this booking, your email must be the same with this email here. Or if it's not the same, you must be an admin. You must have an admin role to delete this booking here, right? So this is just all we have implemented here. So but this one here has not been implemented, so I just give you the go ahead. You just take a step further to actually get this implemented. If you run into any problem, you can just get me in contact so that we can look at it together, because I want to round up with this project so that we can look into another separate project where we're going to go deeper inside into this authentication and guided routing and other stuff that we're going to use, but not inside these hotel videos anymore, right? So it's going to be in a separate video where we're going to do some it's just a brief project that we're going to demonstrate all those things in there in an industrial standard way, right? Okay, so those are the things we have done so far. And here let's just actually log out. Let's log out here, and we'll see that the user, we have logged out. Let's log out here. So we've logged out the user, and now we'll see that everything is working as according to the requirement of our project of this demo, right? So please, we're going to end up this project here as the second part. So like I said, download the code from our GitHub repository, go through the code, modify anything you want to modify, and if you have any problem, you can just get in contact with me so that we'll look at it together. Please don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to share. Don't forget to comment, and don't forget to like. Thank you for being around to the end of this project, and hope to see you in our subsequent video. If you have any videos you want us to create, just give a comment or just join my page on Facebook. Let's have a one-on-one discussion on the next thing we want to learn, right? Okay, thank you for staying up to this time, and hope to see you in our subsequent video. Thank you so much, and see you again. Thank you and goodbye.